I'm Martin Landau.
I'm Barbara Bain.
Join us for Space 1999 right here on WGN Television 9.
Everything you could imagine about the future and what exists beyond the boundaries of outer space are vividly confronted in Space 1999, the unlimited adventure series.
Be sure to watch every week Space 1999 here on WGN Television 9.
Space 1999. It's going to be a very good year.
Hey, are you talking about that Star Wars shit again? Hey, family show, Al, family show. No, I'm talking about Space 1999 because there's a marathon going on that our friend in Southern California, Sarah, told me about. What do you mean, a marathon? Well, it's on the Shout Studios official YouTube channel. It's a 24/7 marathon of the classic Space 1999, all 48 episodes. Oh, well, I didn't care for that show. I know, Al. I know. Hey, what time is it? It's Podblast time! That's right. It's Podblast time. How are you, one and all? I see you in chat. I'm going to put your comments on the screen. Oh my gosh, this is going to be a fun one. I'm going to give you a sneak peek into my personal collection of Space 1999 articles and items, and I have rare video footage that I think will be safe. We'll see. But how you doing? It's Ezra Live Friday. Happy weekend. And of course, this is your weird, informative, and hopefully fun time capsule of memories of days gone by as we forge ahead together in the game of life. Remember the Milton Bradley board game Life? Well, I was more of a Twister man myself, but right now we're reminiscing about life, specifically pop culture history and life experiences that we all have in common. That's what this show, the Nostalgic Podblast, is all about. This is the Nostalgia Show with a bite. Welcome, I'm Chance Bartels, your host. No relation to Chance the Rapper, who I like a lot. As Steve Harvey says at the beginning of Family Feud every week, we've got a good one for you today! And we really do. First, I have my little disclaimer. In terms of the video and audio clips that I'll present to you tonight, I do not represent the owners of this material or any of its entities. This is a live, educational, interactive lecture for fellow fans in which I earn no proceeds in any way from this presentation. I do not own any of the movie clips, television clips, or musical cues. No rights are or were given or are or were implied. I encourage all to purchase the official releases of this material, like the Shout Factory Blu-ray set seen behind me. Sorry, listeners at Fistful of Radio out of Atlanta or Apple Podcast or Google Podcast, wherever you might be listening, Podbean, TuneIn. I would direct you to our YouTube channel, the official YouTube channel of this program. It's simply called The Nostalgic, with a C, not nostalgia, The Nostalgic Podblast on YouTube, if you want to see the items and the clips that I'll be showing. But I've taken great care to make this an audio-friendly show. I try to be bi in that regard, equal to audio and video consumers. Now, of these clips, by the way, none were ripped from the official Blu-ray from Shout Factory or from any DVDs. These were taken from other fan sites on the interwebs, YouTube specifically. So now that I got that out of the way, let's get this Nostalgic Podblast party started. Now, we've been doing a series honoring the memory of classic game show hosts. We're going to put that on hold. So if you're here for game show action, you might want to take off because we're talking primarily about Space 1999. I don't think this will be a terribly long show. We'll just see how it goes, right? I'm going to try to keep this at 2 hours or less. I didn't even plan on doing a show this week. I've been very, very busy, but because Shout Studio started a second live stream of Space 1999, the first one got almost 300,000 views. And there were a lot of nice people in the chat. It was all friendly. There were no trolls. There were no idiots. It was all like love and fun, and a lot of comedy too. A lot of Mystery Science Theater 3000 type comments, but also some serious ones too. And I love reading the comments from new viewers saying, "Oh my God, this show's really cool." And I turned Sarah, my flock on YouTube, onto the show, and she seems to really enjoy it. I got to send her the link. She might want to chime on, but we're going to be live on her channel Tuesday night, also talking about Space 1999. More about that at the end of the program tonight. But if she wants to come on, I'll send her the link later on. But and we'll get back to game shows next week and game show hosts. But this will just be about Space 1999. Also, I bought a huge comic book collection from a friend last Sunday. 17 long boxes. I've only gone through 4 of them thoroughly. When this person was here, I flipped through them and I saw enough to warrant the very modest price that he set. I thought it was more than fair. And so it's taken amazing willpower on my part not to go through all those boxes, but I've been so busy. For one thing, I didn't have time, but also I just feel like a kid on Christmas morning every time I go through one of these boxes. What I want to do maybe at the very end of the show, after we've covered Space 1999, is show you some of the cool covers of comics from those 4 boxes that I did go through thoroughly. DC Comics are kind of a blind spot for me. I'm a Marvel collector of comic books, circa 1960 to 1993 with some exceptions. And I do have DC. I do have independent comic book material from comic book independent publishers. But he had a lot of Action Comics. I found the Action Comics box, which is Superman. And I can't wait to show some of those covers towards the end of the show. I didn't take photos of them. What I've done, I only can do 100 photos. And I'm going to delete some as I go and add. I took hundreds of photos this morning of my Space 1999 collectibles, and we're going to go through each and every episode, all 48, briefly, and I'll just give you a few liner notes. It won't be long. It sounds very daunting, like it would take a lot of time. It won't. It'll be brief, but I'm going to show you a nice image of 2 episodes at a time from a 1977 Starlog magazine published Technical Guide to Space 1999, a very rare collectible, and a collectible I got way back in 1987 when I was just a kid. So let's go on. I don't really have a script. I'm just going to show you images and videos and tell you what I know, and we'll talk about Space 1999 another time. If you have questions in the chat, or if you want to talk 1999, if you're a seasoned 1999 fan, I welcome you to come on the show on camera tonight. So I guess I'll start with let's see what I want to start with for y'all. Let me start with some pictures. Let's see, and I'm going to get to the chat in a minute. This is from a cool collectible in my collection from a magazine, and as you can see, it's a nice double truck. I used that as the thumbnail image of tonight's edition of the Nostalgic Podblast. And that was to promote Season 1. For those that don't know, Season 1 and Season 2 of Space 1999 were very different. The most vocal fans of Space 1999 prefer what is known as Year 1. It's kind of strange with the show. It's not called Season 1 or Season 2. It's called Year 1 and Year 2. And I don't know if that's a United Kingdom British term, year instead of, no, I don't think it is, because they call it series 1 and series 2 instead of Season 1, Season 2. I happen to know that. So I don't know why, if someone out there can enlighten me, why is Space 1999 the only show that I'm aware of that refers to the seasons as years, Year 1 and Year 2, instead of Season or Series 1 and 2? I don't know. There also were major differences between the style of Season 1 and 2. Different music composers. You had Barry Gray composing the music in Year 1 and Derek Wadsworth composing the music in Year 2. So there were different themes, different everything. We'll get to that in a little bit. And also, very strange, there were 8 episodes that were edited into a movie format. What happened was, shortly after the series was canceled, Star Wars was released wide in June of 77, after a limited release on May 25th, 1977. And all of a sudden, the entire world was into outer space shows, outer space movies, and you had movies like Laser Blast, like really cheap movies made in Italy, You had James Bond going into space in Moonraker not too long after Star Wars was released. And then what did they do? There was only one 2-part episode in the entire series of 48 episodes of Space 1999. It was in season 2. It's called The Bringers of Wonder, parts 1 and 2. And ITC edited that into a movie format and retitled it Destination Moonbase Alpha. We'll talk about that later. I'll play the trailer for that, but I kind of want to go in order. Let me see if I have. I think I shown or I pulled rather. I know I pulled. Okay, it didn't fit in my 100 photos. I'll get to it later. I'm going to show now a few other images to promote 1999. That is from this piece. That is the front side of this fold out, and there's the back side of it. And I think it's a pretty cool little piece. When I studied communications at Marshall University in college in the 90s, I went to the library, found this, and I'll be honest with you, I swiped it. I did. And I'm going to show you some other season 2 pieces that I also got from that same library. But I think this is pretty neat. Now, as you see here, sorry, listeners, what I'm showing in the upper left corner of this promotional piece is Catherine Schell. She was about to act in Return of the Pink Panther opposite Peter Sellers, which she had filmed after this episode of Space 1999 titled Guardian of Piri, in which she played, spoiler alert, an android, a sexy android. And Fred Freiberger, the executive producer of Year 2 of Space 1999, liked her performance so much, he brought her back to play Maya the Metamorph and made her a co-star on the show. Here's an item in my collection. These are Space 1999 bubblegum cards. 10 cents a pack. That's what the pack looked like with the wax cover. And here's what one of the cards looked like. I just loved the model of the Moonbase Alpha set. And that was by Brian Johnson, a special effects wizard who had worked on 2001: A Space Odyssey. And then after Space 1999, he was the head of special effects for The Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi. And before Empire Strikes Back, he did the effects for Alien, which was made in late 78, released in 79. But I thought that was just a cool, sprawling model, and it looked pretty damn realistic, I thought. And then another card shows the Mark 9 Hawk spaceships, which are supposedly from Earth. They were like the war version of the Eagle transporter. I just love the look. They look like Hornets. And then here's another card from an episode called Death's Other Dominion on an ice planet, kind of like Hoth in The Empire Strikes Back. Now, this was filmed in 74. Empire Strikes Back was filmed in 79, so this came first on 1999. That was a really good episode. And here is a book in my collection, Exploring Space 1999, an episode guide and complete history by John Kenneth Moore. And I met him in the year 2000, along with a lot of the actors and creators on Space 1999, like the Keith Wilson, who was the set designer and art director. Man, he was a fascinating guy. And I met most of the actors. And I met this guy who wrote the book, and he signed it for me. He's my age, by the way. Here's another really cool book from 1976, The Making of Space 1999 by Tim Heald. I just love it. There's the front, there's the back. I think I have 2 copies of it in my collection. It's a great read. And there's Brian Johnson on the right, who did the special effects I just referred to for all of the 48 episodes of 1999. And there was a show before Space 1999 by the same executive producers, Jerry and Sylvia Anderson, called UFO, or UFO, if you will. And Derek Meddings did the effects for that show, who did the effects and miniatures for Superman the movie and a lot of the James Bond films. But that's Brian Johnson on the right there with some storyboards, and I like seeing storyboards today. There's Pinewood Studios England Stage L from the book. Look at how huge that soundstage is. Really cool stuff. Now, here's a nice shot of Catherine Schell with the casting director, Leslie, in Space 1999. I just love behind-the-scenes photos there. Now, really quickly, I'll get to the comments, folks. I see there's 56 comments in chat, and I'm getting a text message. I'll address that later. Let's see. Now, here are some novels that were released based on the show. There's Breakaway. I bought that at Oxford Books here in the Buckhead area of the Atlanta, Georgia suburbs, or really Midtown area, I should say, for $1.05 back in 1986. There's the back cover of that book. And I'll just show you some covers of some of the other books. Not all of them. I'd bore you to tears. And for listeners, this is terrible audio as I show covers. Again, I encourage you to go to the YouTube channel, The Nostalgic Podblast, or the Facebook group, The Nostalgic Podblast, or the Twitter X, I should say, The Nostalgic Podblast. The video is there too, as well as Twitch. But that's the easiest place to find it. Just Google search The Nostalgic Podblast, and right at the top, you'll see the YouTube channel. Click that and look for the yellow Space 1999 promotional print piece, and you'll know you're in the right spot. And as we're live, I'm on the 16-minute, 10-second mark of tonight's show. There's another cover. Notice that the costumes are different. There were so many changes that I already talked about in Series 2, Year 2, Season 2, if you will, of Space 1999. And there you can see Commander Koenig had what he wore a lot, this orange jacket. That's an iconic shot that was used on the cover of Dynamite magazine to promote Space 1999 and a lot of other different print materials. But that's just a great publicity shot of Martin and Barbara. There's another book I got. I think I got that at Book Nook, which is a used bookstore chain here in the Atlanta, Georgia area. There's another book, got it from the same store. There's the Space Guardians. And now here we get into the Year 2 books. Planets of Peril. I'm not going to show them all. I'm going to skip ahead. There's the 6th edition in that series of novels, The Edge of the Infinite. And these are not titles from episodes. These were new stories with the characters. Now, in terms of the music, there was a really cool sound. Well, let me, I don't think I had pulled that photo up. All right. There was a record album that was released by RCA that covered the music of Year 1 of Space 1999 by Barry Gray. I'll show you pictures of it in a minute. But I always liked the music in Season 2. I mean, I like both, but I've always wanted a soundtrack for Season 2. And now in the year 2000, one was finally released. It was a limited edition. I paid over $200 for this double compact disc on eBay the day it was released. There were only so many that were around, but it was just fantastic. There's the front, there's the back, and it was by Fanderson, the official fan club of the Jerry Anderson shows, whether it's Fireball XL5, UFO, or Space 1999. All of the Fanderson shows are represented by Fanderson, and they sell neat limited edition items like this. There's what the inside looked like. There's a nice little booklet, and I don't know if you're watching on a television, if you can read that, but I'll hold it here for a second for anyone that wants to read about Derek Wadsworth. And I got a text from a friend who said, hey, did I ever tell you that I had a long-standing correspondence with Derek Wadsworth in England? You told me that he sent you, before this was released, Derek had sent this person recordings of his music privately. How cool is that? Now look what the discs themselves look like. You saw the moon right there. It's a nice little photo disc. And there's the back of the pamphlet insert. But this was a really cool collectible. Had all of the music from Year 2 of Space 1999. Hang on, we have a call coming in.
Call from
The Nostalgic Podblast. Hello. How you doing?
Hey, hello, man. What's going on?
Hello. I'm just talking 1999.
Yeah, I can tell. It's one of my favorite shows, BK.
Hey, BK on the air, WBHF Radio. You'll be on the air tomorrow, 10 a.m. to noon. What's going on with your show tomorrow? Is it a secret?
Well, it's never a secret. Just the same old, talking about a lot of nostalgic retro stuff and things like that, like I always do. I wanted to call and tell you that, I don't know whether I ever told you this or not, but the Season 2 Space 1999 composer Derek Wadsworth had a running correspondence with him for a long time, about a year or two before he died.
Oh wow! I just mentioned because you had texted me, but I didn't mention your name or anything. But cool, yeah. And
Yeah.
didn't you tell me he sent you the music before it went public?
Yeah, I told him, I was letting him know that I was a big lover of the season 2 of Space 1999. By the way, that's the first season I saw of the show was the season 2. I didn't see season 1 as out of order. I saw season 1 later, so season 2 was always my favorite season, even though bulk of the fans, I think, prefer season 1. But yeah, he was having a problem getting residuals for his music to Space 1999 when it would air, where it would be on the air somewhere, and he asked me, would I please help him make a list of all the times and the channels that I remember it being on in America growing up. And I made a detailed list for him to send to him so he could have some ammo, along with a lot of other people he was talking about, to help get reimbursed. Apparently they shafted him, or it was a mistake. I don't know if it was intentional or not, or it was on purpose, but he was shorted a lot of residual money from the reruns back in the day.
Well, that's not good.
Yeah, and I thought that was an interesting topic for your show, since you're talking about Space 1999 and the music there. Yeah, it was really cool to help him do that, because I was a fan of his, and it felt like I was helping him out. Maybe I don't know whatever became of it, because after I talked to him for about 4 or 5 months, making lists and getting friends to say, hey, where did you watch the show? Getting in contact with him and kind of put that together. He passed away about a year after that, so I don't know whatever happened from that, but I was happy and glad to help him out on that. And he sent me, just to thank you, he sent me a 2 CD soundtrack of season 2 on CD, and the CDs are signed by him, and he designed a cover for them and sent them to me and everything, and it even included the music for the pilot, Day After Tomorrow, Beyond Infinity, for me as well.
Incredible. That's so great.
Which was great. Super nice guy. Seems very, very super nice and really talented. I've heard a lot of stuff that he's done outside Space 1999. I'm just a fan. I was a fan of his. I really was.
So was I, and I had a similar relationship to Keith Wilson, who designed the great sets of Moonbase Alpha. He attended a convention called Main Mission in the year 2000, Labor Day weekend in New York City in Manhattan. And we were partying in a hotel room, and he said, Chance, I'm going to send you some of my original sketches. He never did, but he said he was going to, and I gave him my address, and I kept checking that mailbox, but he never sent them, and unfortunately, he also passed away like Derek did.
Yeah, just to show that it was ahead of its time. It was along the lines of trying to be that realistic, futuristic look like 2001, which they really did. And a lot of people make fun of it, but I thought it was probably my favorite Jerry Anderson produced TV series of all time is Space 1999, and he did a lot that I liked.
Now, you're a fan of Star Trek The Motion Picture, and I thought that the costumes of the Enterprise crew in Star Trek The Motion Picture were very reminiscent of the Year 1 Space 1999 Alpha personnel outfits. Kind of pajama-like.
Yeah, they had that very soft, comfortable feel that you probably want to wear in space or whatever. I love the Wrath of Khan bomber, the Wrath of Khan monster jackets that they wore, the red ones, and the Wrath of Khan. They're beautiful, but they look very uncomfortable to try to run around and do things in and be practical or whatever. But that's an argument for another day. But yeah, I always liked motion picture costumes. I thought they were futuristic for the time, and the Admiral outfit that Kirk wore at the beginning was probably my favorite.
Yeah, and the cool thing was the motion picture did not have the bell bottoms that the 1999 outfits had by Rudy. I can't pronounce his last name. The designer of the costumes is a famous fashion designer, Rudy Garnrich or something. R-U-D-I.
Yes.
I can't pronounce his last name, but he was a very well-known, I think he was Italian, an Italian designer. But I love the sleeves in the 1999 outfits. The yellow sleeve was technically a technical person. The white sleeve was a medic. Purple sleeve was security. And the black sleeve, of course, was the one and only commander of the base. So, as Martin Landau once said, from, half a mile away, you could tell the designation, whoever was wearing that outfit. I don't know.
Which may have been an homage to Star Trek as well, because Star Trek was all color coordinated with their personnel, the whole shirt color. But season 2, to me, had a lot more, had a sense of humor to it, a little more sense of adventure, a little less seriousness, a little less coldness. First season was very cold. that they allowed Helena and Grinder Koenig to have more of a romantic relationship, which I thought worked out well since the actors were married anyway, and that was nice to see that. And Fred Freiberger produced season 2, as you well know. He's produced season 3 of Star Trek, and he also produced, I think, a couple of seasons of The Dukes of Hazzard, I think, for CBS and some other work on television. And he came in and just kind of gave the show a facelift, and I think he improved it some. I like both seasons, but they're both very different. Buck Rogers did that. Sometimes seasons will do that. They'll do a mid-season refresh, and it's almost like, hey, what happened? This show's unrecognizable from the last season, but not so much for Space 1999. The sets were there. Everything just kind of looked a little different. Eagles were still there. I think the show just got he toned it down, but ratcheted up a lot of things too. So I just thought it was great. I really did.
Yeah, and he gets a bad rap. They'll talk about retooling Dukes of Hazzard. How about when Coy and Vance came along? Talk about retooling during the actor strikes.
Yeah,
Tom Wopat.
I don't think they didn't have a choice with that. I think they did the best they did with the choice that they were faced with. But yeah, but it all got put back right, I guess, later, did it not?
It did. It sure did. And but Fred Freiberger also did the last season of Wild Wild West, but people love to trash him. He wrote some of the episodes that I like best as Charles Woodgrove. That was a pseudonym. But those were Fred Freiberger scripts. Space Warp, where Maya has a space fever and she's transforming into one terrible creature after another, destroying the Eagles and trying to get to her father and save him in a delirious state. I thought that was a good one. He wrote The Rules of Luton, which had great characterization of Martin Landau's character, losing his first wife in a supposed nuclear war in 1987. And he had additional characterization of Maya. Anyway.
Rules of Luton was the first episode I ever saw. When I was a kid, I started watching it. I said, "What is this on?" It was late at night. Channel 11 Alive, WXIA in Atlanta would show them after Saturday Night Live. That along with Star Trek, I think, and The Outer Limits would be syndicated at night. And at night, it was like I came upon it one night, and I'm like, "Wow!" And I had a channel called Channel 31 in Huntsville, Alabama, that would show it as well. So I discovered it through Rules of Luton, and I thought it hooked me. I was hooked. I'll never trash Fred Freiberger. I'll never trash him. I thought he did a good job.
I did too. Now, did you watch these first run, or were they already in syndicated reruns after Saturday Night Live? Because I remember. Go ahead.
No, I watched them in first run because I started watching them. I don't know what it was. It might have been the next year that they'd already been shown for a year. But I think I saw them on first run because I actually started watching season 2. So I thought they'd probably shown season 1 already. Now that I think about it, because I did not see season 1 first, I saw season 2 first.
Ah, well.
Just sneaking back up. You know, after I'm supposed to be in bed, even Saturday night when you're a kid, sometimes you weren't allowed to stay up even on Saturday night really late. But I'd sneak back up and go back into the living room and turn the TV on and watch them float around on the moon out of control.
I would do the same thing. That's so funny. I remember it came on in 76. The first one I saw was Brian the Brain. And we'll get to that, folks. Those that are novices to the show, I'm going to show you images from each and every episode in a bit. But I remember watching that. I think it was around 6 o'clock, and you had the ITC logo. And a lot of times I'd see the ITC logo, and it would be the doggone Muppet Show, which I also like, but I would prefer Space 1999 when I was a kid. And I'd see that spinning ribbon logo, which I played at the beginning of the show tonight. And I'd get all excited, and it was kind of a letdown when it would be the Muppet Show.
Yeah, you know, there was 3 or 4, probably 5 versions of the ITC logo. You probably could grab them and put them up sometime and check them out because they evolved. They started out in black and white in the 60s, but it was still that diamond-shaped words surrounded by the border. And later on in Space 1999 and the other shows, sometimes the ITC logo would come out in the center of the screen, and then at other times it would come out and go to the side and say it, and it would still be that green, blue spinning kaleidoscope of color. And every time I see ITC, I will always think of Space 1999, always.
Yeah, I will too, and I think it's a shame that and I understand the reasoning, of course. I mean, it's a business, but it's too bad they can't have the ITC logo in the current Blu-ray releases or the online releases or streaming releases like on Tubi TV.
Well, that's like when I'd see Thames Television Come on, I would think of Benny Hill every time. That bum 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 wah 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 wah. So you know the one I'm talking about,
Yeah,
right?
Thames logo,
Yeah.
Thames logo is the. I don't know if it's spelled or pronounced Thames or Thames, but yes, I know exactly what you mean.
It's T. It's yes. The river is pronounced with the T is a hard pronunciation. It's Thames Television. I found out it's the River Thames. They pronounce it that way in England. Yeah.
That's funny.
But
Just like they
Benny
say,
Hill every time. It was Benny Hill.
just like in England they say schedule instead of schedule. There's slight differences in our
Right.
language.
Yeah. And you know they always shared technology and props and stuff because a lot of the computer props and the flashy lights in the background of a UFO, Jerry Anderson's UFO, were used on the Muppet Show and Pigs in Space. They had that stuff.
I forgot all about that.
You ever
Pigs in
watch it?
Space.
Yeah, if you ever watch that, you'll see them in the background. And I don't know whether you remember in the first season of Space 1999, they had these little lamps that were white. And they would come up and shine down, but they didn't use them much in season 2. But you know the ones I'm talking about, the little white
Yep.
plastic lights that would stick up.
100%.
They were all over. They were all over Drax's space station and Moonraker as well.
Yep. Those little lamps. Yeah, I remember very
Yeah.
well. I love seeing that.
All in England. All filmed in Pinewood over there in England.
You know what kind of makes me sad? We both like Superman the movie a lot, but it kind of makes me sad that a lot of the sets, like the Lex Luthor's lair, was Moonbase Alpha's main mission set or command center set, just repurposed that soundstage.
Yeah.
You know, it just makes me
Yeah, a
kind of
lot of-
sad, especially if it was
Well,
like
a
the.
lot of
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, and a lot of the sound effects in Superman and Supergirl were for all Salkind produced and filmed over there as well. The Omega Hedron that the device that Selena uses in Supergirl, that's a well-known sound effect from Space 1999. You hear all these things, you hear them a lot, and when they're used in other movies and stuff, you're like, oh, I know what that's from. That's from Space 1999. I know that sound, or that explosion noise was used in Thunderbirds and Space 1999 and this James Bond movie. So I think that people say, you watch movies too much to recognize that. I'm like, yeah, I probably do, but, it's a fact. I can't help it.
That's right. And that sound effect of, I can't do it, but that's that sound of like a laser, or like in Mission of the Darians. This is very technical. I'm sorry for the novices out there, but there's an episode, Mission of the Darians, and these guys had like space flashlights, if you will, and it made that same sound effect I heard in Supergirl. Anyway.
Hopefully they won't be novices if they're listening about Space 1999. Hopefully this will lead people to go check it out if they've never seen the show, because if you just remember, it's a product of its time. I mean, the first season of Space 1999 was actually started filming, from what I understand, in 74, 3. And it was a long time before they got the first few episodes syndicated. That's why everything really looks bell bottoms in 70s. But just take it for what it is. Helena's medical center in season 2, to this day, right now, if you just replaced her computer, her little black and white computer screens with color updated medical screens they use today, to me it still looks like something from today in the year 2024 that we've got today in a medical center or a hospital that you can go to. It still looks great.
I agree. It's very believable, and the special effects still hold up for the most part. Some don't, like the asteroids that Brian Johnson did for the Mark of Arcanon, which they called meteorites. They're supposed to be asteroids. They called them meteorites, just like they called black holes black suns. No big deal. I'm just being picky. But he did a really bad job, not to be negative, with that particular effect. That was a rare instance where it wasn't, could have been the budget, but then he rebounded with The Empire Strikes Back when he did that fantastic asteroid field that the Millennium Falcon was dodging. So.
Yeah, but for at the time, and when I was the 11-year-old kid watching it, I didn't see anything like that. I just saw a great show with fantastic effects, and I bought them. I thought they were asteroids when I watched it, and I thought it was great. So I know people that can't watch an old movie like King Kong because it's in black and white. And I'm like, well, when you put restrictions on shows where you're like, oh, I can't watch this show. I can't watch The $6 Million Man because he's using a big giant phone in his car. We have cell phones now. I'm like, well, if you're going to do that, and I know people that do that, if you're going to do that and not remember the era you're watching a show in, you're going to be disappointed by a lot of things. Because I got news for you, kids. 30 years from now, they're going to be making fun of what you're watching right now. So get ready for it.
You got that right. Very well stated, Barry King, BK. That's great.
Yeah.
That's awesome. And you've been helping me as we're talking. I'm listening 100%, but I'm uploading images that I took. I took like 200 photos today of some Space 1999 items in my collection. I'm going to share with everybody. So I appreciate this call very much. Keep going, unless you got to run, because I'm enjoying hearing everything you're saying.
No, that's fine. I'm gonna run. I just thought I'd check in because I wanted to tell you that thing about Derek Wadsworth, a great guy that was a great music composer and a producer and arranger. And I loved being able to correspond and talk with him in England and help him out and let him know how much a lot of us liked his music on Space 1999.
Real quick, how did that relationship begin? Did you write him or what? How did that come about?
Well, it came down from searching for some season 2 music, which at the time they had never released. There had been an official LP release of Barry Gray's score for season 1 and a lot of other stuff. Barry Gray was in the legendary British composer that worked for Jerry Anderson quite a bit, and he had a lot of catalogs of work. You know, Thunderbirds, the Stingray, all that stuff. The Joe 90, first season of Space 1999, UFO. A lot of his stuff been released, but Derek Wadsworth didn't have anything out. So I was just asking, you know, and I found some contact information and started speaking with him. I think through his manager first. Or a representative first, and then they actually got him in contact with me via email, and eventually on the telephone, and just was talking to him, and I said, you know, I wish there's a release of your season 2 of Space 1999 music, and he goes, well, you're so nice to say that, and blah blah blah, and he goes, I want to mix you a CD of all of it, and autograph them, and I'll send them to you, and that's when he told me he would like some help with the documenting when the show was on in America to let him know, because he didn't know. He didn't live in America, so he didn't know when it was on or what channels it was on. And it was just from interest in the music. And then lo and behold, not too much longer after that, the official release was made of season 2 music. And then later on, they released a bigger and better disc release of it in stereo and in great sound as well. So it's very coveted. Mine that I've got is. I love having it. Plus the Day After Tomorrow, Into Infinity, the pilot with Nick Tate and Brian Blessed, which was produced during Space 1999 was on. It was never picked up as a show, but it was played as an ABC after school special or something. They aired it once on ABC television for kids. And it's an interesting thing because it's got a lot of Space 1999 reused sound effects and some models and music and stuff like that. And Derek does the music for it. So I got the extra disc of some of that music on there too. So that's where it stemmed from, basically.
Very interesting, and that was probably in the days when long distance still cost money, before the iPhone changed everything domestically. Anyway, did you ever hear his voice? Did you ever communicate audibly with Derek, or was it all through email or?
Yeah, I talked to him once on the phone, only once.
Oh, that would have been cool. I don't think I've ever heard an interview with him. Oh, yes, I did. In a documentary called The Space 1999 Documentary, produced in 1996 by Fanderson. He was interviewed. That's right. I just remembered. I should have pulled that clip.
Yeah. Well, it was fun to be able to let him know and stuff, and it's always fun when we get to contact someone whose work we admire, and he was one of them, along with a lot of others.
Amen, brother. Well, I will be listening to your show tomorrow, 10 a.m. to noon Eastern Time. Anybody can hear your show via your new app, the WBHF application. Free app on your phone.
Thanks, and I will talk to you soon.
Okay. Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Barry King. Very cool, and a very knowledgeable fellow about the show, as you could hear in that call. Chat, I'm going to get to the comments. I promise. Why don't I just check in now and do that? Thanks to Barry, I could upload a lot of comments. Let me acknowledge some folks. Of course, our dear Sarah in Southern California is here. Brandon Priest Garbage Truck Videos is here on YouTube. Let me go back to the top. There's like 106 comments. Hey to Lance. No, not after what happened on Thrash Pondo Pond. We don't need to go to Thrash Pondo Ponds' YouTube channel. And Brandon Priest Garbage Truck Videos, whom I already acknowledged, says, Chance, I wish you good luck with a 4-leaf clover, that your stream will not get taken down while this stream is going. Thank you for that. Jim's camera at dawn is here. He says, greetings, everyone. Greetings to you. And I'm sorry about the glare in the background on some of my items, those that are watching. Sorry, listeners. Just hit the YouTube channel, The Nostalgic Podblast. I sound like a parrot or a broken record skipping, repeating the same thing again and again. But if you want to see, and I've got a lot of great video coming up and some really nice photos I took of stuff in my collection pertaining to Space 1999. Again, no game show content tonight. We're not going to remember any game show legends. I know I said 2 weeks ago, I didn't do a show last week. I've been so busy that I would talk about Ray Combs, the second host of Family Feud, and his sad story. But we're going to skip that. This is all about Space 1999 and some comic books. I'm going to show some cool comic book covers at the very end of the show. Hello to Skelly Ton YouTube channel. I'll be popping in and out working. Okay, well, thanks. Thanks for being here when you can. And then to that, Jim said back to Skeleton, we'll pop away. And let's see. MyFlox points out that the correspondence email address for this show, The Nostalgic Podblast, is goldr3@aol.com for feedback or if you win prizes. That's right. Everyone's received their prizes by now. I got confirmation. People wrote me back thanking me for their prizes when we did our trivia contest. But goldr3 is spelled GOLDAR, number 3, goldr3. 3 is in the number 3, goldr3@aol.com. You've got mail. Can you believe I still have an AOL address? That's an old one I established way back in the 1990s. Let me just continue on, folks, with the comments. I'm sorry, listeners, bear with me. I cannot stop sweating, says Brandon. That's how warm it is where I am in Canada. On Facebook, someone says, I remember that show. I'll go on Facebook to identify who that is on the air. I appreciate you being there. I don't know if it's Jerry Dobson of Nostalgia World on Facebook, but I'll find out in a little bit. And Brandon tells me, Chance, you dare not do that creepy laugh tonight. Okay. I won't. Hi to Brain Bender's Banter, who has a big birthday coming up. I'm going to try to be a part of it. I'm going to a comedy show, Jim Gossett Comedy, tomorrow night at the Coastal Bar and Grill in Roswell, Georgia, with a lot of friends. I have a table of 4 friends that are coming, including, I don't know if they want me to mention this. Maybe I shouldn't, but I have some really great people that are going to be joining me at my table. And again, if you tuned in late, the reason I'm talking 1999 is there is a live stream that's been going on since April 10th. The original stream ended yesterday, but they started a new one up, and it's an official stream of Space 1999 from Shout Studios. That's the YouTube channel, Shout Studios. I didn't check to see if they are now streaming the US version. They were streaming the UK PAL, P-A-L version of Space 1999 on Blu-ray, which is time compressed and slightly sped up, frames per second. So the actors' voices don't quite sound right. The music doesn't quite sound right. And I, in the chat, said, I wish they would switch to the other feed. Maybe that's why they stopped it and restarted it. I have not checked to see if maybe they did the NTSC US and Canadian and Japanese feed, which is in the normal frames per second that we're all used to. Facebook viewer says, what do you think was the worst science fiction show? Oh, are you implying it was Space 1999? You know, that is a tough question. Are you talking strictly television? What do you think, chat? What is the worst science fiction television show? He said show. This person, he or she said show. So I'm going to assume that's not a motion picture cinema release. We're just talking television. I have one, but I'm going to wait and see what you think. But it's definitely not Space 1999, because that was a great, great show. Top-notch production value, big budget, great special effects, great music, great acting, good stuff. Even though the premise was unbelievable, a lot of people never watched the show or gave it a shot because they thought, how preposterous, the moon can't leave the Earth orbit, even if there was a nuclear explosion. Well, you have to suspend your disbelief. with all the Marvel stuff that you have today, with any movie, Aliens going back to 1986. I mean, come on, man. I mean, oh, I sound like an idiot. Come on, be real. Be real. I mean, you have to suspend your disbelief with these shows. And again, Brain Bender's Banter, happy early birthday to you, ma'am. I appreciate you being here very much, and I love your channel. Hang on, let me get back to the program. I don't want anyone to feel left out. Oh my gosh, there's so many comments. Let me, let's see here. Oh, people are saying hi to each other. It's so hard to do this by yourself. I need a co-host. Sarah, I wish you lived in Georgia, not in Southern California. I'd have you right here by my side in a chair. Sometimes I need a co-host. It's hard to do the chat. Let me just get it. Okay, Facebook. A Facebooker says, I feel that your show goes way too long. Well, I'm going to try to keep it under 2 hours, as I said at the beginning of tonight's Podblast. It does go too long. Nobody has the time to watch a movie that's 3, 4, 5, or 6 hours. So why would I expect anyone to? Of course, you can listen in stages. That's a great thing about a podcast or a YouTube video is you can stop and start it. And what I do try to do, Facebooker, is I try to have after the fact some cue marks so you can get right to what you're interested in. If I talk about multiple subjects or there's different aspects of that subject I'm covering that you might be interested in, interview with Martin Landau, bam, go to this mark. On the YouTube side and in the audio side on Apple, I put the cue marks to help with that. So you can stop when you're tired of the show and pick up if you want to continue. But this is a jam-packed show. I'm just saying, if you want to learn about the show or if you like the show, I try to make it worth your time. But I agree, I'm going to get better about not having such a long show. That's why there's movies that have been over 4 hours in length, and they're cut into part 1 and part 2, like the latest Mission Impossible movies, for instance. They did that with the Twilight movies. They filmed Back to the Future 2 and 3 at the same time back in the 80s and released them a year apart. Avengers Endgame and Avengers, what was part 1 of that? The Chalice, you know what I'm saying? Endgame was part 2 of a 5 or 6 hour movie. Infinity War, I think it was Infinity War was part 1 of Endgame. Yeah. So yeah, I hear you. Let's see here. Sarah, I'm going to send you the link in a little bit. I'm just busy when I play a clip. All right. Someone on Facebook says, I hope when you get back to talking game shows, you talk about Press Your Luck, because that host died. Yes, Peter is in the queue right after Ray comes. So in 2 weeks, I'm sorry, I'm not talking game shows this week. I apologize. I'll be back to game shows next week. So I'm not going to share this show in any of the game show Facebook groups because there's not anything in it for people specifically that only care about game show hosts and game shows and classic game shows. So sorry about that. But if you like outer space or science fiction, check out Space 1999's official stream on Shout Studios. I think you'll really like it. Sarah, you wouldn't know. I wish someone could check and let me know if it is the NTSC feed of 1999. That must be possibly the reason they stopped and started. Oh, look at this. You also had Buck Rogers. Yep, Facebooker. Now, listeners, I know this is terrible audio. Speaking of, I have a nice autographed picture of Gil Gerard with Aaron Gray. I just saw it. Where the heck are you, my little friend? If I can't find it quickly and without trashing my stuff, then I'm going to abort trying to find it. Oh, crud. I had it right here. Golly, where was it? I had it right here. But I got all these collectibles. Oh, wait. Bear with me. Here it is. I found it. I'm glad I didn't give up. Let me switch cameras, or I'll just put it there. There's Gil Gerard and Aaron Gray, since you mentioned Buck Rogers. And Gil Gerard lives right here in the state of Georgia. Last I heard, he lives in the Douglasville, Georgia area, which is on the west part of the metro Atlanta area. Continuing with the comments, and we'll get back to clips and Space 1999 trivia. Let's see. Chance, you didn't go to college. Oh, you wise ass. Brandon loves to push my buttons. Whether it's my laugh. Oh, yeah, and there's the call-in number, which Barry King of BK on the Air used to call in, 770-438-1050. It's the coffee. I just burped. I'm not on booze. I haven't had a drink in a long time. 770-438-1050 is a call-in number if you want to talk about Space 1999. Jerry Dobson, Nostalgia World, are you out there? I bet you know all about this show. I'd love to hear your expert opinion. And, of course, this show will air on Fistful of Radio out of Atlanta. It streams out of Atlanta on fistfulofradio.com. Jim's Camera at Dawn says, UFO, great show. Now, Sarah, you've got to check that out. But first things first, one thing at a time, Space 1999 is the show you should see first. But UFO is a very good show, very deep, very violent. And it even has Beatles music on occasion. The song Get Back, the real version. Probably why you won't see it streaming on Pluto, or they'll have to do something about removing that Beatles track from a party scene. And that was when the song was new. In 1970. What was your favorite science fiction show? Facebooker asks. Oh, God. It's such a tie for me between classic Star Trek and Space 1999. If you're asking me, I mean, there's not even a contest, really. I mean, it's almost like I got to flip a coin because the special effects were so much better in Space 1999 than classic Trek. But classic Trek, I think the characters were better. And I don't know. I just like both. I mean, it's kind of like picking your favorite child. I mean, you can't really do it. Let's see here. I remember the toy of the ship. Now, he's talking about Space 1999, someone on Facebook. The Eagle transport. Let me switch cameras so you can see it a little bit better. And this is the dinky version. That's what she said. Easy, obvious, stupid, cheesy joke. But the toy manufacturer of this was Dinky Toys, and they made USS Enterprise, Star Trek. These are hard die-cast metals and plastic. It's a very heavy, heavy toy. And then there was a giant Mattel-produced plastic Eagle transport that was white. Now, on the show, you didn't have this color scheme. But this looks kind of like military colors to me, right? Like Army colors. Maybe that was the logic, but it's a really nice... And the cargo section can be released. And that's what it looks like. But, yeah, so there you go, Facebooker. And I will log, like I said, I'm going to log on to Facebook when I play a clip so I can mention the names of the folks that are commenting and participating on Facebook Live. And I need to check my X, too, because someone on X might be Xing me. Is that what they call tweeting me these days? Xing me? Sounds stupid. All right. Oh, God, I got the giggles. I got it from Sarah, my flock. God, there's just so many comments. Hello to mid-size Sasquatch. Let me just scan through. Facebooker. This show did not get the proper amount of love here in the U.S., in my opinion. Of course, no, you're right. It did not. It didn't. And there were a lot of people that compared it unfairly to Star Trek. I do remember my friend John David, his parents watched it. And his dad was an executive with AT&T, a fine family, and they watched it. And these weren't like just typical sci-fi type people, but I remember they watched it and they loved season 2 best because it was more colorful. They said it was more colorful than Star Trek. I remember that when I was a teenager, spend the night at John David's house, and the subject, this is in the 80s. So it was long after the show ended, which ended its first run syndication in 1977, the year Star Wars was released. And I remember them just, the subject came up, I think, John David, my buddy, and I brought it up, and they said, oh, I love the colors in that show. It was more colorful than Star Trek. I don't know why that just stuck with me, but it did. Hello to Cursed Zero. Let's see. Somebody's wanting a wrench on YouTube. Hello, Nostalgic Podblast. Hello, my flock. Hello, mid-sized Sasquatch. I just wanted to get a ticket and show my support for the Nostalgic Podblast. Also, no need to wrench me. I'd rather not deal with it. Okay, cool. I totally misunderstood. I apologize. You wanted quite the opposite. Thanks for everything you do, Nostalgic Podblast. Hey, thanks for being there. I do it for you. I'm not making any money off this. This is just through love of what I'm talking about, and for everyone that cares to watch. I really appreciate the support. Thank you. Let's see here. At Nostalgic Podblast, I'm in the process of watching the chronologically correct order of Star Trek, which made it. We've made it. I can't read. We've made it to near the end of season 3. Now, I hope you mean production order, right? That's got to be what you mean, because MeTV and Paramount Plus goes by the NBC aired order of Star Trek. Same with Space 1999 on Tubi TV and IMDb. It's not the correct order. It's the syndicated order, and the Star Trek is in the NBC aired order, and that was out of order for various reasons. Like sometimes an executive would pick an episode for the season premiere, like some idiot picked Spock's brain to kick off season 3 of Star Trek, which was one of the worst episodes of the entire series of the original Star Trek. Other times it would be when special effects were completed. And it is important to watch the episodes in order, especially we've already talked to death about Yeoman Janice Rand. I won't go there again, but she would appear, then not appear, and appear, and not appear in the aired order versus the production order. Let's see here. The comments. Cursed Zero also says, we watch the Archer era and a lot of things in between before we even got to Kirk. Smirks. It's quite the ride, and I prefer it this way, honestly. Well, good on you. Oh, and someone on Facebook says, hello, BK brother. I need to see who that is on Facebook. I'm very curious. I'll get on there in a sec. Cursed Zero says, I think it'll make more sense when we get to Picard, and I know what has happened. Well, good on you for going back to the original, the source material. Classic Star Trek, the original series, otherwise known as Star Trek TOS, the original series. Hello to Woo Riders DG, checking in. Appreciate you very much. And I'm almost done with the comments here. Brandon says, I'm just having a coffee and a donut from a cafe here where I live. Well, I'm just having coffee, no donut, in my Space 1999 20th anniversary mug from the year 1995. And it lists the episodes in production order, both year 1. I know you can't really see that clearly. There's a terrible glare. And year 2 on the other side. I just love this mug. So I'm having coffee as well. Started a little early tonight for the live viewers because I have a lot going on Saturday. We'll just leave it at that. And I tend to stay up too late when I've done a show. I like to go back and see how the clips played afterwards, and I wind up staying up way too late. Brandon, I know. O.J. Simpson died. We talked about it. I appreciate the update. But are you living in a time warp, son? I mean, everybody knows that. That was a couple weeks ago, my brother. But thanks for letting us know. My apology if that was inappropriate. No, it's just off topic, but it's not inappropriate. The juice is not loose anymore. He done evaporated. What he done? OJ done evaporated. Let's see. Good Lord, listeners, I beg for your forgiveness. This is such bad audio content. Jim's camera at Dawn says, as long as the content is good, who cares about the time? Meaning 4 hours, 5 hours. Yeah, because you can stop and restart. But I listen to any criticisms. I consider it constructive criticism unless it's an obvious troll. That's a different story. Brandon says, Chance, who's Buck Rogers? Sorry, only 30 years old. Well, my gosh, go back to the movie serials. That was one of George Lucas's influences, along with Flash Gordon and the Lost in Space original television show. Dr. Smith was C-3PO in many aspects. Wait for me! If you watch classic Lost in Space, you'll hear things that Dr. Smith says that C-3PO also said with the same tonal quality, the same everything. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Yeah, my flock puts the or almost caught up. Just look up, Google Buck Rogers. He's at Captain William Buck Rogers is frozen in space on a mission. It was a rocket ship in the beginning. Then when the TV show came along, first as a theatrical release a few months before it debuted on NBC, it was a space shuttle. and he's frozen, and he's revived 500 years into the future. So that's the premise of the show, and it was pretty damn good. Do you ever heard of Different Strokes? Arnold was on Buck Rogers. Yeah, Gary Coleman. He was one of the guest stars. Played a whiz kid. And you had a little robot, Twiggy. Can't do it anymore. And it was played by the guy who was the original Cousin It in the Addams Family, Felix. Anyway, there was that. Let me get him again on here. Let's see. Jim's camera at dawn said the original Buck Rogers spaceship looked a lot like the space shuttle. Yes. That's what I was just saying. Yep. The Enterprise, I might add. The first NASA space shuttle was named the Enterprise, and the original Star Trek actors were there for the launch. It's pretty exciting. Did you know that? So it's funny how life imitates art and art imitates life, I think. And there also was a dirty movie parody of both Flash Gordon and Buck Rogers. I won't go there, family show, but there's Flash Gordon. I won't. Okay. Family show. All right. Thanks for the blast chance. Says Brain Bender's Banter. Yeah, and I'm gonna be there as long as I can for your birthday blowout tomorrow on your fine YouTube channel. She's got like over 35,000 subscribers. That is great. Nice custom watermark on your stream, Chant, says Brandon. I don't know what that means. Is it my logo? I don't know. And to you, Brandon, Sarah in Southern California says, is OJ still dead? And Jim's camera at dawn says, this just in, OJ is still deceased. Film at 11. Have no fear. The Dean of Nostalgia World is here. It's Jerry Dobson. Jerry with a G, just like Jerry Anderson. The creator, co-creator of Space 1999 and UFO. Why am I pointing? It's impolite to point. If you want to call in, Jerry, to talk Space 1999 or UFO, the number 770-438-1050. I'll put it up on the screen here, and we'll get rolling. That's the main topic. Cooking with Silence, I believe in California State, says, Chance, I got those grease cards from the contest in the mail. Those 2 Batman cards are a trip. Yeah, I threw in a couple of Batman cards. I'm glad they got there. They should still be in mint condition, I hope. Grease, meaning the movie Grease, starring Olivia Newton-John and John Travolta, a Paramount release from 1978. But yeah, Jerry, Jerry. Let me find that phone number. I just saw it. There's the call-in number, Jerry. 770-438-1050. Listeners and viewers alike. Anybody who wants to chime in, but we want to limit the conversation to Space 1999 or UFO, the Jerry Anderson UFO, not Project UFO. I'm talking specifically Jerry Anderson's UFO. Now, back to the actual show here. I showed you, that's our thumbnail image for tonight, which was, this is the double truck, little centerfold of this promotional piece announcing Space 1999. Now, let me say this. Now, Barry and I were talking about the caller, Barry King of BK on the Air, about the differences between year 1 and year 2. And a lot of people love to bash year 2, and Fred Freiberger, who was the executive producer brought on to handle year 2 of Space 1999. He wrote 3 episodes too, as Charles Woodgrove. But I thought year 1, like Barry said, it was like 2001: A Space Odyssey. Even the title of the show. Remember, it was 2001, A Space Odyssey. What do you have here? Space, 1999. The outfits, the gray pajama outfits looked a lot like the outfits in 2001, A Space Odyssey, or 2001, A Space Odyssey, as did the spacesuits, the orange spacesuits in Space 1999. I mean, it was kind of a direct rip off. And you had the talking computer in Space 1999 and Main Mission. I'll play a clip later explaining that to new viewers of the show for those that have not seen the show. There's the back 2 pieces of that promotional piece. I just love that. And I got that from a library. So I know I'm just going to show these images and get back on track. There's the soundtrack, the rare release in 2000 by Fanderson, double CD, year 2 Space 1999 soundtrack of Derek Wadsworth music. There it is. And that's where we left off. So now we're going to talk about the episodes one by one. out of this. This is my Alpha Moonbase technical notebook. Starlog magazine offered this, and it cost a pretty penny back in 1977 when it was released, before the show was canceled. I think it was $10. Cooking with Silences, that's amazing. Mint condition for sure. Meaning the cards. Team Chance, yes. Darling, I'm going to be there for your birthday one way. I don't know if I'll be on camera, but because I got so much, I have a packed Saturday. But I will be there in the chat for sure. And for the replay, 100%. Now here's the inside of this part of it. Look at the inside of that technical manual. Sorry, listeners. You got to check out the Nostalgic Podblast YouTube Space 1999. Look for the yellow press release. There's a lot of yellow in the background. You'll know you're in the right spot. And we're at the 1 hour, 5 minute, 46 second mark. So there's the opening page, and it was a nice hardbound with punch hole pages with a binder. And look at this. I'm not going to show you everything, but there's the stun gun. I love the blueprint of the Space 1999 wraparound stun gun. And I'm convinced that staple guns were based on this prop, ray gun, if you will, from the show. Because I never saw a staple gun that looked like that until the 1980s. And Space 1999 went off the air in terms of new production in 1977. And I like this, the laser cannon. I intended to mention this to Barry when he called in. Another improvement of year 2 was the introduction of the laser cannon. It just made sense. Now, they had a shield in year 1 that Professor Victor Bergman, played by Barry Morse, who was Lieutenant Philip Gerard in The Fugitive prior to Space 1999, he devised in the episode Black Sun, which was the 3rd episode in production order. We'll talk about it in a minute. But I thought the laser cannon was a smart move that Fred Freiberger devised, an improvement. And they also made the command center version of main mission more compact. It looked like it was underground. It was more strategic in design. Now here is, for those that are watching on television, if you can read that, those are the basic cast and crew credits of year 1 of Space 1999. Now let's talk about the show, and I'm going to play some clips. I'm going to show you the pages from this. I love this. This is an episode guide in production order. There is a discrepancy when we get to year 2 between my coffee mug and this book. And the Blu-rays go by the coffee mug. It's just a slight discrepancy. And I'm going by this Starlog magazine because it went by the production codes and production numbers of the episodes. So I'm going to consider this like the gospel, what you're going to see right now. So the first episode was titled Breakaway. This is where the moon is blown out of Earth orbit. What's wild is Barry talked about first seeing the show on WXIA 11 Alive, which was an ABC affiliate at that time. It switched to NBC, which is what it is now, in the late 1970s. But I also saw it on WVEU TV 69, which was an independent television station. It's still around. It's a CW station now, but it was an independent. They started by playing music videos in 1983. When it first launched, it was just playing, just like MTV, nonstop music videos. Then it showed syndicated programs of older shows like Space 1999. Here's the crazy thing. They never played the first episode because 8 episodes, as I mentioned at the beginning of the show, in case you tuned in late, 8 episodes, key episodes, mind you, were removed from the rerun package and re-edited as 2-hour movies, starting with the only 2-parter, Destination Moonbase Alpha. I'm going to play those trailers in a little bit to all 4 of those movies. So when I first watched this show on WVEU, the first episode I saw was the 4th episode in production order. But can you imagine being a new viewer, and it ran from 1985 to 1988 on WVEU TV 69, family show, no jokes. That's the actual call letter number in that station. You never saw the first episode. You never saw the episode. Oh, geez, I can't take this call. You never saw the first episode with Maya. That was another one. You never saw the 2-parter. You never saw the Black Sun episode. We'll get to it in a minute. And you never saw, we'll just get to it. All right, so let's talk about the pilot. It was effects laden. It was just fantastic. It was filmed in 1973, as Barry said. Most of the show was filmed in 1974 for season 1. And we're talking the whole year. It's not like an American television show where there's a summer hiatus. No, they filmed all year long. There were 24 episodes per season of Space 1999. So Breakaway, let me see. I actually have pulled some images. I want to show you. I have a 16 millimeter film reel of Breakaway. Our friend Al Hardy, part-time co-host, actually helped me save this print. It was starting to smell like vinegar, and he treated it, and it doesn't smell like vinegar anymore. It's not warped. It runs great, but that has the ITC logo intact. Look at the side of it. Breakaway. I just love that handwriting. I got this from a guy in Missouri State back in 2011, and he didn't know it was the first episode. And what I think is neat is that is the episode withheld from syndication in the 80s by ITC Entertainment that never aired on WVEU. So I like having that because the episodes that aired on WVEU were from film. They weren't from the 35 millimeter remastered elements like the Laserdisc score of 1990. We'll get to it in a second. I know this is very, very technical. So, yeah, the first episode, Breakaway, was just, it set the stage. You've got to see it. And what I liked about year 1 is it did have some horror elements, and year 2 did too. But there was more horror and actually gore in season 1 of Space 1999. Now, there is a major blooper right before the opening credits of year 1. All these people that are snobs against year 2 of Space 1999, riddle me this. Why is it that no one caught the visor flipping open when an Alphan who has a radiation poisoning, it turns out, he goes berserk, and they're on the surface of the moon in their spacesuits, and he fights another astronaut, picks him up with like superhuman strength and hurls him. Actually, I think it's because there's no gravity. I don't think he would have to be strong. Anyway, I don't think it's established he's super strong. He's just crazy. And he attacks his fellow Alphan in a spacesuit, picks him up and throws him. And when he throws him, his visor flips open. It would have been instant death. And I can't believe no one on the set caught that. No continuity person caught that. So listen, all these people that think that season 1 is just holier than thou, I got some real stinkers we're going to talk about in year 1, including the very second episode, A Matter of Balance. That introduced the first husband of Dr. Helena Russell. Yo, I'm on the air, and I can't take your crazy call. Sorry. So Matter of Life and Death, that was the first episode in the 1980s rerun packaged by WVEU TV 69, and it's a stinker. It doesn't make any sense. I'm going to have to block this person. I swear I've made it clear, and she just wants to try to throw me off. I swear, gosh, I'm going to put some... Oh, never mind. Let me take a breath here. Let me breathe. If you're watching, you better stop. I'm going to put your text messages on the screen on the air, and I will expose you for being a psychopath. Sorry. All right. You better quit calling. So, Matter of Life and Death had a great score by Barry Gray, as did Breakaway, but it's just a bad episode, and I'll leave it at that. It's a bad episode. It shows an alternate reality. Several of the main characters die, but not really. The moon explodes, but not really. It's a horrible script, and the guy who wrote it is actually a good writer on the show. I'm blocking this person. I'm not going to lose my temper. I'm not going to lose my temper. Let's just move on. There's episode 3 and 4. I said I'd be brief with these. The Black Sun, what they meant was black hole. Alpha goes through a black hole. This was one of the episodes also edited as a television movie, Journey Through the Black Sun. And then Ring Around the Moon, which was another stinker. That was the 4th episode produced. Barry Gray had a different musical score in that one. It was the same man, same composer, but it just sounded really different, the music. It didn't sound like an orchestra. It was more experimental, and there were some rock elements, and that was one of the soundtracks that was put on the record album. By the way, yeah, I pulled the images of the record while Barry was talking. That's the original record album from 1975. And I got this at the Atlanta Fantasy Fair with my friend Jeff Logan. His parents drove us. I didn't have a driver's license yet. And I got that, and I got the box of the cards. the Donruss cards at that particular convention, along with a bunch of comic books. But look at the inside, though. Look at that cool gatefold. That is really, really cool, I think. And by the way, anyone that's watching, on the right side, upper left of the right column, next to the eagle getting struck by electromagnetic lightning, that's an image from Matter of Life and Death, the second produced episode. But I think that's really cool. And then there's the back cover of that record album. And it was a cutout. Anyone that's watching can see. Don't you hate it when you might get a good price on a record that has a cutout, but it just sucks when that happens. Now, I swear this person that's calling me is really pushing it, and I'm going to do something I'm going to regret probably, and she'll regret it too. I'm going to out who she is, and I'm going to out her family, and I'm going to out the fact she's a psycho if she doesn't stop. The nostalgic Podblast, you're on the air.
Chance, just leave me on hold so nobody else can call you.
Oh, she's calling my cell, but I appreciate it, brother.
Okay.
And I have caller ID anyway on this particular show line, but I do appreciate that.
No problem.
Thank you, brother. Okay, so that's the record album. Now let's continue on with the episode guide, and then we got, oh my God, that's calling my cell phone again. I'm going to play a clip, and I'm going to take that call, and I'm going to get this matter handled. I might as well play a little bit of the original opening, which I meant to do. I got thrown off by the phone call. When the show first aired, the first episode in September 1975, there was a special introduction by Martin Landau and Barbara Bain. I'm going to play that for you now. Very rare. I hope this doesn't get the show thrown off the air. We will see. Let me see. Where is that? Breathe. I know it's here. I just saw it. I may not have uploaded it. Let me upload it now really quickly. No, I'm going to do this. I'm going to show you alternate opening credits to Matter of Life and Death, the second episode, because I have that right here. The quality's not great, but check out these animated. These weren't used. They aired in Canada, actually, Brandon, back in the day, originally, but these are pretty interesting and pretty rare. I have these in better quality in my collection, but this is what I found on YouTube from another fan channel. Watch this. Oh, and notice the fonts are different for the credits. I just like this opening. It's so different. Am I still here? Am I still on the air? Oh my gosh, it worked. I got it on. That's what she said, and I'm getting calls. I'm going to turn the phone off. That's what I'm going to do. I can't get text now, so anyone that wants to text me, but that's what I was going to use to send Sarah the link. I better do that, and I'm going to turn the damn phone off. Here's the end credits of that same episode, Matter of Life and Death, alternate version with the animated graphics. And there's the ITC logo. One of the different ones and the variations that Barry King, Big K in the Air, mentioned when he called in. And that typically was the one that you just saw that was used before UFO. Now, I did find the introduction of Martin Landau and Barbara Bain. Let's go back to September 1975 and play their special introduction to the very first episode of Space 1999. Again, this was filmed in 1973, this pilot, and then the rest of the episodes were filmed in 1974. It took a lot of post-production to get them ready to air worldwide, which they did. And this show was big in Italy and other parts around the world. But they couldn't find a network in the USA. So it went into first-run syndication, and it did really well in the beginning. I swear to God, I'm going. Hey, thanks for trying to ruin my show. This is Samantha Livingston. Do you want me to say who your daddy is? I swear to God, she's mental. All right. Let me play that intro now.
You knew that that area was suspect. You knew that it had already affected the 2 probe astronauts and the Eagle shuttle pilot in some way. And yet you went right out there yourself. We're looking for answers, Commander. Not heroes.
Now wake up, Commissioner. If this goes wrong, there won't be anybody to issue a communique. There will be no survivors.
Ladies and gentlemen, Martin Landau and Barbara Bain.
Good evening, and welcome to the premiere of Space 1999.
Our new series will be broadcast right here on Channel 4 on Saturday evenings at 7. Tonight you'll see the first episode entitled Breakaway.
We've come a long way since the days of orbiting satellites. We've walked on the moon and just recently completed the first international space project.
Right. And in Space 1999, Moonbase Alpha has been established on the lunar surface. It is manned by 311 men and women representing all the nations of the world.
We'll be back to tell you more about Space 1999 at the close of tonight's program, Episode 1, Breakaway.
Come with us to Moonbase Alpha.
Barrier, and we should be ready to start Dr. Russell's manual check on the radiation seals in a couple of minutes.
All right, Nordstrom. We're watching you closely.
What do you think about that? Now, the quality wasn't great, and the stream didn't go down. Thank gosh, but I thought that was pretty cool. By the way, I've turned my phone off so I won't have any more interruptions, and I've taken a deep breath, had a piece of candy. I'm fine, folks. So, I want to play now a clip of, should I do this now? I guess I will. We're talking about the early episodes. I'm going to play a trailer to this isn't the first TV movie of the 4 TV movies, which represents 8 episodes that were taken from syndication in the 80s. The first one was Destination Moonbase Alpha from season 2. We're not there yet. We're talking about season 1. So I'm going to play the trailer to Alien Attack. What was interesting about this, it was the first episode, Breakaway, and an episode called War Games. 2 key great episodes that I never saw on TV 69. But here in Atlanta, WATL Channel 36, another independent station, did air all 4 of those television movies, and I recorded them. But they were very heavily edited. So let me now play you the trailer to Alien Attack. And then I'm going to play, they've actually filmed some new scenes after the show was canceled. I think it was released in 1980, Alien Attack. And I have it here, right here on video, right when I switched to the camera. I didn't take a photo of this, so I'll hold it up. Here is Sybil Danning's adventure video of Alien Attack. I'm going to play the trailer for this. Look at Sybil Danning. She was kind of she was in a Fall Guy too, season 4 episode, Prisoner, where Heather Thomas's character, Jodie Banks, is put in an all-female prison, and she's a sadistic guard in that episode. But there's Sybil Danning, and this is a big clamshell tape case. It's sun-faded. I got this from a video store that went out of business. But let's look at the trailer to Alien Attack. Oh, crap. What just fell? Oh, my phone. I don't care about that right now. Let's watch the trailer to Alien Attack.
Far out beyond our world and time lies the ultimate epic encounter with the supreme alien intelligence.
Alien ships are approaching the base. Their intentions are not known.
Alien Attack. A stellar war so huge that only Earth's own moon could lead the human battle fleet against the most overwhelming attack mankind will ever experience.
You have no place in space at all. You have no future.
The challenge is on. The awesome fight for man's very existence in the universe.
Why has all this happened to us, Professor?
The gods using us for their sport, perhaps.
Alien Attack.
Wow. Now, here is the opening to Alien Attack, 2 minutes worth of the actual movie, which was episodes Breakaway and War Games. War Games was the 17th in production order. Of course, Breakaway was the first in production order. Both just laden with special effects. It was a shame that those were removed from syndication. Now, on XIA 11 Alive in Atlanta, where Barry and I watched the show, that was before they were removed from syndication. I remember seeing Breakaway on WXIA 11 Alive in reruns after the fact, but then come the 80s, you couldn't see it, which would suck for new viewers who couldn't see how the show all began. But let's watch the beginning of the movie version of Alien Attack.
From the very first moment in time when man looked out into the universe, our galaxy has been dominated by the moon, the Earth's great natural satellite. This obsession led to the early primitive explorations in the mid-20th century, and finally culminated in the lunar base of today, an advanced, complex instrument, self-supporting in all aspects. The command center, Moonbase Alpha, is a well-established, colonized space station, regularly monitored and smoothly functioning, its very existence made possible by a specially developed support system fed by nuclear waste from Earth. From this stepping stone in space, the frontiers of the universe can be extended, and the eternal search for other forms of life made possible. Even now, signals from the planet Meta are being received, signals that could be from intelligent beings. The mission, a manned probe. The ship stands ready, and the crew complete their training. The year is 2100.
That was not the Barry Gray music. That music was not very good, and those images you saw, those quick cuts, were taken from the original episodes. It was like Mission Impossible, which also starred Martin Landau and Barbara Bain, of course. Originally, they quit after season 3 in a salary dispute, and of all people, Leonard Nimoy replaced Martin Landau in Mission Impossible the season after Star Trek was canceled. So beginning in 1969 to 1970 season on CBS, Leonard Nimoy playing Paris in that show. Not Paris Hilton. That was his character name, Paris. And ironically, Martin Landau was considered to play Spock in the original Star Trek pilot The Cage, but he turned it down to play Roland Hand instead. A role that Bruce Geller wrote specifically for Martin Landau for Mission Impossible. But Mission Impossible also would show quick cut scenes of the episode you're about to see. Remember with the Lalo Schifrin opening credits, dun, 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 and it would show all these quick cuts. Well, Space 1999 Season 1 utilized that same format. And so what you saw in the TV movie there, they just took them from the episode, the original opening credits to War Games and Breakaway. So now I want to play, this is a good clip, about 6 minutes of new scenes. And you're going to recognize this one actor's voice. He was the narrator of all the classic James Bond movies. You'll recognize the voice. And you're going to see scenes that were shot just for the Alien Attack movie release, which was released in theaters overseas, in Europe and other places, and aired on television. But I'm going to play these because you won't see this in the official stream of Space 1999, the classic 48 episodes, in the Shout Studios official YouTube channel. And they are the ones that distributed the Blu-ray seen here of Space 1999. Get yours today. I did. There it is. And I did open this. A lot of my Blu-rays I'll buy, and they're still sealed in plastic. Haven't gotten around to them. Boy, I got to these right away when I got them. And it came with a limited edition snow globe that has Moonbase Alpha and an eagle inside the snow globe. It's right there in a box. I'll try to open it maybe. If I can't do it, open it tonight, I'll open it another time. So now let's watch these new scenes you won't see anywhere else unless you have Alien Attack, which I don't think has ever been released to my knowledge on Blu-ray or DVD. I don't think so. Correct me if I'm wrong. But let's watch some of these scenes which take place on Earth. This is kind of neat.
Countdown normal.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, but the council meeting overran.
44 seconds.
No visuals?
Sound only.
I'm surprised.
You shouldn't be. Our facilities here are already overworked. The satellite channels are programmed for the actual operation, not this exercise, just like the others. The Metaprobe training run is on the dark side of the moon.
They're passing navigation beacon Delta.
Yes. The Metaprobe training run, use it as a landmark.
Have you reached a decision?
Yes, finally. Koenig. He'll take over as commander of Moonbase Alpha with unlimited powers.
Does he know yet?
He's already on his way.
And Simmons?
I've appointed him chief of liaison.
Also with full power, I trust?
With all the authority he needs.
Over Koenig?
With Koenig. They are on the same side.
The Metaprobe just cannot be allowed to fail.
A conclusion both unanimous and obvious. There's trouble.
What's happening?
It's out of control.
Contact Moonbase.
It's too late. It's too late. They've crashed.
And the crew? What about the Metaprobe astronauts?
There you have it. There was more to it, but I can't play it. The stream went down. I thought that would be okay because I've never seen that officially released anywhere. I guess I was wrong. I suppose I was wrong. Oh my God, my chair just went down. Right when that happened, I lost. There we go. God, that was scary. I hit the button and I went down. I went down. The stream went down. Everything's going down. Now, let me just now pull up some more of the pictures and we'll get back to the clips. So here are the pictures of the episodes where we left off. So we were talking about the Black Sun and Ring Around the Moon. I do want to play the trailer to that, which I will do in just a second. I just want to make sure that everything comes back on board. Let me see here. MyFlock says Space 1999 is heavily copyrighted. Don't play their stream. It'll get you taken down. Okay. And then what did she say there? Okay. We'll be back in a minute, says Jim's camera at dawn. Yeah, we should, hopefully. I think we're still on Facebook Live and Twitter. Oh, well. You know, I can't just stop the show when this happens. But, so Ring Around the Moon was another terrible episode in season 1. In year 1, as it were. The Black Sun, on the other hand, was a great episode that showed that the Alphans were getting accustomed to being in deep space. At the end of the episode, they refer to Moonbase Alpha as home, which was kind of cool. And also it established that God possibly is a female because they encounter an intelligence. They call it a cosmic intelligence with a female voice. So that was kind of interesting as well, I thought. Let me see here. Now, let's talk about episode 5, Earthbound. Earthbound guest starred Christopher Lee. The Christopher Lee, who was Dracula in the 1970s in the Hammer horror movies. And also, he was Scaramanga in The Man with the Golden Gun, which was the second Roger Moore James Bond movie. Filmed the same time as Earthbound, 1974. The same. Well, no, actually, he would have filmed in 1973. Christopher Lee would have. So he did Space 1999. He looked like a glam rocker, too. Heavy makeup and a long-haired wig Christopher Lee had on for Earthbound. That was a great episode, as was Another Time, Another Place, the 6th episode in Space 1999's production order. And that was the first one where we saw an alternate reality, or an alternate universe, if you will. The moons are separated. And in the alternate universe, Commander Koenig and Alan Carter had been dead for 5 years, but they made it back to Earth. And we're back on YouTube. I can hear from my monitor down the hall. So I was just saying Christopher Lee YouTubers guest starred in Earthbound, who was Dracula in the Hammer horror movies. And also, of course, he was Scaramanga, one of the James Bond villains in The Man with the Golden Gun, the first movie in the Bond series that featured Maude Adams, who returned about 9 years later, in Octopussy, playing a different character. And I was just starting to talk about Another Time, Another Place, which had an alternate universe in which Commander Koenig and Alan Carter are dead. And in the beginning, the episode has a really long teaser before the opening credits where the moons are separated. And I have a mint print of that on 16 millimeter reel-to-reel film. I'll show you my films later. I took photos to show you some interesting pictures of my 16 millimeter reel-to-reel film collection of Space 1999. Now, I'll tell you a story really quickly about meeting Martin Landau. I was working on a show. I played a photographer on a closed set. It was just 3 people in the scene. Agnes Bruckner, who played Anna Nicole. Remember Anna Nicole, the ill-fated model? She was in a lot of Leslie Nielsen movies. She was in Naked Gun, 33 1/3, real buxom lady, and she married a guy named Marshall who was in a wheelchair, an elderly man, very wealthy man. And Martin Landau played Marshall, the man she married, the sugar daddy. And so I'm on set. Let me see if I pulled that photo. Oh, I don't think I have it yet. I got to show you this picture. Doggone it. I thought I had that for you. Let me get it. Yeah, I did. Here's from that show. There's how Martin Landau looked. And there's actress Agnes Bruckner as Anna Nicole. And so Martin Landau was on the set just for a costume fitting. And it's just a closed set. It's me as the photographer's assistant, a guy playing the photographer, and then Agnes, 3 of us in the scene. And it's a scene where Anna Nicole first disrobes before a camera for a Playboy shoot. And that's what we're shooting. It was a fun scene to shoot. And so he's not even in the scene. And Martin Landau, okay, I'm sitting in the hallway while they're turning the cameras around, and a door opens, and there's light. Okay, the hallway was a little bit dark. Opens a door, bright light, and there is Martin Landau. I was shocked. It was like a religious experience. And I looked at him and I said, like Paul Morrow did. Anyone that knows Another Time, Another Place? When Paul Morrow, the character Paul Morrow, played by Prentice Hancock, sees Commander Koenig, he goes, Commander Koenig. That's what I said in that tone. I channeled that, and he looked at me and he smiled. And we wound up having lunch together that day, right there, one-on-one, talking about Space 1999. Now, in the year 2000, I already referenced, anyone who's been watching all along, I went to a convention, Main Mission, the Breakaway Convention in New York City, and Martin was supposed to be there. He canceled because he wanted to see his daughter, Juliet Landau, in a play in Los Angeles, so he canceled at the last minute. Catherine Schell was there, who played Maya. Barry Morris was there. A lot of people were there. Even Grace Lee Whitney, who played Yeoman Janice Rand in the original Star Trek. The co-star of John Travolta's in Saturday Night Fever, Gorney, she was there, his dance partner. It was just an interesting convention. We'll get to that later. So I told him that. I said, I flew all the way from Atlanta to New York to meet you. And I said, I have almost the entire series of Space 1999 on reel-to-reel film. And he goes, well, they have them on Blu-ray now, don't you? And I said, yes, sir, I know, but there's something special about the films. It's nostalgic for me because those were like the versions on WVEU TV 69, in the 80s, in the mid-80s that I watched all the time when I fell in love with the show again. Before, it was on Laserdisc and Blu-ray. The show was rare. It really, really was rare. And that book I showed you by John Muir talked about how there were similarities between the Star Trek The Next Generation and Space 1999. Anyway, do you know, I would love to hear from someone either in comments or by calling in, someone who has a lot of knowledge about Star Trek The Next Generation and Space 1999. We know about, I'm getting ahead of myself, the Resistance is Futile line came from Space 1999, the classic Borg line. A lot of other plot points were very similar between both shows. Maybe Sarah, I know you're just learning Space 1999, but I think you know a lot about Star Trek The Next Generation, so I don't know what you've seen yet of the marathon. Speaking of the films that I talked about with Martin, I'll never forget that day. He was so cool and so nice. So nice. And he loved the show. I'll tell you another time about what we discussed about Space 1999. Way better than going to a convention and paying for a photo op, paying $100 to get a picture or more. This was all on the house. I was getting paid to be there, playing a photographer's assistant. I never would have expected that bonus meeting of Martin Landau at last, and God rest his soul. And he was already an Oscar winner at this point in time for Pull the String. He played Bela Lugosi in Ed Wood. Now, here's what some of my film reels look like. I've got the first 6 episodes on reel-to-reel film in production order. Never could find the 7th episode we'll get to in a little bit, Missing Link with Peter Cushing, who a few years later would play Grand Moff Tarkin in Star Wars, and he got blown up at the end of the movie. And then here's some more of my film reels. It doesn't present well. It's just on a shelf. There you have it, though. I've got most of the series on reel-to-reel film. Great prints. And there's more than just what you see here. I just wanted to show you guys and gals what that looks like. I already showed this. There's the first episode, Breakaway. Now, before I got the films, before anything, I just had TV 69. I don't think I've mentioned this yet. I made in 1991 these little cheesy home video releases for my own personal collection. Look what I did. I took one of the packs of the cards, and I cut it out to put over Polaroid. I didn't do too great a job. I should have put something white underneath it to cover the Polaroid VHS brand name. But I did that, and I cut a image from one of the cards of an eagle, as you can see. And then I had a typewriter. I typed out Space 1999 Volume 2. And on the side, on the spine above VHS, again from those cards, I cut out Space 1999. And I put the episode titles on the side. And those were from, again, the TV 69 airings, except Black Sun was from the WATL airing of the movie version, which is titled Journey Through the Black Sun. It was 2 episodes edited together. And it was heavily edited, so that's the best I could do to get a print of that at that time. There's the back. You see a card. I wrote a little synopsis of each episode, typed it out on a typewriter, and pasted it, excuse me, with a glue stick on the back of this Polaroid VHS tape, which I still have. That's behind me here on this VHS shelf. But that image is from another card, another Donruss card of Space 1999 from the episode The Last Sunset. Then here's another one where I had Death's Other Dominion. Oh God, this is a little interesting, I think, but kind of funny. The print WVEU 69 had of that episode was out of order. 2 of the segments were spliced in the wrong order. It was all out of order, and I fixed it for my VHS release. I re-edited it properly. But there's like a hard splice. Whoever got a hold of that film print messed up badly, and it aired like for 3 years, and I kept calling the station, letting them know. And back then you could talk to a program director at a television station, and they were like, oh, there's nothing we can do, that's from the distributor. I'm like, okay, but it's all out of sequence. And I fixed it for that release, or that release, for my little home video release. I didn't sell these, I didn't bootleg these. This was just for my personal use and enjoyment. And there's War Games, the Alien Attack version of War Games. I didn't have access to the actual episode at that point in time. I hadn't gotten the Laserdisc yet. Again, Donruss card image on the back. There's another volume, front and back, blah, blah, blah. Oh, I don't have the back of that one, do I? I had taken a picture of it. I guess I didn't upload it, but who cares? Speaking of the Laserdisc, there's what the Laserdisc look like. Most of mine are all in plastic. I opened it from the side with a knife so I could take out the Laserdisc. And I have them all. They did not release Destination Moonbase Alpha. The Bringers of Wonder Parts 1 and 2, because it was re-edited as a theatrical release, released in 1978 in theaters in Europe as Destination Moonbase Alpha. And so that episode, that two-parter was withheld from these Laserdiscs by Image Entertainment and ITC and J2 Communications. They also released 4 episodes at this time on VHS. Voyager's Return, Earthbound, Matter of Life and Death, a horrible episode, the 2nd episode in production order, and I can't remember the other one. Earthbound, Matter of Life and Death, Voyager's Return. Oh, I can find that trailer, I bet, on YouTube and play it. There was a nice little commercial trailer for that VHS release. But anyway, I got the Laserdisc. I wound up getting a Laserdisc player so I could play those. And the cool thing is you could record those on VHS. You could take a Laserdisc player and attach it to a VHS and record in perfect quality then with a tube TV. Anyway, now with a modern television, Laserdiscs look like crap, but they look great back then on a regular tube television. So let me get back on track with the episode guide and my little notes, and I got some really cool surprises coming up right around the corner. All right, we talked about that. So Earthbound is a great episode. Return to Earth. Now, there was a guy named Simmons, Commissioner Simmons, who got trapped on the moon like Dr. Smith on the Jupiter 2 in the original Lost in Space. The difference here is, on this show, they killed him off in this episode, Earthbound. He was a very irritating character, and he was the boss of Commander Koenig, played by Martin Landau. And he schemed to get back to Earth. Christopher Lee plays a leader of a bunch of aliens who can freeze people like food and put them in suspended animation. Think Carbonite in The Empire Strikes Back, or think of the freezing tubes in Lost in Space, suspended animation freezing. That's the technique that these aliens had. And you didn't know if they were good or bad. Turned out they were good. And Commissioner Simmons, with the use of force, manages to steal his way aboard that ship. They only had so many positions, and they drew lots to see who would get to go back to Earth. And the ironic thing in the twist was a Twilight Zone type ending was Simmons was picked to go home. And what that sumbitch did was, when he snuck aboard with guns, he was put in the little chamber, but the final process wasn't made. So he thinks he's going to sleep for 75 years. It was established it'll take 75 years for their spaceship to get to Earth. And they know the coordinates. They've been there. They've been on our moon, observed our terrible planet. They think we're a warlike race of people. And so he goes to sleep, and he wakes up, and he thinks he's on Earth, and he pulls out his comlock. I haven't talked about that. It's basically like their iPhone. And he's like, Earth, I've returned. And then he sees lunar time, and he's stuck in this little plastic tomb, and he goes nuts. He's like, oh, help me. And he winds up, obviously eventually dying, starving to death with no food, no water. Think Planet of the Apes, this image here. Think Planet of the Apes. That's probably what happened to him. That's a shot, publicity shot, not actually in the movie, but you did see in the movie what happened to one of the astronauts who was female in the very first Planet of the Apes movie from 1968. There was a crack in her suspended animation seal, and she went the way of Commissioner Simmons on Space 1999. Now, we don't see him become a skeleton, but the irony is the computer deemed that Commissioner Simmons is the most logical person to go back to Earth because he has no useful function on Moonbase Alpha in outer space. He's more useful on Earth. So, there you go. Continuing. Gosh, I want to play another clip, and I'm getting all scared now. All scared to play clips. And there's a lot of chat, 28 comments I got to get to. So, there's that. Now we're going to talk about Missing Link. Missing Link, I already said, had Peter Cushing. And these are aliens that are benevolent, but they experiment on lower forms of life, including human beings, and they dissect brains. And Peter Cushing's character has a daughter who falls in love with Commander Koenig, and they have what they call an image of Commander Koenig on Alpha. He's been in a crash in the beginning of the episode before the opening credits on the Eagle, and they think he's in a coma. But turns out that's an illusion, and he's really on the planet Kreno, I think it's called, with Peter Cushing's character and the daughter. And they're experimenting on him, and they're, of course, humans are what their race was like a million years in the past. You know, like they're what humanity will evolve into in like a million years in that episode. Never found that one on film. Now, I have the next one, episode 8 in production order, Guardian of Paris, which introduced Catherine Schell as an android. Think Fembot. Here's a picture in color from that episode with Martin Landau. And that was what I call the anti-marijuana episode. Just like the season 1 Star Trek episode, This Side of Paradise, I thought it was a message, back then showing that, you become so lazy and lethargic and without the will to grow when you're under the influence of spores. They use an analogy of spores in This Side of Paradise. In Guardian Paris, it was a similar tale, but it was a computer that was brainwashing all the Alphans, and it makes them very lazy. Easy, Commander, easy, Alan Carter says. And Commander Koenig finds a way to be immune, similar to Captain Kirk. Pain and needs counteracts the effects of the spores or of this supercomputer, and Catherine Schell plays a servant of the Guardian, not the Guardian like in Star Trek's classic with Joan Collins. I am the guardian of forever. God, I know that episode title. Hang on, let me breathe. City on the Edge of Forever. City on the Edge of Forever. Not that Guardian, but the thing was called The Guardian in this episode. So that is a really good episode, I think. And there was a strange edit. WVEU played most of these episodes unedited, but for some reason there was a scene edited out of this one where a technician died due to a computer error, a female. They did not show that scene, but that's a really strong episode, and you got to see Catherine Schell. And I'm going to play, you know what Catherine Schell did after this episode? She did a little movie for United Artists called Return of the Pink Panther. I'm going to play a clip of Catherine in that scene. Ooh, should I risk it? I'm going to try. It's a very brief clip that I want to play of Catherine Schell from around that time. So after Space 1999, she worked on this movie, one of the Pink Panther movies, and then back to Space 1999 as a regular. We'll talk about it later. How long have we gone? Oh my gosh, already 2 hours. I said I wouldn't go longer than 2. Me and my big mouth. Let's see. Well, at least they let me play the introduction to Space 1999. That was cool earlier with Martin Landau and Barbara Bain. Now, where the hell are you? Here we go. Let's watch Catherine, 51-second clip. Fair use, fair use.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Monsieur Guy Gadebois at your service.
How do you do? I'm Lady Lytton.
Yes, I knew.
Oh.
I took the liberty of finding out that you're not a friend.
That depends on your intentions.
Strictly honorable, I can assure you. A man sees a beautiful chicken, he can't help but be inquisitive, you know? Would you think it naughty of me if I offered to buy you a drink?
But you already have.
How about I buy myself one and we drink it together, huh?
I think that's going to go down because you know who owns that now? The Pink Panther? Amazon Prime. So I better stop that clip. I think I'm asking for it. You saw enough of it, though. It was almost over. I should have kept going, but I thought, don't do it. Don't do it like Shaft. Don't do it. Oh, I think it went down. Some bitch. Did it? I think it did. Let me see something. I got to go check something. Be right back. Yeah, it went down again. Sorry, listeners. Now let me just continue on then talking about Space 1999. I thought fair use would cover that. Golly. All right. So that's what Catherine did in between season 1 and season 2 of Space 1999. And also, let me do one other thing. I'm going to make room. There's still some more pictures that I want to share with you. So I'm going to delete pictures that I've already shown. Really quickly. I think we're back up. I hope. I hope it's not down permanently. Let's see here. Let me get one more thing going. I'm going to upload a couple more pictures. This is such bad content. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. All right, issue 6478. Upload a couple pictures as I stall and wait for YouTube to return. Hopefully it will return. So there's that. 6478. 6477. These are pictures on my phone that I uploaded. If you're wondering what these numbers are, I'm just trying to think out loud to get this right. Got some pretty cool reviews from critics of Space 1999. I'm going to show and read those. I'm going to show them on the screen and read them aloud for listeners in just a little bit. So, all right, there's that. 6476. 6475. Let's see if it'll let me do that. Nope. Got too many in here, so let me do one more little thingy dingy. We're going to 86 that picture. I'm going to 86 that picture. I'm going to 86 that picture. I took way too many photos earlier today, folks. I'm going to 86 that picture. And I'm going to delete that picture. And that leaves us right where we left off. Let me just upload a few more. And I'm going to put some comments on the screen and acknowledge the comments. I'm sure a lot of people are saying, You're down on YouTube. You're down on YouTube. You're down on YouTube. Let me see here. We're back on YouTube. I can tell. Thanks for bearing with me. And I apologize, listeners. That's really bad. Okay. I know I'm live. I see that. Thank you. 6475. Bear with me. Let me just get 6475. Because I want to show you guys a lot of things in my collection I think Space 1999 fans are really going to enjoy seeing. And I'll talk about them for the listeners. 6475. Hang on. 6474. Let's get back on track. All right. This is boring. I should have known that clip would be an issue because, again, the owners of the Pink Panther movies, it's Prime. You don't mess with Amazon Prime. But it was only a few seconds. I thought I could get away 51 seconds for fair use, but the bots don't know. The stream does not know. They just search and destroy. That's what bots do. So here's where we left off. All right, so we were talking about Catherine Schell's first appearance, which was in the 8th produced episode, Guardian of Paris. Now we're moving on to Force of Life, which had a great actor, Ian McShane, from the John Wick movies. More recently, he was Lovejoy on A&E about 30-some years ago, over 30 years ago. A great actor, and he played Anton Zoref, and he would absorb energy from objects, from electronics, and from humans, and he'd freeze people to death. It was similar to that Invaders I talked about last time, starring Robert Walker Jr., otherwise known as Charlie X for Trekkers and Trekkies, in Panic in season 1 of the Invaders. But in this one, there's a great effect where he is blown up and kind of gory. He's fried. He's fried by one of the Moonbase Alpha kill rays from one of the security guards, and his eyes glow. It's really cool. So I recommend Force of Life. That's one of the better episodes, and it has a really, British people call good-looking women birds, and I've been in chat, and anytime there's a bird, I say, oh, there's another bird. Anton Zoref's girlfriend is such a little babe in this episode. Anyway, and there's all sorts of freezing deaths, and what is interesting is the computer on Moonbase Alpha will mention when someone's life functions are terminated. They wear a watch, like an Apple Watch. These people at Apple, they probably love 1999 and Trek. There were so many. The cell phone comes from the Star Trek communicator. Same thing with 1999. There were a lot of things where life imitated art. And a lot of nerds like me, except I'm not as smart as these people, technically to create a device like that, I can't even code. But it was like an Apple Watch. And it said, Hillary Preston's life is a female voice. Hillary Preston's life functions terminated. It was just kind of cool. And they didn't do that in every episode when someone would die. I wish they'd done that consistently. That was a cool little kind of creepy way to show that someone had perished on Moonbase Alpha. It was pretty cool because they could tell there's no pulse in their Apple Watch. Alpha Watch. Let's call it an Alpha Watch. That's better. Alpha Child was like The Omen in space. Before The Omen, Richard Donner directed The Omen for 20th Century Fox, and that was released in 1976. Well, this episode, Alpha Child, was filmed in 74 and aired in 75, and it was similar to that. And you know who played? Basically, the plot is an alien takes over the first baby born on Alpha, on Moonbase Alpha, and accelerates his age 5 years. And so before the opening credits, you see the baby in the incubator, and then you see this blue light approaching Moonbase Alpha from outer space, and then you hear like medical equipment indicating something's wrong, and then you hear the mom screaming, and this actress had a great scream. That's a great sequence. She was like, I won't do it. Like, and then you see the kid, and he's like 5 years old in the incubator, and he's a deaf mute. Well, he continues to grow in the episode and becomes Jarak, played by Julian Glover, a future James Bond villain in For Your Eyes Only and in Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. You have chosen poorly. He's the guy that drinks the chalice and becomes a skeleton. That same actor, and he was in The Empire Strikes Back. I know a lot of you are screaming at me right now. Don't forget The Empire Strikes Back. Well, I met Julian in 2012, and there I am with him. And you see his Empire Strikes Back character in the background there. Anyone that's watching, sorry, listeners. His wife was on Space 1999, an actress named Isla Blair, and they're still together, and she played an alien in War Games, and also she was a human in the future in Journey to Where. We'll talk about her later. And I think she was the voice of the computer that I mentioned in several episodes. It was her voice, if I'm not mistaken, saying life functions terminated, human decision required. I think it was her. But I was there signing autographs as a Walking Dead zombie, and that was in Knoxville, Tennessee that year. So I'm nothing, right, compared to him. He's a major movie star. And he was like, who are you again? I said, I was just a walker in The Walking Dead. He goes, oh, very good, very good. He treated me like an equal, even though clearly he's not. But look, I brought his episode of Space in 1999 to that convention. He signed it to Chance Julian Glover. That's Alpha Child, my reel-to-reel film print of that episode. Let's move along to, because I said I would be brief. The Last Sunset is one of my favorite episodes. That's a spring break episode where aliens don't want anything to do with Alpha, so they land these little devices on the surface of the moon that emits oxygen. So for a while they're in range of their sun and their planet, they can breathe air and have a spring break, and party and have a good time. And, it's one of my favorite episodes. There's a great, great musical score by Barry Gray for that episode. And there's space mushrooms, which causes the character Paul Morrow to hallucinate and attack Commander Koenig and his own love, Sandra Benes. I haven't talked about that yet in Another Time, Another Place. Damn, the episode 6 in production order. Let me just get this out there. It was established that they were the first Alphans to have children. You see them, they're like little boys. And in the episode that we just talked about, Alpha Child, in the beginning, there's a curious shot of Sandra, sad because the baby's born, and Helena Russell's like, he's beautiful, the first baby on Alpha. And then Commander Koenig sees her looking really sad, and he's like, what's wrong? And she goes, I'm happy. Well, that's because she remembered in the alternate universe, her and Paul had the first Alpha Child, I think. That's my explanation for that. It was never explored in the episode. I think in the actual script that's explained, but it's a strange little moment, and I think that's what that was all about. But moving on, I meant to mention that earlier. So Last Sunset's a spring break episode. It's one of my favorites with the space mushrooms. And it's one of the Eagles crashes, right? And they're going to start losing oxygen as Moonbase Alpha goes out of range of the planet. And another sad development is they get clouds, which causes rain, and Moonbase Alpha is revealed is at the bottom of a crater. And the water will freeze once they get out of range of the sun of the planet Ariel, and they'll be crushed to death. So you have a race against time because one of the Eagles crashes with Dr. Russell and Alan Carter and Sandra and Paul, and they're buried by space dust, and none of the rescue Eagles can find them, and blah, blah. It's just a really tense episode. Then Voyager's Return had Jeremy Kemp. I won't talk too much about that one. I never liked that one that much. It's kind of like Conscience of the King, Star Trek episode, where you find out that one of the scientists on Alpha was responsible for the death of many humans accidentally when one of his experimental spacecraft, a probe, emits all this ion energy and it fries a bunch of people. Anyway, it's a pretty good episode, but it's not the best. That's one of the ones they put out on VHS though. Now there's Collision Course, episode 13 in production order, and Duth's Other Dominion. Now episode 13 was edited with Black Sun. It was called Journey Through the Black Sun. I'm going to play the trailer to that now. I'm going to try to, because I got away with the trailer before. Got away. It sounds like I'm committing a crime. I'm not trying to. I just want to play stuff for you folks. And for this educational show to document this, because no one's talking about the movie cuts of the episodes. And I think it's kind of significant to document that. So along with the alternate Matter of Life and Death opening and end credits we saw earlier, I'm going to play now. I'm going to try to play it. Journey Through the Black Sun, which is an edit of Black Sun. That's just...
Space, the infinite frontier. For some, it is a universe of discovery. But for the inhabitants of Moonbase Alpha, it is a voyage of ultimate terror.
is it?
Whatever it is, we're headed right into it.
A power so intense it can bend space and time draws them closer, and someone, something is waiting.
A mammoth spaceship.
Heading right towards me. It's dragging me towards it.
We have met in the body of time. You see, your destiny has always been our destiny. We shall take on another form.
Some of us could survive.
The gravitational force keeps getting stronger. Nothing can escape it.
Gravitational pull increasing rapidly now.
Full power, sir? Everything we have, Paul. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Prepare yourself for a journey through the most dangerous and bizarre phenomenon in the universe. A journey where no man has gone before. Journey through the Black Sun.
Gee, where have I heard that before, huh? A journey where no man has gone before. Good, so we got to play that. Here's a 34-second clip promoting the VHS release. Oh, I have it right here. Mint condition, sealed, the home video release in the USA, and again, in the Sybil Danning's Adventure series. Look at that. That's what it looked like. That's Margaret Leighton playing the older woman in the front of, on the front cover there. And then there's Sybil Danning again on the back. And I think USA Network, in fact, I know the USA Cable Network released this. Right there it says on the side, USA. So let's look at a 34-second commercial for that movie release.
The fantastic futuristic space station Alpha has a near miss with a phantom planet. But the ship's good fortune turns to misfortune when it's thrown off course, careening directly towards a black sun.
We'll all be dead in 3 days.
Martin Landau and the Alpha crew are headed for a crash course in discovering the universe's oldest secret in what may be their final voyage. Space 1999, Journey Through the Black Sun.
That's a pretty cool makeup in that episode, Black Sun. So they just combined those two episodes, and that was kind of an interesting edit because both those stories kind of flowed together. There you go. So, gee, I'm kind of nervous about some other clips I'm going to play, but I'm going to try anyway. I do need to take a break. I know I'll be okay with this one. I'm going to play an awkward clip of Martin Landau and Barbara Bain singing in the year 1970. They can't sing. Think Leonard Nimoy singing on Star Trek and Plato's Stepchildren Season 3. Bitter dregs. Remember how bad that was? Look, I love Leonard Nimoy. I love Spock. I love the character, love the actor. God rest his soul. But the man was not a great singer. He released an album, as did Shatner, the transformed man, William Shatner. I am not Spock. You know, he released a lot of things in print and on record albums, on vinyl. Leonard Nimoy did. I'm going to play this clip. It's 5 minutes long because I've got to use the little boys' room, take a squirt. Family show, but that's not so crass. Should have kept it to myself, I guess. TMI. But let me play a clip of them singing. This is very, very horrible. It's laughable. And then I got a funny blooper I want to play of Martin Landau and Barbara Bain in character as Commander John Koenig and Dr. Helena Russell. I'm going to play it right after that.
I can't tell you what a pleasure it is to have Martin Landau and Barbara Bain on my show. I mean, they add just the right touch of charm and just a dash of dignity. And for those two really great actors to have consented to appear on my first show, well, I'm really touched.
You certainly are.
Right on. Ladies and gentlemen, Martin Landau and Barbara Bain.
I was small, everything was tall. Tables and chairs, doorways and all. I was really small when I was small.
When I was small, I had this great big huge doll. She had blue eyes and dimples. She stood 4 feet tall. We shared the same clothes when we dressed for the ball, when I was small.
When I was small, I was a cowboy. I shot at Indians when I wasn't a fireman. But I didn't hit any Indians, but I did hit my sister with a suction-tipped arrow. Now my father hit me.
When I was small, I took my mother's fur coat and wore it downtown and dropped it in some mud. They did not spank me because they loved me. They just sent me to my room and kept me there for a week without food and water.
When I was 13, I had a girlfriend. Her name was Karen. I took her books home from school. She was so
ugly, had lots of freckles, and she wore braces.
She had a beautiful smile. Oh, yeah.
When I was older, I was the college queen. I dated Billy, captain of the football team. He was so
ugly. He was ugly. And such a dummy. No class at all. Why, he was so
gorgeous.
Ugly.
Billy was a hero.
Ugly.
Nothing like Karen. Now that was ugly. 3 short years later, my friends all married. They lived in big houses. They drove fancy cars. They spoke about bridge games and hair and high fashion, while I thought of simple things like sunsets and peace.
When I was older, I was a soldier. I killed real people and learned how to hate. Beside me fought Billy, always the hero. Till one day he was
gorgeous. Billy was gorgeous.
Now we are taller, the world is much smaller, the problem's too large to solve by yourself. While boys
still are cowboys,
and girls play with big dolls, their parents can't see the one simple truth, that there in those children lie all of our answers. It's their games we forgot. When we were small.
Okay, we have some mixed opinions as we watch that live. Is this thing still on? Okay, it is. There's a delay. Hello to Fab Daddy 44. How's it going? Snark and Sass, great YouTube channel. Hello to you. Well, I didn't want to tell everyone that you were in love with me. Yeah, I know, the lyrics were pretty weird there. Rub some dirt on it, you'll be okay, says Blue Chicken. Let me just quickly acknowledge, because a lot of new people like Blue Chicken popped in. Terrell, this man is so smart. Terrell Eugene Bellinger, welcome aboard, and I love your comment. I put it on the screen. So true about Juliet Landau, Martin Landau and Barbara Bain's daughter. Here we go. He says, fun fact, Juliet Landau, the real-life daughter of Martin Landau and Barbara Bain, played Drusilla on Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Yep, and she was the reason Martin didn't show up in 2000 Labor Day weekend in New York City. He canceled at the last minute to see a play she was in Los Angeles in that year. In the year 2000. So let me just quickly, I'm going to acknowledge everybody that joined who I haven't said hey to yet. Hello to Facebook. I said I'd get on Facebook. I need to do that and identify folks who are watching there, because it just says Facebook user for the Facebookers. I don't think that's very fair. Boy, now I'm getting a little gun shy about playing clips. I'd pulled some really nice clips that I thought would be okay. Snark and Sass says silly goose to Fab Daddy. Let me do another comment popped up. Fab Daddy 44 on YouTube says Snark has my cyber love. I declare it. Okay, get a room, you two. Kidding. Let me get now to the next round of episodes and get on to season 2, because I've already gone almost 2.5 hours, and I didn't want to do that. So you can see here one of the horror elements. All right, Collision Course, I told you, was edited with Black Sun. Okay, I know I'm repeating myself. As a TV movie. Death's Other Dominion, seen on the right, anyone that's watching, was a fantastic episode set on an ice planet before Hoth. Empire Strikes Back was filmed in 79. Death's Other Dominion, the 14th produced episode in 99, was filmed in 74. And great scene where the 4 people in the party, Alan Carter, Commander Koenig, Dr. Helena Russell, and Professor Victor Bergman are separated, and they almost freeze to death. Helena Russell, the doctor's like, she wants to sleep. She goes, I'm so tired. And she tells herself, no, you can't fall asleep. You'll freeze to death. Anyway, there's a lot to it, and it reminds me of Hoth and The Empire Strikes Back, and they encounter people from Earth. Don't laugh. They were from a Uranus probe. Poor choice of a planet, writers on Space 1999. But they were from a lost Uranus probe in the 90s, and they landed on a planet called Ultima Thule, and they became immortal. And they don't know if it's because of something they ate on the ice planet, but they're beneath the surface of the planet in a warm spring. It's kind of like in Star Trek Season 3, when Spock fell in love with Marriott Hartley's character in All Our Yesterdays. In terms of, there's a hot spring, it's a planet you can't live on innately, without a source of heat. You'll freeze to death. But spoiler alert, the image on the right is Brian Blessed's character. Who's Brian Blessed? You ever see Flash Gordon? Remember the leader of the Hawkmen? Gordon's alive! And he returned to the show playing a key character. We'll talk about it later. But he plays the leader of the Ultima Thule people, and he's experimenting on his own people to find out the source of why they're immortal. And they went through a time warp, or Alpha did, and they've lived hundreds of years, but they don't age. They're immortal. And so he's experimenting his own people, and it renders some of them brain dead or with severe brain damage. And so there's a cave, a hidden cave, where they're walking around like zombies, their own people. And one of them actually escaped that state, the second in command. Anyway, it's a beautiful episode. And Barbara Bain has a slightly different hairstyle in that episode than the usual one she did. It's more like her hair's part in the middle. So there's that. Let's move on to another bad episode in season 1. It had its moments, but this episode, Full Circle, seen on the left, anyone that's watching. Alphans land on a planet, and they become cavemen. They go through a mist, and some of them become cavemen. All of a sudden, they have facial hair overnight. Their clothes change. It's so stupid. Their alpha outfits become skins. How the hell does that happen? You people that bash year 2 of 99? I ask you that. Full Circle is a stinker of a script, but it had some cool moments. Like Barbara Bain's character as a cave woman gets to yell. It's the most blood-curdling scream I've ever heard on television. I mean, one of the most intense screams. And poor Martin Landau as the caveman is bashed in the side of the head with a rock. Really bloody effect. That ties into the next episode, End of Eternity. So let's move on to End of Eternity. That is with a sadistic alien who was put on an asteroid in exile. surrounded by paintings like Night Gallery. They kind of took a cue from Night Gallery with the paintings showing what he'd done. And he's just a sadistic sumbitch, played by actor Peter Boyles. And in one episode, anyone that's watching, see the bottom where his name's Balor. He's holding a model airplane. Well, he possesses the guy on the right to attack Commander Koenig, played by Martin Landau, in the face with that model airplane. And they do show the attack, but they don't show this close-up of Martin Landau after the attack. It's really bloody. I showed it on Sarah's channel, My Flock. But I thought I'd pulled it. Yeah, it's right here. That's what she said. I did pull it. There it is. This was cut. That's after the vicious attack and it's from a book that I have, this book. That's from this book, a great book about UFO and Space 1999 by author Chris Drake. It's an awesome book loaded with excellent photographs, including this interesting ad. In Europe, Space 1999 was pretty plentiful on VHS long before it was in the US, and there's a little ad, viewers, it has some pretty cool artwork. And this is from the 1990s, some 20 years after Space 1999 left the airwaves in worldwide television syndication by ITC. But I really like that artwork anyway. So, and then also in the book From Death's Other Dominion, there's the underground world on the ice planet. And there are some delights, as you can see. And they are tempted before they realize that if you leave the planet, you'll become a skeleton. I didn't really elaborate on that. That's what happened to Brian Blessed's character. By the way, Brian Blessed also went on to act, well, he did the voice work, rather, in Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace. He's the guy that says, "We do not care about the Naboo." He played an alien, and it's his voice. And obviously it was CGI in terms of the alien itself. So, hang on, I'm going to... Let me delete this so I got some more pictures I need to upload. I'm sorry, that's Inside Baseball. Yeah, so there on the right, that's what happens to him at the end of the episode when they lift off. He decides to go to Alpha and plead the case because they were going to put it to a vote because either all can go to the planet and live, but who would want to live underground your whole life, Anyway, and so when he leaves the atmosphere of the planet, he becomes, death catches up to him. 800 years of death catches up to him in a big way. And it's kind of graphic in color. So now I'm going to do this. Let's, we already talked about these episodes. There's the one with the sadistic sumbitch. Now let's get to War Games. Already talked about how that was edited along with Breakaway, the pilot, into Alien Attack. So we don't need to go there. Then next to that, for those that are watching, is The Last Enemy, episode 18 of 24 in production order in season 1. And that was a pretty good war episode where there's a race of women leaders. They're at war with a planet of men. And, just check it out on the stream. Again, I'm doing this because there right now is a live stream as we're live on the official Space 1999 channel in terms of those that are distributing the Blu-rays, Shout Factory. They have a channel called Shout Studios, and they have been running since April 10th, 2024, a nonstop marathon in production order, the best way to watch a show of Space 1999. Unfortunately, they were in PAL format sped up. They stopped that stream, started another one yesterday, and I haven't checked to see if they got the right feed or the NTSC feed where it's not sped up, where the actors sound right and the music sounds right. There's another horror episode, episode 19, The Troubled Spirit. Look at that makeup. That was an Italian actor, by the way. There was a deal struck with financiers of the show with ITC Entertainment that you must hire so many Italian actors, and a lot of them had thick Italian accents. This is one of them. But this man is haunted by his own ghost. And you see him get disfigured in the episode, but look at that. One of his eyeballs is hanging out of its socket. In color, it's even more vicious looking. So that's all I got to say about that one. And then episode 20 is Space Brain with foam. Alpha goes through a space brain or a space entity like a bullet through a brain. And when it does, like they used a foam machine to create foam all over Moonbase Alpha that you see there on the right. Shane Rimmer guest starred in that. He's been in a lot of movies. He was in The Spy Who Loved Me. He was in the original Star Wars. A lot of people, he was in UFO. Anyway, there's that. And we're about to wrap on season 1 in 1999. Then there was The Infernal Machine, one of the worst episodes of season 1, in my opinion. Another stinker from the worshipped year 1 of 1999 by most fans. Terrible episode. But that actor went on to do, he acted and had a terrible fate in Damien, The Omen 2, film in 1978, but this was filmed in 74, 4 years before that release. And then on the right, there's Joan Collins in Mission of the Darians. I love this episode. Love it, love it, love it. Oh, I didn't say one quick thing about the Infernal Machine. Paul Morrow is not in that episode, who plays the second in command on Moonbase Alpha. Another actor who you never saw before or since plays not the same character, but the same role. Red sleeve, he's in command. And I asked Prentice Hancock that's the actor's name, who played Paul Morrow, why weren't you in that episode? He explained to me, I had minor surgery. I was still recovering. So that's the reason, if you ever wondered why Paul Morrow was not in that episode, The Infernal Machine. But 22, that is a great episode about survival of the fittest. There's elite aliens on a spaceship that had a nuclear holocaust, and it's miles across. It's a huge ship. I love stories like this with like a hidden society. And there's only about 12 of them or so, about a dozen of the true Darians. And they're feeding on their own. They're cannibals to survive. And they created a fake religion for these people to worship. And if they encounter an imperfection in their own, they sacrifice them and they put them in this chamber that disintegrates them, or they put them on an altar, and then the elite aliens are in spacesuits and they think they're gods, and they take them to a special room and they're literally like eating them and taking their essential ingredients, vitamins from their body, and boiling them down so that these elite dozen can survive. Very great, underrated episode, I think. Anyway, and Joan Collins is in it. She plays one of the pretty people. And they have like this bank. They're on a mission to get to like a planet that's like Battlestar Galactica, really. And they're trying to go to their home world, like they're Eden, if you will, but they only want the pure Darians. They're like racist, And then the Alphans show up and screw everything up. They discover the lower class of people. And right when they're doing their fake religious ceremony, the elite aliens, Alan Carter shows up, demasks one of the guys. He's a man like you. He's a man like me. Look. And it's just a great episode. I'm not saying it's anti-religion, but it makes you think, man. It makes you think. I bet the Scientologists love it. It's probably part of their training video, watching this episode or something. It was good. Then here, as we close out season 1 of Space 1999, you have Dragon's Domain. Now, this is the episode that most people say is their very favorite one. My buddy Jeff Logan, I've known since 1983 in middle school. He's not a big 1999 guy, but he told me once he saw that episode, gave him nightmares. It's the basis of the movie Alien. And there's an octopus, space octopus creature, and it sucks people in with a hypnotic effect. And it has like a headlight, a glowing light of an eye. It's like a Cyclops eye, and it hypnotizes people, and it sucks them into its body, and it spits out their bones. It's just a cool effect, man, and everybody loves that episode. Had another Italian actor who played Tony Cellini. He has a thick Italian accent, but it's a flashback to 1996, before the moon left the Earth's orbit. And Helena Russell's in it with a different hairstyle again, Barbara Bain. And she's such a witch. Like, she never believes anybody. That's what I didn't like about her character. Even in season 2, she never believed anybody. When Maya's delusional in Space Warp, she says, Helena, put me in restraint. She's like, I can't do that. She goes, I could be dangerous. I'm telling you, put me in restraint. She never believes anybody. And she doesn't believe this guy, Tony Cellini, who back in 96, his whole crew died. And everyone on Earth thinks it's his fault. It was operator error. No one believes a story about this blood-sucking monster with hypnotic effects because they couldn't detect a life form on the ship. But it's because our instruments are not designed to detect this form of life. So this is a great episode. Also, the next episode, Testament of Arcadia, to close out year 1, they didn't know if the show would be renewed or not. It actually ends like the whole series is over. And 2 crew people mutiny. Again, I keep talking about the Omen. The woman guest lead in this, played Damien's girlfriend in the Omen Part 3, The Final Conflict. But anyway, she's in it's an episode where 2 Alphans have a religious experience, and there's a planet where they see these skeletons, and then they become human, and they want to live in that planet. They're just like, whacked out of their minds, and they commit mutiny to get down there and take all these supplies and blah, blah, blah. It's just a great episode. It ends with Commander Koenig doing a log entry like Captain Kirk in classic Star Trek, And yeah, season 1 was a little bit more poetic than season 2. It had more horror elements, but it had a lot of flaws too. So let's move on to year 2 as we start to hopefully wrap up the show. Here's the credits of cast and crew of year 2 of Space 1999. Now here's the thing. An entire year took place in real time between season 1 and season 2. Season 1 debuted in September 75, season 2 in September 76. And as Barry King stated, he's right, WXIA TV here in Atlanta was the affiliate that carried Space 1999 first run. That was back when they were an ABC station, before they flip-flopped with WSB. WSB was NBC back then, and they switched. Anyway, so let's start with The Metamorph, another episode withheld from WVEU, another key episode in the 80s. I know a lot of you are like, what the hell you keep mentioning this? It's been out on Laserdisc since 1990. It's been out on DVD since 2004, I think, or 2002. 2002 in the mega set, which I have on DVD as well. I'm such a Space 1999 freak. Got it on reel-to-reel film. Got all the Laserdiscs. Got the DVDs. Got the Blu-rays. What's next? 4K? I'll be a sucker and buy it. I will. Anyway, but I like other stuff too. See, I'm a collector that collects a lot of things. You know, there's some collectors that just like one thing and they specialize in that. And I tip my hat to those people. But I specialize in a lot of stuff. Marvel comic books. I mean, and I'm not tooting my own horn. I just have a lot of things in my collection from a lot of things. And my Space 1999 collection is pretty damn cool. And we're going to show more of it later. But with season 2, you had a different musical theme. You had Derek Wadsworth, who took over, and he had more electronic style music. And you still had some horror elements, but the Metamorph introduced Maya from the planet Psychon and her world. Spoiler alert, it's only been out 46 years or so, 47 years. Her planet blows up. Now, I want to show you some print images that promoted year 2 of Space 1999. I really like these a lot. Here's this one. This is pretty neat. And I got this from a magazine at the Marshall University Library. I swiped just the cover because here's what the magazine was. Television and Radio Age. Right there from June of 76. Now, production of season 2 began in January 76. Again, just like in year 1, a full year, no breaks. I mean, they took some time off, like a week here, week there, but it wasn't like a summer hiatus like you have in American television. It's basically like 2 seasons in one in terms of production time, even though it's just 24 episodes. They packed a lot into each week of this show. But that's the magazine. That's the magazine I got this from. This is from the inside front cover. And then look here. You had these critics talking about season 2 that had pre-screened a few episodes. Here's one. Now, I don't think these are exactly like name critics, but someone named Pop Cooney, Conney, general manager of K-Ron TV in San Francisco, said, "The changes in Space 1999 year 2 are unbelievably great. It's a different, much improved show," quote unquote. And then WTVQ-TV in Lexington, Kentucky, Mr. Clark Davis, vice president of that station at the time in 1976, said, quote, "Once I saw it, I renewed," meaning to air the show. "You have performed miracles. It's breathtaking. Everyone will love it." Then the other critic in this choice article, Chuck Gingold, director of programming from KATU in Portland, Oregon, said, quote, "You have fulfilled all of your promises to deliver a more exciting product. Without qualification, it is an immense improvement. All of the elements lacking in year 1 have been remedied." Yeah, the critics hated the performance of Barbara Bain specifically, and they referred to the fact that Jerry Anderson and Sylvia Anderson worked with puppets prior to the UFO in Space 1999, and they like to make an analogy that she's as stiff as a marionette in her acting, and she was pretty wooden. I hate to see, she's a great actor. Now, there's moments where she screamed and did the, don't misunderstand, but a lot of it early on in the first few episodes in production order were just abysmal performances, very stiff. And that brings me to this point. I can't stand how on IMDb they list Space 1999 in the New York City 1975 to 1977 aired order, which is a flawed order, just like the original Star Trek on NBC, because they aired them just randomly based on the completion of special effects or for other reasons. The show is meant to be seen in production order. Like Commissioner Simmons with his fate and Earthbound, the 5th produced episode. You don't see that till way beyond the pilot in that aired order. And that's the same order on Tubi TV. By the way, if you don't want to watch the live stream on YouTube, which is going on now, or if it's after the fact and it's not there anymore, the live stream on Shout Studios YouTube channel of Space 1999, all 48 episodes back-to-back in production order, you can check Tubi TV. The versions on Tubi are not time compressed and sped up. That's also on Amazon Prime, or was, but they were using the PAL sped up version. And the kicker is how you can tell you're watching the right version, the normal speed. Year 1 episodes are 52 minutes without commercials. If you see it 50 minutes or less, it's sped up. And year 2, it was 51 minutes in length of Space 1999. So if you see 49 minutes or even 50 minutes, go to Tubi. I'm just saying Tubi has it right. Some more reviews of Season 2 I want to put on the screen. I don't think I should read all these, but I'll read some of them. That's the inside of this double truck that I got from Radio and Television Age. From my college library. I swiped it. I admit it. I swiped it. Let me just find a these might be stations in your area. I don't know where you're watching the Nostalgic Podblast or listening to the Nostalgic Podblast in, but these are mostly United States stations. Let me just read Los Angeles. KHJ-TV, Lionel Shane, Vice President and General Manager of that station, KHJ, never heard of it, TV, says, Barbara Bain is terrific in new interpretation. Space 1999 Year 2 is one of the finest productions I've ever seen. Barbara Bain is terrific in her new interpretation of Helena. I think the show now moves twice as fast. Every scene is packed with action. And then Gordon Bousset, sales manager was interviewed from KVAL TV in Eugene, Oregon, said, much better than the first season. The new characters work well. Much better than the first season. Wait, they highlighted what he said. Okay, I didn't mean to be repetitive. They highlighted. Okay, now moving forward, I'll know not to double read this. Okay, the new characters work well. Much better than the first season. A lot of care and a lot of dollars have been put into the second season. Space 1999 will be with us for a long time. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. If only Sir Lou Grade, the president of ITC, had held on just a few weeks for Star Wars to be released, the ratings would have spiked. A lot of people argue with me with this. I don't know, but I'm fairly confident. It just makes sense because everything went to outer space in terms of television and movies, including James Bond, as I said earlier. I know just because it was on par with Star Wars. Now, one guy argued, well, Star Wars had way better effects. It was a whole another level. Agreed on the big screen, but the effects were almost as good. And I think it would have gone on longer and longer. And what happened was Sir Lou Grade canceled 1999 to use that budget for a terrible movie called Raise the Titanic. To be fair, I have it on Blu-ray. I've never watched it in my life. I've heard it's bad, but it bombed. It didn't do well at the box office. So I think Sir Lou Grade, he was knighted. That's why I say Sir Lou Grade really effed up with that decision. Continuing with these reviews here, I want to read a few more. Jack Jacobson, Vice President, Manager of Programming of WGN TV Chicago. We all know that, Channel 9, because it was a superstation like WTCG and WTBS here in Atlanta. That was the Chicago superstation on cable television. Jack said, there is much more action and better pacing in Year 2. Maybe that's where Year 1 and Year 2 came from. Year 2. Catherine Schell and Tony Anhalt, who's a new addition to the cast, that's her male romantic lead, are tremendous assets. And he died in 2002, by the way, sadly, that actor did. Are tremendous assets. You have a new Wonder Woman of sci-fi in Catherine Schell. WVTV Milwaukee, Bill Frank said, new characters and greater sci-fi stories highlight Year 2. It has all the ingredients of a big winner. Oh, here's a good one. If you're still listening, Barry King, or watching, to your point, Julian Smith, general manager of WBFF TV in Baltimore, Maryland, said, there is greater emotional impact in Space 1999 Year 2. Fred Freiberger, who was very successful with Star Trek, is very impressive as new producer. one or two more. Erwin Starr, program manager of WMAL TV in Washington, D.C., said, "The improvements you promised for year 2 have been delivered. It is a much better program. The weaknesses in the scripting and characterizations have been completely corrected. We were very successful with year 1. Based on the improvements, the second year should be more successful." Gary Dreispel, program director of WJAR TV in Providence, Rhode Island, said the first season performed well in Providence and was very strong among viewers 18 to 49, the key demographic, because people feel like these individuals have not been set in their ways in terms of the brands they buy. So that's always been a coveted demographic, 18 to 49. Anyway, it was very strong among viewers 18 to 49, according to Nielsen, which is not a scientific way to gather that data, by the way. Now it's extremely improved. It's super. Tom Rose, program director of WTHR in Indianapolis, Indiana, said superb production values, fast-paced storylines, and strong new characters will make a very exciting and successful second year. Don Hess, program manager of WDSU TV in New Orleans, Louisiana, said actors show much more emotion. It will definitely appeal to much broader audiences. Jim Edwards, program director of WJAC TV in Johnstown, Pennsylvania, said, "You have enhanced the production qualities and made it more action-oriented. Catherine Schell is a big plus." Hear, hear. Hank Boreum, of program director of WPIX in New York, said, "Our faith in the series has been justified by second-year production. Space 1999 year 2 is much greater than the first year." Jack Petrick, vice president and general manager of KDNL TV in St. Louis, Missouri, said, "Where my grandparents lived on both my mom and dad's side. I've been there many times for Thanksgiving and summers." Anyway, who cares? But Jack Petrick, vice president of KDNL at the time in St. Louis, Missouri, said, "New elements added to a stunning production make Space 1999 year 2 an audience grabber. I am sure it'll be a huge success." And then William Scheuer, president and general manager of KMST in Monterey, said, "Martin Landau projects a stronger characterization. The love relationship now clearly developed between him and Barbara Bain will make viewers really care. I loved it so much, I'm moving it from Fringe Time to Prime Access." Al Holtz, HOLTZ, general manager of WPGH in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, said, "You now have all elements needed for a successful science fiction series. Meaningful improvements innovated by the new producer Fred Freiberger are evident." Jack Mofflett, general manager of WUAB TV in Cleveland, Ohio, said, "It did very well for us the first year. Space 1999 year 2 has even more production values and contains much more action." I should have saved these for if the stream goes down later. I'll break it up. This is getting boring, I guess, reading a bunch of reviews. Let me make a note. I can't write on this thing, but I'm going to get back to these reviews of year 2. If the stream goes down, hopefully it won't go down for good, but I want to read a few more because in case this is a TV station in your neck of the woods, past or present, I think you might be hopefully interested in that, in this. Let me now play a clip, but I'm going to try to add, hang on, 6474. Let me see if I can add any more pictures. 6474, I need 6473. Going to show you some autographs in a little bit of the cast and crew that I've met over the years. I met most of them in 2000 in New York City. 6473. And I'll get back to the chat. Sorry, folks, I'm not trying to ignore you. It's just doing this by myself. I get distracted easily. 6472. Hang on. 6471. This is going to be terrible on Fistful of Radio, I think. I'm so sorry, listeners. I think it's just, I'm trying to make this audio better, more audio friendly. And I think I'm failing at that. 6471. Okay. Oh, I got some really cool stuff to show you. Something just popped up when I uploaded it. Oh my God. This is really cool stuff you won't see anywhere else. From British Annuals, which are hardcover books based on Space 1999. I have a bunch in the background behind me of the British Annuals from year 1. Hang on, 6470, but I'll show you in just a second, just to tease it a little bit. for fellow sci-fi fans and classic sci-fi fans like you and I, you and me, whatever. All right, 6468. Where are you, my little friend? 6468. Photo 6468. 86 comments. I'm sure a lot are from our friend MyFlock and others. I don't mind repetitive comments. Don't misunderstand. That's daunting when I see that. I got to read all those. I feel bad. I'm not trying to ignore you. I appreciate each and every one of you being here on Facebook Live and Twitter, Twitch. Okay, 6468 is where I leave off there. Let's get back to the episode guide. Okay, cool. Good. This will give me room. I can delete you. I can delete you. I don't think I can delete this while I'm playing a video. Sarah, let me know in the comments if I can. And I want to bring her on too. Let's see. Yeah, here's where I left off. All right, let me just do one more thing. Bear with me, folks. I have to delete so I have room to put more in here. 6467. There we go. And then I'll be able to flow better with this presentation. 6467. I'll breathe in the meantime. How about that? Darth Vader impression. I'll do Incredible Hulk now. I could do it better usually. That was Ted Cassidy's Incredible Hulk. God rest his soul. He passed in 1979 from a heart ailment. 6465. Where are you? 6465. 6465. Almost got every. Oh, six. There is no six. Yeah, there's 6465. I'm going to try to play a clip. This is so boring. Oh, there's the British annual. I can't wait to show you the photos in this thing. 6465. Let me just try 6464, and then I'll play the clip. Okay, righto. So where we left off in year 2, we just started year 2, and these are images from the Space 1999 technical manual from Starlog magazine, which they published in 1977 when the show was still on the air. And I got my copy in 1987. They still had it. I wrote Starlog from an old ad and said, if I send you a money order, do you still have it in stock? They did. And so I got it basically new from their warehouse back then in 1987. A terrible year for our economy when the stock market crashed. But okay, so there's the Metamorph where Maya was introduced, withheld from syndication in the 80s. Let's play a clip of the movie, the TV movie, that was edited into called Cosmic Princess. I'm doing these out of order. I'll get to Destination Moonbase Alpha, which was the 2-parter. That was the first TV movie released, and it did fairly well in theaters. To my point, when Star Wars was released, so that's more proof to prove my argument that Space 1999 would have gone on had it not been canceled just prior to the release of Star Wars in movie theaters. Such a huge mistake. Let's look at the 1 minute, 44-second trailer to Cosmic Princess, which combined 2 key episodes. The Metamorph introduced Maya, and Space Warp, where she's delusional and transforming into a horrible creature, one after the other, tearing up Moonbase Alpha in a delusional state to get to her dead father on the planet Psychon, which no longer existed at that point in time.
Somewhere in the darkest reaches of the universe, the scientists and astronauts of Moonbase Alpha are about to discover that mankind is not alone.
Sensors are picking up an enormous disturbance.
5 million light years from home, an alien encounter is about to take place.
What's happened to Alpha? We've gone through a space warp. I am Mentor of the planet Psychon. You're in a hurry to get out there, aren't you? I may be in a hurry to get back. She won't take it! She'll break up! But it's not full power!
You are about to meet an extraterrestrial princess with powers beyond your wildest imagination.
Who are you?
Maya, Manta's daughter.
In a few moments, their minds will be squeezed dry. First, I shall destroy your eagle. Then your moon commander. Launch eagles for a full attack.
An alien beauty hiding a beast within. She can save them or destroy them.
I'm beginning to lose molecular control.
All security personnel, there's a dangerous creature loose on Alpha.
Put me in restraints! I can be dangerous!
Now we know what Mentor meant by welcome. Take it away, Commander! Save yourself! Fire. Maya.
Travel into an awesome adventure where a fantastic close encounter will change your lives forever. Cosmic Princess.
And that was from 1982, that edit and that release. Now, let's look at a few promotional trailers for season 2. And Sarah, I'm going to send you the link. I turned my phone back on. I'm hopeful that I won't have any more calls. Oh, and I did have that blooper. You know, I teased a blooper. Let me go back. I'm so bad. I showed you. Did I not show the... Let me just find... Hang on a second, folks. I got to upload something. I don't know where the hell that is. I want to show you this. This is funny. Bear with me. Oh, here it was. I just saw it. Wait, go back. Back. Yeah, watch this.
I'm Barbara Bain.
I'm Martin Landau.
Join us here on Channel 11 for the most exciting new television show ever.
Space 1999. The excitement never stops. The moon is hurled into outer space,
taking us and you into unlimited adventure.
Come with us and our co-star Barry Morse.
Space 1999. It's going to be a very good year.
Right here on Channel 11.
Okay, so at the very beginning of tonight's show, I showed the WGN Chicago Superstation promo, and they did that for many stations. Here's a funny outtake where they're cutting up. I just think this is kind of interesting. I wanted to set that up just to put it in context. Here we go.
I'm Sonny Tufts.
I'm Gloria Jean.
Join us here on WCBMUZ-ZHYO-TV right here in Scarsdale.
For the most exciting new show since Whiplash, Space 1999.
A firecracker explodes, sending the moon into a complete tizzy.
And making all of us totally wacko.
Come with us and our co-star S.C. Sackcow.
Space 1999. It's going to be a very, very good year.
Well, fair.
Not too bad.
Come see, come saw.
Well, good enough for Abe Mandel.
For Abe Mandel.
Isn't that weird? I'd never seen that before until recently. So now I want to play a serious promotion for year 2. God dang it. I'm so bad. Where is it? Oh, God. I've played these before, but let's play them now.
Hello, I'm Martin Landau.
I'm Barbara Bain. The new Space 1999 is more exciting than ever.
We have Catherine Shell as Maya, the Wonder Woman of science fiction.
And lots more.
I didn't want to hurt anyone!
Don't miss the spectacular, all-new Space 1999.
Coming to you soon.
The future is fantastic.
And we hope unforgettable.
There were tons of those that were put on the DVD releases from 2002. Want to play a few more promos, just a minute and a half's worth. I love the editing in these to promote year 2 of Space 1999. These are the episodes that these critics saw in June of 1976, before it had debuted to the public in September 76 in worldwide syndication. Streaming now on YouTube in Shout Studios' official YouTube channel. Now, you heard the different bits of music. I guess I'll play an interview with Martin Landau before I get to the music because I'm afraid the stream will be put in jeopardy on the YouTube side. Here's about a 4-minute clip of Martin Landau talking about the new season of Space 1999. Let's watch.
It's kind of interesting. Unlike most contemporary television, like Kojak or The Streets of San Francisco, where you know pretty much what your adversary is. A New York policeman in 5 years' time pretty much knows what he's going to run into. I mean, variations on the theme. I mean, if you're a New York policeman, there aren't too many surprises in store for you. Whereas in this kind of a show, traveling and hurtling through space, there's your adversary is something mind-boggling every week, and as a result, to relate to that on a level that is not that far removed from our own, because 1999 is only 23 years into the future. I mean, we're not out there by choice. In fact, technologically and emotionally, we're not really ready to go into deep space. It's an accident that causes us to do that. It's kind of interesting. I mean, there's an anthological aspect to it, which is kind of adventurous and fun. I mean, I think that's a very enjoyable aspect of the show. Well, I've always read it. I mean, not to the exclusion of other things. I mean, I grew up with H.G. Wells and Verne and Ray Bradbury and Asimov. But I read a lot of things, and it's part of what I've always read. I think it's a great literary form because a writer in a few sentences or a few paragraphs can create incredible worlds. One of the problems with doing filming science fiction is not to disappoint. In other words, when you describe a planet with red sky and red water, to have the budget, let's say, to allow for not to disappoint. Sometimes in the translation to film, you're often disappointed because radio and the literary form often allows for more imagination. I think one of the interesting things about this show, walking onto a new set that's been built, is not to be disappointed as a performer. And hopefully the audience, the sun is going away, hopefully the audience won't be disappointed as well. Well, I think they're probably much more exciting than they were in the first series. And I think the thing that I like best is there's much more humanity written into the series, thanks to the addition of Freddie Freiberger to our family. And I think there's more humor. I think the first series had a lot of very good things going for it, but I think it did lack some of the things that I felt were essential and to people. For instance, Barbara and I, Dr. Russell and I, have a much clearer adult, physical, emotional relationship, and there's a lot of humor in the relationship. I find that this year, for instance, the dialogue is not interchangeable. There's a lot of cute and funny things. The addition of Catherine Schell as our resident alien and Tony Anhalt, I mean, and their relationship is a very interesting one, and a fun one. In addition, I mean, and in times of duress, people do summon up humor, and the humor is particular to the people as opposed to just being general humor. I mean, they're not one-liners that are just thrown in for laughs. They're the kind of things that come out of people when they're in trouble, and they're the kind, let's say, the kind of things we say are much more in keeping with human beings in a situation that is filled with all kinds of anxiety.
And speaking of Catherine Schell, let's play a quick clip of her and some of the other new cast members of Year 2 of Space 1999.
Hello, I'm Catherine Schell. Here are a few scenes from next week's episode of Space 1999.
Hello, I'm Nick Tate. Here are a few scenes from next week's exciting episode of Space 1999.
Hello, I'm Tony Anhalt. Here are a few scenes from next week's exciting episode of Space 1999.
Hello, I'm Martin Landau. Here are a few scenes from next week's episode of Space 1999.
Hello, I'm Barbara Bain. Here are a few scenes from next week's episode of Space 1999.
See, that's the thing. It wasn't like Star Trek. They really didn't show a next week's clip. Except there was an episode with Darth Vader. He was filming Star Wars at the time. David Prowse, the guy in the Darth Vader costume, played an alien. We'll get to it in a minute. And that episode's length is short, and I think there was a trailer. I've never seen it, but I think there was a next week trailer. I wish they had. Like, I love the Star Trek 1 minute long next week trailers for the original Star Trek show and the Next Generation. I just love that. The $6 Million Man when I was a kid. It was neat to see these scenes from the next exciting episode, be it the Incredible Hulk or whatever. So now I'm going to get back to the photos and talk about the episodes, and we'll move along. Gosh, I've gone over 3 hours, another long one. The Exiles. If you're looking at the screen, the gentleman on the left, his voice was dubbed over. He was also in Flash Gordon, the movie, along with Brian Blessed, who had played Maya's father, Mentor, who died when their planet blew up in the Metamorph. But this guy on the right, he was one of the guys... Spare me the madness! Who got the spear in the gut with the wood beast. No. You know, I'm wrong. No, wait. Yeah. He got bitten by the wood beast, and then Timothy Dalton's character spares him by putting him out of his pain and misery with the sword in the gut. That's what it is. I've only seen it 15 times, and I have it on Blu-ray and Laserdisc and everything. Flash Gordon. All these things were shot back then. Long time ago. Hey, Sarah's here. I'm going to bring her on. Hey, Sarah.
Oh, hello.
Welcome. Now, you have been watching Space 1999 for the very first time. I think the first episode you saw was the last episode, the Dorcons. I had sent you a link to someone had posted it on YouTube, and you fell in love with the show. How are you enjoying the 24/7 live stream on the Shout Studios YouTube channel?
I keep watching it, and I haven't stopped. Oops.
Yes, I'm sorry, Brandon. I did my dumb laugh.
Well, yeah, I'm echoing, but I keep watching it, and I only stopped watching it to come here. So there you go.
Very good. Yeah, I did. Let me put the echo cancellation on. I had turned it off, so let me put that on. So wait a minute, audio. There, it should be fixed. Okay, so have you seen all 48 episodes at this point in time, to your knowledge? I guess it's hard to tell.
I've seen bits and pieces of them because I have fallen asleep a couple times, and then I had to come here and a few other places that if I go live, I've missed some, but I've seen a lot of them all the way through. Yes.
And you and I are going live on your channel Tuesday night to talk 1999. So keep studying.
Yes, sir.
but we are, and your channel is My Flock.
Yes.
A little more adult than my channel, and that's okay. But
yes.
Just so folks know. But we have fun, right?
Yeah, we do. Heck yes.
So have you been paying attention to this stream since I began, or since I started talking about the episodes anyway, with these pictures? Like, are you seeing any that you have not seen that I'm talking about when I show these images on the screen and talk about them for the listeners?
No, not yet. I've seen all of them so far.
Wow. Okay.
At least, it's not all the way through. At least I've seen enough of them to know what the heck you're talking about. But yes, it's really good like that. I'm excited.
Well, stop me if you see a picture or you don't recognize the plot of one I'm going to talk about, because there's only 22 more. My friend Jeff Logan is texting me as we're live something about tonight's Jeopardy episode. I quit watching because they're having these tournaments all season long. Let me see here. Oh, it doesn't matter. I'll address that in a minute. I can't stop the show. I get distracted so easily. I'm like, squirrel.
I squirrel too a lot. Don't worry.
All right, so let's move on. Then those are those two episodes. And I have both of these on 16 millimeter film. The key Metamorph episode introducing Maya and the Exiles, Great Prince. And I searched high and low for these on film for years. All right, next two. Oh shoot, I got to go get my coffee mug. One Moment of Humanity, which has a very abrupt ending, and Maya turns into a cockroach in that episode, and I hate cockroaches. But did you see that one? These robots have to be taught violence to kill the humans.
Yes, I have seen that one. I think that one's very interesting, very, very interesting, actually, because how do they even know about violence to learn about it? Like, it's kind of weird. Like, if you knew about it, then you have already kind of learned about it, I guess. I thought it was kind of weird. But yes, it's a very good episode.
Yeah, I like where the surprise is the androids are actually the humans that are wearing these masks.
Yep.
Now, here's the reason I got my coffee mug. Let me put it on camera. Is this guide now differentiates slightly from my coffee mug and from the order on the DVDs and Blu-rays. It says the next episode after One Moment of Humanity was All That Glisters, which my guide, my Starlog guide says it's just one off by one. So it's not like a big deal. But let's just talk about Journey to Where a little bit. That's a Back to Earth episode, like Earthbound, where Earth of the future contacts the Alphans from Texas City, planet Earth. And it's kind of cool because that Earth of the future without the moon has been really barren and decimated without the moon, and the tidal waves have gone nuts and things, but they live in these little dome type buildings. It looks like the inside of a pinball machine to me. It looks like the bumpers inside of a pinball machine, like the futuristic city.
I know you already covered this one, but there was something I wanted to say. When they first, come in contact with, Maya, right, and all that.
Yeah.
I actually got all like kind of teary-eyed in that episode. It was really kind of sad.
Well, yeah, you lost your father in real life.
Yeah.
I'm sure it sort of touched a nerve. It's a good one. Yeah,
It was a really good episode. Yeah, I've seen that one all the way through many times now. It's the one episode I've seen all the way through many times now.
Oh wow, yeah, it's good. Now, I always got to bring up something to be the devil's advocate and talk about something negative. It's a great episode, but some of the aliens you saw look kind of silly in the caves.
Well, I mean, yes, but that's
one of them looked like me, dude with a fat face. It just looked like they put a bunch of paint on him, like spray paint. He looked like me, ugly. No, I'm kidding.
Well,
So anyway,
I see some interesting aliens there, and I'll never make fun of Star Trek again. I'm just saying.
And one thing about the Metamorph I should have mentioned earlier is a graveyard of spaceships, and that is kind of like Dragon's Domain. Did you ever see Dragon's Domain season 1 with the beast, the octopus creature that's sucking the humans in and spitting out their bones?
No, I haven't seen that one yet.
Oh my God, you're in for a treat. That's a terrifying episode. Anyway, it had this graveyard of spaceships in that episode, which was produced. There was only one episode in production order in between, but a year in between the two seasons, of course. But yeah, because anyway, whatever. There was a graveyard of spaceships on Maya's planet, remember? Where Mentor had brought all these guys down to experiment on their brains. That's kind of similar to the character he played in season 1, Death's Other Dominion on the Ice World. Did you watch that one with the ice planet?
I believe so. I think you were in chat too, telling everybody about it.
Yeah. And there's also some people in the background that are of note on Moonbase Alpha in season 1 and 2. I always talk about when I see Kate. This actress, her real name is Kate. She played the Alpha technician Kate. She was in season 1 and season 2. Sometimes they throw a line her way, like it starting in The Last Sunset, and in season 2, A.B. Chrysalis, we'll talk about it later, which starred Sarah Douglas right before she played Ursa in Superman the movie and Superman 2. I liked her. And then Jenny Cresswell. You know this. Jenny Cresswell was in Star Wars. She played Han Solo's girlfriend. She's had long dark hair. She also played Maya in the final episode in production order when Maya's trying to hide from the Dorkons. And she had a lot of key moments in the show, but you can only hear her in the final episode, the Dorkons. But in Star Wars, in the cantina scene, in the original cut before Marsha Lucas cut her out, she was Han Solo's girlfriend in the cantina. His bar wench, if you will. Yeah, she was, and it's out there on the internet. Look up Jenny Cresswell Star Wars, and you'll see it. You can read all about it, and you can see it. She's on his lap right before, like when Obi-Wan Kenobi cuts off the Walrus Man's arm, and there's a cut line from Han Solo saying, "Nice moves, old man. Very impressive, sweetheart." And he shoos her away. She's on his lap.
Yep.
And I love that actor. She was so pretty. And she had some nice moments only in year 2. She wasn't in year 1, Jenny Cresswell, but she was just like a featured extra, but she had some really cool things she did. Like, I like the Lambda Factor with Carolyn, who gets the psychic powers, and she turns Maya into a monkey and then a caterpillar. And there's a scene where she's made everyone catatonic in Command Center. And you see Jenny Cresswell, and like Tony shows up and he goes like this over her face. She's like this. It's like a nice close up, and he's like, "Hello." Exactly.
That's a good episode.
Yeah, and so is Go ahead.
I was gonna say there's another episode too that I think is kind of interesting. They're on that planet. It's kind of like when the Gorns are attacking Kirk, right? He's on that planet, and he's got Maya with him and stuff like that. And she turns into not a hawk. It's a falcon, I think it is, right?
Yeah.
And then she gets captured. Then she's got to put it in the cage, and then he's all, she can't stay in the cage. She can only hold her phone for like an hour, and then she'll be crushed. And I'm like, but the cage looks like she could just bust out of it as a human. Like, I don't get it. But what do I know?
I bought that. Now, Fred Freiberger wrote that episode. That was the one Barry King said was the first one he ever saw as a kid when he was 11 years old on XIA 11 Alive. But it's called The Rules of Luton. A lot of people make fun of that title, but because Fred Freiberger thought of Luton because it was a street in England, in London. So what? I mean, we get inspired by all things in life.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Look at Seinfeld. That was all based on real life. So who cares?
Yeah, show about nothing. That's life for you.
Thank you.
Right.
But Journey to Where was a great Back to Earth episode. I don't want to give it away too much. They do go back to Earth, but they go back in time. I'm not going to say when or where, but it's just an entertaining episode. I love those Back to Earth episodes, whether it's Lost in Space, going back in time, or what have you. Star Trek,
like
Mars
Voyager, when they get in contact with Earth when they're out there, the Delta Quadrant. Good stuff. I don't care. Good stuff.
And Isla Blair's in Journey to Where, who was in War Games, who was married, still is, to Julian Glover, whom I talked about earlier in the show, the former Bond villain and villain in Indiana Jones: The Last Crusade and Empire Strikes Back, and other things. So let's move along then to All That Glisters, which was a bad episode with the living rocks, but it had some cool moments with Maya and the space cowboy, an Irish guy.
I like this.
Fancies himself as a Texas cowboy, huh?
I've seen this episode all the way through a couple times now. Very good episode.
When people make fun of it, but I like the.
Well, listen, I can make fun of all the episodes, but I still like them.
And you saw in that trailer I played, I like when Maya's inside that rock. Commander, help me! And I like the red is death. Red is like there's different colors from the rocks. Like one green will paralyze, red will kill. And I just think that was cool.
It is. That one also reminded me of the episode of TNG, Ugly Bags of Mostly Water, with that little microorganism and that planet they're terraforming. Yeah, and all they want is water or whatever it is, right?
That's right. They don't want to hurt anybody. Correct. They're just trying to survive. Right.
Right. These rocks, they didn't want to hurt nobody. They just wanted water. It's like the funniest thing.
And then the Alphans put the crystals in the clouds and make it rain. No,
see?
like somebody in a strip club, I guess. I'm kidding.
Strip club?
Like someone would do in a strip club with dollar bills or $5 bills. I don't know why I said that. I'm just trying to be funny, I guess. And then next,
it's funny. What are you talking about?
You had the Tabor, which I like. That had an original musical score. Oh, let me back up. Derek Wadsworth, the new composer, scored a new score for The Metamorph, The Exiles, the second one, production order, One Moment of Humanity, the third one. And then he skipped. Then the next two had recycled music. Then he had new music for this one, the Tabor, with the Space Trader. And I like he was obsessed with Maya.
That one reminds me of the most toys of TNG. Such a good episode. One of my favorite ones of TNG. I also like this one a lot. And I love his
made it in
pink
Star
mohawk.
Trek Next Generation.
Yeah, the most toys.
Oh wow!
Where the guy has that collection of all the valuable stuff, and he wants Data, and so he fixed Data's death and keeps him against his will.
Oh, wow. Here, I have a rare picture from the inside of this British annual where you see Maya's double. In this episode, they construct an android Maya to trick and satisfy the Tabor, who tries to kidnap Maya. And he does kidnap her in hyperspace. And that's one of the few times you heard the term hyperspace pre-Star Wars. Hyperspace is what the Millennium Falcon can go into. He has the power of hyperspace. But actually, hyperspace goes back even before Space 1999 in Lost in Space, black and white episode of The Sky Pirate. Guy from late 1800s, played by Albert Salmi, who sadly murdered his wife and then shot himself. Suicide in 1990 with his estranged wife. Horrible thing. But he played Captain Tucker in 2 episodes of the original Lost in Space. And in the first one, he has the hyperdrive, and they refer to it as the hyperdrive, and they describe what happens in Star Wars when the Millennium Falcon cuts into hyperspace where the stars spin, like the effect they showed. What I like is Lost in Space didn't have the technology to show it, but they described it. When John Robinson says to Captain Tucker, what happens when you engage this device? He goes, the stars go out, they swirl around, like he described. And it's like Lucas, I know he got inspiration from that scene. But now look, in the Tabor, this is there's a rare shot of the double for Maya because it's a split screen in the actual episode. I love this picture from the British Annual. I've never seen it anywhere else. But on the left, anyone who's watching, sorry, listeners, there is Maya's photo double for that episode.
Yeah, I really like this episode, actually.
Me too. I like it. And I like when the Tabor gets drunk. That was kind of a funny scene. And chat, I'm sorry, I'll get to chat. I see 46 comments I've not acknowledged. I apologize. I'll get to it. But yeah, there's that.
Oh
And then
yeah,
also from the same episode. What's that?
I just wanted to let you know the reason why they have to stop the stream after a while is because it gets corrupted, and it won't play anymore. So they have to only run it for so long before they have to end it and then restart a new one.
Oh, you're talking about on the Shout Studios official stream. Wow. Okay, because it had like almost 300,000 views the first time.
Right. I know this because when I streamed for months at a time, the streams would get corrupted and we'd have to end it and start up a new one right away.
I just think it's so neat because the show used to be so rare. You know, I remember in my youth how rare it was and so exciting to see it be when it finally was on Laserdisc and stuff. So now it's you guys have it so good. You can just stream it. You can see it on Tubi TV. It's not rare anymore. It's on Blu-ray, all the major forms except for 4K yet. I'm sure it will be on 4K, but I just love this picture. Also from this British annual, I had Catherine sign this. There's a couple shots she signed below, as you can see. I'll show you some more things she signed, but that's a page from this British annual right here, the rarest one, the last one. That came out in 79, a couple years after the show went off the air. There's the front. There's the back. Hardcover. I'll show you some pictures inside. And Xenia Morton, who played Sandra Benes, signed that for me at that convention in 2000 in New York City. That's from inside this book.
That is so cool.
That's it. Now I like this. That's the second to the last episode in production order. That was what I call the Psycho moment. Have you ever seen the movie Psycho, Sarah?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm spoiling it. Norman
But
Bates,
I've seen most of it, but I've never seen it all the way through.
It was, well, I won't give all of it away. Most of
I
you
know
out
all
there
about it.
watching
Don't worry about it.
All right. So, the big reveal is the mother's dead in the basement. She's a skeleton.
Yes.
And they do a similar reveal of that skeleton you see there in that episode. Did you see that episode of 1999?
Doesn't sound familiar yet.
Okay, it's number 47. It's the one before the Dorcons in production order. All right, let me just show you.
Well,
Here's a
if
little
you're not in
sample
chat to tell me the order number, then I don't know.
I know. Here's a little ghouls gallery from that British annual. That's my fingers. I took this picture this morning.
Oh gosh, those ghoulish fingers are yours? Crazy.
Yeah, ghouly. All right, so let's continue on with the episodes themselves in terms of just talking about them. And I have a few more clips. Oh dear. Let me see where I left off. All that glisters in the table. Okay, so that's where we're at. Let me do something real quick. That's what she said. I don't know. That's stupid. That doesn't even that's not even funny. That's not even funny. It didn't even make sense. Okay, I'm just gonna delete
It's
these.
funny always because
I still have. It's getting old though. It's getting old.
No, it never does. Sorry, not that one.
The next couple episodes, the Mark of Arcanon. Now let me.
Yes, I just saw this one today.
Yes. Okay, now this digresses from my coffee mug. My coffee mug says the Rules of Luton was filmed before the Mark of Arcanon. You know what? They were filmed at the same time. They did this a couple times in the show when they got behind schedule, as they say in England, or behind schedule, as we say in the US.
Yeah.
And that's because you had like in the Mark of Arcanon, Maya and the commander were away in an eagle. And this is the one I was talking about with Barry King that had really fake looking asteroids. They called them meteors.
And these aliens look really bad too.
Yeah, Egyptian. And I bet you hated that scene where that boy was about to strangle that bird. In the cage.
No, that's okay because he learned that killing was bad.
And he didn't do it.
Exactly.
But I was pissed. When I watched it as a kid, I was like, if that sumbitch, because you can't differentiate between fantasy and reality when you're a kid. I mean, it's like real, I'm like, that mother effer, if he hurts that bird.
It's because you
do
connect with the characters, you understand the storyline, you feel what they feel, you go through the stuff. So when you see the kind of stuff, you're like, oh my god, yeah, I was like that on Star Trek. I know.
Correct. And what's going on in that episode? There's a virus like AIDS, if you will, space AIDS, but it makes people kill, and it's dormant in the child, and it has tendrils. And the dad, seen on the left on that picture, has it, and it makes people psychotic. So anyway. And then so you didn't have Maya and the commander in that one, except for in cameos that they'd filmed, because they were off filming this episode, The Rules of Luton, on location in England, outdoors. And Mark of Arcanon was filmed at Pinewood Studios inside at the same time. And I love Rules of Luton. People pan it. I don't know why. The hell with them, the fans of year one, because you heard the story. I love the story I talked about with Barry BK on the air earlier. about how they revealed that Martin Landau had a first wife who died in a nuclear war in 1987. Yes, we laugh. I mean, hell, even the premise, I wish had been called Space 2099, because of course 1999 is 25 years ago in our time in reality. But I still think, aside from that, the show holds up. But
I like it. I love the effects on it overall. Pretty good. And the
Yeah.
aliens are kind of whatever. But
Yeah.
like the screen, like when they show like the view screens and all that kind of stuff, the special effects, still better than like Star Trek. When it was originally done, like 2S, right?
Yeah.
100% better. Like why? I don't know. But they had better looking aliens in Star Trek. So whatever, give and take a little bit. Either way,
I
very
found the
good.
Next Generation effects look fake to me. You know why? Because they'd done almost, it looked like videotape, especially in the early Star Trek The Next Generation episodes. It didn't look like it was shot on film. Like the stars didn't look real. It didn't, you know what I'm saying? Like in The Next Generation,
Yes.
early on, it didn't look right. It looked
Yeah,
like
no,
it was videotape.
Yeah, the first 2 seasons for sure were they made my eyes bleed a lot, but afterwards it got pretty good.
Yeah, afterwards, later on, it did for sure. When
Mhm.
when they started making the feature films and whatnot.
Yeah.
With the Next
But
Generation cast.
well, yeah, but even still, for the 3rd season on, much better with all that stuff.
Guys,
But,
I'm sorry if I missed comments. I'm putting as many on the screen as I can. Really quickly. But yeah, so and that was the Arena episode you referenced earlier. It's like Star Trek Arena, the original show where Kirk fights the Gorn.
Mhm.
And it happened in the Outer Limits before that in Fun and Games.
Oh yeah, it's awesome watching all these older shows because all I had was like TOS to go off of, right? And now
Right.
that you like show me the truth of it all, like this show is amazing, right? And it's
Yeah.
like I watched so many episodes and I'm like, okay, now I've seen this in that episode, I've seen this in that episode, trying to do this one, and it's just great. I love it.
Hey, Esmeralda, haven't said hey to you yet. I appreciate you being out there and being so sweet and loyal to Sarah and I and Snarky and everybody in our
She's
family, our YouTube family.
she's moving,
Moving? She got
Mhm.
up out
She's
of
not
the
gonna be in
chair? What do
Oregon
you mean?
anymore.
What?
No, she's not gonna be in Oregon anymore. She's moving to Washington.
Oh, that's better. Seattle?
I don't know. She's Washington.
Did her husband transfer? Is that what's going on?
Yeah,
Or
he got a new job.
Good. Hopefully it's more money. Must be to deal with the move. And they'll probably pay to move everything. That's
I don't know
awesome.
about that, but she's
Congratulations.
just like
That's usually what
she's like,
happens.
yeah, but she's like, I'm sorry, I haven't been around. I'm like, don't worry about it. You're moving. Good job. I gotta move too.
Cumulus tried to transfer me to Pensacola, Florida, and I said no thanks. But they were gonna pay for my move and everything. It would have been too daunting. I have too much stuff. Pinball machines.
Yeah, you do.
Films. They don't understand. I'm not a normal person. I have a crazy collection. Okay.
I'm not moving to Canada, Brandon.
Oh, Brandon's saying you're moving to Canada. She told me. You're funny. Buddy.
I can barely afford to move just to the next city over. Okay, it's not gonna. Okay, Canada. You're insane. Good job, Brandon.
So next up, let me make sure it jives with my coffee mug production order. It does. Okay. But then it diverts again by one episode. Anyway, we'll cross that bridge later. New Adam, New Eve. That's where you have a space Jesus. It's another one like Who Mourns for Adonis, classic Star Trek, 2nd season episode, 33 in production order of that show.
Yeah. I woke up into this one this morning, and so I didn't get to watch it all.
You didn't see where the commander and Maya made out?
No.
You missed out, man. Okay, I got a picture for you.
Wait. Was that the one where
It's this one. Look, they get hot and heavy.
No. Yeah, no, I did not see that. Dang it.
Well, I don't want to spoil it. No, there's a very romantic scene between the two.
You can't spoil it. I'm still gonna watch it. Doesn't matter.
I should have had her sign this when I met her.
Well, I don't know why you didn't. Shame on you.
Because I didn't have it yet.
Well, then there you go. Double shame on you.
There's a logical reason.
But it better be your
okay, so tell me what you thought of New Adam. Well, you didn't see the whole thing, so I guess it's not a fair question. 64. I'm just trying to stall while I upload more pictures.
Okay.
Because I've been deleting as we talk.
Well, I just want to thank you again for turning me on to the show, and then because I have that ability to pay attention to things. When I saw the Alf playing, right, I went back to check the other stuff that they had going, right.
We're doing an Alf marathon. I don't give a flip about Alf, but that's beside the
I know,
point.
but if I hadn't found Alf, I wouldn't have found Space 1989.
Oh,
so there you go.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you for your information. Your great intel. You have great intel,
right?
there.
But yes. Well, anyway, so I was watching Thunderbirds, right? And then that's I was like, that one ended, and I was like, well, what else is gonna be on? Because they had a bunch of more, going after that one, right? And then I said Space 99, and then I did that double take. Then I had to check, make sure I'm still on YouTube, and then I, couldn't believe it. So then I started watching, like, holy crap, it is. And then I messaged you right away.
You did. I was on set. I can't talk
Mhm.
about what, but yeah. And you told me the stream's back up because you told me it's down. I go, oh, that's kind of makes me sad because I like when new people discover the show.
Oh yeah, I sent Jim there. I sent TD there. I sent everybody there.
I wouldn't think TD would dig it, but maybe she did. I don't know.
Well,
She doesn't seem like a
TD,
sci-fi gal.
I just told
But
her
then
where we
again,
were
she did
at.
go to conventions and cosplay, so I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
really know the
TD
lady.
came in. She enjoyed herself, and then she had to get back to her life. But like she came in, and you and her was like talking forever. It was great. It was a fun night. I don't think I went to bed that night or that morning. Yeah,
Oh.
I was up for like 3 days watching that stuff, plus doing my stuff I had to do. Oh my gosh, it was good times.
I've already shown these, so I can delete these to put more pictures up. The VHS things I did in 1991. I was getting so mad. I remember when I did. So I'm like, "There's no base on the moon. It's only a few years away. 9 years away. What's going on? Come on, NASA." All right, 64:58. Almost done with this uploading, folks.
Hi,
I'm gonna
Dan.
play a clip. I think. Can I play a clip and upload picture? I can't because I need to switch. I need to
Well,
switch
the
brands.
way you have it set up now, you can't.
Shucks, 64:57.
Shucks.
Family show.
Yeah, it is.
All
You
right.
remember your
I have
format.
two more
Good job.
clips I want to play, but hey guys, I got to tease this. I found something in my collection I'd forgotten about. I didn't know I had. I'm going to share with you now. I mean, tonight in just a little while. Awesome stuff from Space 1999 that I forgot all about, and I put it in a special place after the fact because I can't believe I blanked out on that. All right, let me just try one more. Okay, so I can't do any more. Let's continue on with the episode, guys. We're almost done. There's only 48 episodes. Okay, and so there's those two. Oh, and I can now move on to this. Oh, we talked about this. That's right. New Adam, New Eve. Good one. The Maya and the Commander hook up. Helena and Tony hook up. There's a planet he's created with a bunch of mutants and dissidents, and he's basically, spoiler alert, a space magician. He's not really Jesus.
That I gathered right away because I'm like, nah, I've seen this episode in Star Trek, every time.
I know, and his source is light, and I love the way they got rid of him, though. They dug a ditch and put a bunch of twigs on top, and he fell, but he's holding the planet together, and the planet starts breaking apart. And you're like, light, I need light! And he's got this terrible porn stash, this actor.
Yes,
anyway.
he does. That's the first thing I saw, and I was like, oh, no.
And then
I can't spell, so I didn't type anything in chat.
The next episode is Brian the Brain, and that's with a little space robot gone amok. We've seen that before in 2001, A Space Odyssey. It's kind of a cliche plot point. But
is that the one where he's kind of like a child and he kills his
yes, he kills his
yeah,
creator.
I just saw that one today too. Like not the whole thing of it, but just yes, and then they launch him out into space, and then he's like tethered by like the cord or something. Yeah, I saw that.
They throw him out of the spaceship, and he's just dangling by a wire, by an antenna, and they're like, he's crying. He's like, don't go by the antenna. He does terrible things in that episode. He does like a love test on the Commander and Helena, taking their oxygen away. And anyway, he's kind of a goofy looking thing. He looks like a walking Lego to me.
Yeah, he does. It's terrible. I was like, what is this?
But that was 1976 when it was filmed.
Like somebody took their oven out of their house and then made it into a robot and said, here, this alien, here you go.
I watched that when it was first run. I was like 5 years old on XIA 11 Alive here in Atlanta, which was the time was an ABC station. But that was the first one I saw, Brian the Brain. All right, so let's move on to this is very interesting. AB Chrysalis. This does digress from the coffee mug order and the Blu-ray order, but not by much, just by one episode. So I just want to inform you all. The coffee mug says it's Metamorph Exiles, One Moment of Humanity, All That Glisters, Journey to Where, Tabor, The Rules of Luton, Mark of Arcanon, Brian the Brain, The New Adam, New Eve. And then AB Chrysalis. But Maya had a new hairdo in New Adam, New Eve, and Brian the Brain. She had like kind of a wave, kind of like a perm, not quite as severe as a perm, but she had a nice hairdo. And in this one too, AB Chrysalis. So these three were filmed around the same time. But AB Chrysalis, did you see that one yet with the green naked people?
Say that again.
Did you see the episode with the green naked people? They're living in like chloroform, a form of breathing that humans can't. They're in like a chamber and.
I don't think so. This doesn't sound familiar. Let's get it. This is not familiar as it is. So, I've been watching it for days now. So, if I haven't seen it,
all right. Well, these next two episodes have a connection to the Chris Reeves Superman movies. In that, Sarah Douglas, who played Ursa, plays a naked green alien in A.B. Chrysalis. And it's two women and a guy. And these people are like in chambers. They're in suspended animation and they get revived. Their planet sends out shockwaves, which is damaging Alpha and will destroy Alpha. And their commander shows up to try to convince them to stop the shockwaves. Otherwise, Alpha will be destroyed. Anyway, they have to judge whether they should. And they accidentally kill one of the aliens accidentally. Ellen Carter does. Anyway, long story short, Sarah Douglas has long hair in this. This was about a year before she first acted in Superman the movie and Superman 2, which were shot by Donner at the same time when he was directing both pictures. And so that's who she is. And she also was in V, The Final Battle, many years later. So that's one connection to the Chris Reeve movies. The next one, oh, and by the way, one Space 1999 set survived in Superman 2, shot in 1977 by Richard Donner. And that's, of course, the Surface of the Moon set. Have you seen Superman 2, Sarah?
Yeah, but I only saw one once, and that was like on TV years ago.
But do you remember when the three villains are on the moon and they killed the astronauts and the cosmonauts?
Oh, yes.
That's the Alpha set. That's outside of the moon base Alpha windows.
That's freaking awesome.
Pinewood Studios. Yeah,
they
that around.
Nothing got murdered, but the set is awesome. There we go.
Yeah. So that's that connection. Two connections. Here's a third connection to the Chris Reeve Superman movies. Catacombs of the Moon is an episode. You see the woman in the picture when watching on YouTube or Facebook Live or Twitch or X, and Twitter and X or Twitch. Anyway, that's Pamela Stevenson. In Superman 3, she played Lorelei Ambrosia, the only other woman that Superman had sex with in the series when he was possessed.
Yes.
Kryptonite, produced partially by tar from cigarettes, because Gus Gorman, played by Richard Pryor, didn't have the entire formula to create synthetic kryptonite. So he improvised. And remember, in that movie, it makes Superman evil.
Yeah,
and
he
has
fights
sex with
himself.
this hot blonde. Like, she's kind of ditzy, but she's not. She's pretending to be stupid. She's Ross Webster's girlfriend, played by Robert Vaughn from The Man from U.N.C.L.E.
Yes.
And he had a whistle, by the way. I'm digressing. Robert Vaughn had a whistle when he spoke. You heard it in The Man from U.N.C.L.E. They used audio post-production to lessen his whistle when he says S's. Factoid.
Yes,
but she looks completely different. Pamela Stevens. She's married to Billy Connolly, the Scottish comedian. And I think they're still married. And she did well on the British version of Dancing with the Stars. That's where that show comes from. Pamela Stevenson, like I think in 2006 or something. So she still has it or had it in 06 anyway. But that's her in 1999. And she plays a woman with a bad heart. And her boyfriend goes nuts trying to save her life. And he plants explosives on himself. Anyway, so that's the Superman Chris Reeve connection to those episodes of Space 1999. Now we can move on.
Very cool.
To Seed of Destruction. That is The Enemy Within 1999 style, where Martin Landau is playing a dual role, an evil Commander Koenig and a good Commander Koenig, thanks to a jewel-like asteroid that has mirrors in it. And it creates a duplicate. Have you seen that one yet?
No, I have not.
I have that one on film from Australia, and they censored a scene because they thought it was too scary. Me off. The guy who sold it to me didn't tell me it was missing. I don't think he knew, actually.
He probably didn't know if he's from Australia. He probably did not know.
I'll be brief in explaining what's missing. Just Maya and Tony are trying to get to the asteroid. They realize something's not right with the Commander Koenig on Alpha, and they realize this is not our commander. And so they want to get on an Eagle and go to the asteroid, and Commander Koenig has grounded all Eagles. So they hijack one. And when they go to hijack it, and it was brilliantly edited in the film, a security guard shows up. Like, they open the little, I love their little, like, their little tram, the tram on Moonbase Alpha that goes really fast from place to place. You know the thing? So they go onto the tram to get on an Eagle, and there's a security guard standing there with a gun, and Maya quickly transforms into this hideous monster and scares the shit out of the security guard. He goes, ah! And it was so realistic because the guy's acting, and that little bit was cut. I guess they thought it would be too intense for children in Australia. It's missing from my print, but the way it's edited, this is so boring. I just wish I should, one day I'll get it on my iPhone and share that one clip. The way it's edited, it's completely missing. Or she turns into a monster. Okay.
Well, no, I mean, okay, like get it on your iPhone. That'd be great. I want to see that.
Yeah. Thanks. And then
Yeah.
the image on the right is the Beta Cloud, one of my favorite episodes. Fun fact, when I was a kid, our family was going to go to Six Flags, which is an amusement park here in Atlanta, Georgia. And I was so transfixed with that episode. Dad's like, okay, Chance, we're going. We're all ready. I'm like, can I watch the rest of this episode? They're like, no, we're going to Six Flags. We're going to have fun. It's like not quite as cool as Disneyland in your neck of the woods, but it's a theme park, right? And that was the
Six Flags.
that was on. And I remember I'm like, I gotta see the rest of this. And that's the one with Darth Vader, future Darth Vader, Dave Prowse, who was filming Star Wars at the same time as this episode.
Wait, is he the one where he's like that he's like wearing all black? He's like looks like he's on stilts almost, but he's like pushing everybody around and beating them up and stuff.
Nope, it's similar. That's End of Eternity. Good. This is a monster. It's just like Darth Vader. He's in a costume. You can't hear him, but he's a creature, and he's been dispatched by an alien race that wants to steal the life support core from Alpha, which will kill Alpha, freeze him to death. And so this thing has come to Alpha on board an Eagle to steal it. And so Maya can't figure it out. She can hold an alien form or a living form for an hour, and she keeps trying to transform into that thing to fight it.
Oh yeah, that's another thing I wanted to ask you about too. In the episode where the guy with the pink mohawk, kidnaps her, he says she locks herself into the ugly form of him, right? Like,
yeah.
But if she can only hold her form for an hour, then how does she lock herself into the form? I don't get it.
It's just for an hour duration of time.
Well, that's not what she said on the show, though.
Oh, well, she's psyching him out. She's faking him out.
Okay.
He didn't know that. Why would she say, I can only hold this for an hour? She's trying to get in his head, so he'd release her.
That's what I'm asking you, because
he goes, yeah, that's why. She's like, I've locked myself into the hideous version of yourself.
Yeah, I was like, that was so funny, though. That was really good. I like that one. Like I said, they reminded me of the most toys, so.
No, that was just psychological warfare, I guess. I don't know.
No, good.
I really don't think it was an error in the writing. I think it was just her trying to
psych him out.
Psych him out. There you go.
And he fell for it.
Yes. Okay. Someone said see you tomorrow. All right. So let's continue on. I can't wait to get this collectible. So that's a really great episode, the Beta Cloud with Darth Vader. And I have a picture from that I had autographed by two of the stars. Oh, and you'll like this. If you've not seen that one yet, Tony finally confesses he's in love with Maya, and they kiss and embrace. Very romantic scene where they think they're going to die at the hands of this creature. It's great. I love it. I love that scene. Now, here is from that episode, John Hugg, who played Frasier. He was in the Metamorph. Remember that woman's freaking out when she thinks her man's going to die? Anyway, when they're going to blow up the planet Psychon. Anyway, that's the actor. Yes. John Hugg. He played Frasier. And then Catherine signed that as well. So that's from that episode, the Beta Cloud. He's trying to use a cannon to destroy the monster, the creature. Yeah. I don't want to give away the twist. There's a twist about why they can't kill him and why Maya can't transform into that creature. So let me get to where I left off with the episodes. What the hell did I do? Okay, here we go. So there you go. It's a great episode. Now moving on to A Matter of Balance. This girl here, there's an actress in here. Did you see that one with Vendris? Looks ridiculous. His costume. He's bald and he looks like he's a male stripper.
I don't know. I can't really tell from this picture.
And look, I wasn't looking hard, but it's kind of like in the Adam West Batman, Burt Ward, they had to put a cod piece over his pecker.
Yeah.
Family show. But you see this guy's pecker. I wasn't looking in that outfit, and it's very distracting. Anyway, the woman,
I don't mind it, but go on.
The young woman, Frederick, she's gorgeous. That was Peter Sellers' wife from the Pink Panther. See how it comes full circle? She died of alcoholism.
Yes, I know.
Mary and I talked about that a few years ago, but yeah, she.
Well, I like Pink Panther a lot, so I knew a lot about it.
You do know. Good on you. And then on the right, now I think this digresses from my coffee mug again in the episode guide. Hang on. I know I'm so confusing. Beta Cloud, Matter of Balance, Space Warp. Nope. All right, good. So it jives. Space Warp's the one. I already showed clips in the Cosmic Princess 1982 movie edit. That's where Maya is delusional, transforming from one creature to another.
Yes.
And Catherine has a unique look. Her hair's down. It's usually up. Her hair is down and all loose. And she has a great look in that episode.
That episode reminded me of the Searching Voyager episode where 7 of 9 goes through much the same thing when she, starts reliving all the people she assimilated and she becomes them and it gets all crazy and stuff. I was like, that's a really good episode. I really like that one.
Cool. I've not seen that.
Chance, what have you been doing?
I've not seen that. And I like 7 of 9. I like Jerry Ryan a lot.
She's so freaking hot. Oh my gosh.
It's so funny. She retained, I guess, because she became known as Jerry Ryan. She's been divorced from Ryan. That was a married name for a long time. Oh, well. Anyway, there's that. Those 2 episodes. And Space Warp, of course, was withheld in the 80s. I've already talked about that ad nauseum in case you came in late. I never got to see that on WVU 69, but WATL Channel 36 independent station on the UHF dial did air all 4 of the 1999 TV movies, and I taped them in 1986. I only aired one time in 1986. And back then you had to look at a TV guide or a TV week in your Sunday paper. And I got so excited. I'm like, yes, they're going to air it. I'm finally going to see these because those are episodes I'd never seen. They're key episodes. Moving on. The 2-parter. This also was withheld. This was the first movie released theatrically in 78 to cash in on the Star Wars dollar. I'm going to play a trailer now. And I was going to play the intro to it. Now I don't know because the stream went down and I played an intro to Alien Attack, like actual scenes from the opening. I am going to try to play the trailer. It's just a minute or 2 long and I have to go number 1 TMI anyway. Going to play that, but let me do one thing while I'm 64, 63, 64, 52. I'm just trying to upload the final photos. Yes. Hang on. We'll get to the clip. I've gone 3 hours, 46 minutes, 32 seconds. Unreal. And I'm going to show you the rest of the collectibles.
It's Space 99. It's amazing. It's you need more time than this for honestly. Of course.
Well, someone was complaining in the chat, so I don't want to. But you can stop and start it. It was a game show fan though, so they're not into 1999. So that's understandable, I suppose.
Yeah. It's no big deal.
Okay, I've reached my limit. I only have a few more. Okay, cool. So let's watch the clip. This is for Destination Moonbase Alpha, which was a 2-parter of 1999. Edited, the very first one for 1978, released theatrically in Europe, and it did well at the box office. Haven't said that yet. Let's watch the trailer together. And the quality of this visually, audio is good for listeners, but the visual quality, this is from an old upload from like 15 years ago, the first years of YouTube, 20 years ago, whenever. So it looks like poop, but just bear with me. And the music is not good. This is not Derek Wadsworth music in terms of the theme. This was something made for the theatrical release from someone else. I don't know.
The moon has become a vast, complex space station. Suddenly, frightened, blasted out of Earth orbit, destined to journey forever, deeper and deeper into the unknown. Destination Moonbase Alpha, an epic adventure across the universe to experiences beyond the imagination of any earthbound human.
Sensors pick up configuration of a spaceship.
Heading
Directly at us.
Arm all lasers! Destroy that alien ship!
Nothing is impossible in the vast, uncharted dimensions of hyperspace, where reality and illusion are the weapons.
Tony! Guido! Tony!
It means we can travel anywhere in the universe now.
They're really here.
Yes.
How we can get back to Earth.
Yes.
Where human force and alien intelligence are the combatants.
2 aliens have been dispatched for the nuclear trigger. Once they energize it, we will take our fill. All the alien creatures will die.
Where human extinction on Moonbase Alpha may be seconds away.
There you go. And you could see the influence on Star Wars or from Star Wars with just the fonts of that letter,
right?
Of those letters. of those letters. I'm going to try to play a couple seconds of the opening of that movie. I just want to play this opening scroll. I'll just play a few seconds of it because it's such a rip off Star Wars. Just again, put it in perspective. It's 1978. Star Wars is in theaters, still number 1 at the box office. You know, it was number 2 in 77 at the box office, Sarah?
Oh, I'm sorry. What? Say that again. I was reading chat.
Do you know what was number? I haven't looked at chat in a long time. I need to do that. I saw something from Snarky. She wants to give me some advice or something. Probably not to talk so damn much. But
what was in the box office?
Just forget it. Oh yeah, number 2 at the box office, 77. What do you think it would be?
Star Wars.
No, the Star Wars are number 1. I'll just tell you, Smoking the Bandit. Smoking the Bandit for Universal Pictures.
I would have never guessed that. I also wasn't born.
Featured. It was featured. It was filmed partially in the Atlanta, Georgia area at Six Flags, and my friend Curtis Langclow of the Retro Zest podcast was there for the filming of those scenes with his mother. And he wandered off, and she missed meeting. He tells us on his show, the Retro Zest podcast, retrozest.com. She got irritated because she just missed meeting Burt Reynolds. Because she had to wander off and find where he went to.
Oh,
kind of a funny story. Let's look at the beginning of the theatrical cut of that 2-parter of 1999. Just look at how it was such a rip off Star Wars with bad music scored for the theatrical release.
Far out into the galaxy of the universe is the moon, Earth's great natural satellite, revolving round man's planet in an orbit as fixed and rigid as that of the sun. It has now been transformed into a stepping stone, an advanced, complex instrument, self-supporting in all aspects, enabling man to continue the eternal search for other forms of life in outer space. The year is 2100. Moonbase Alpha, the well-established and colonized space station, is regularly monitored and smoothly functioning. Its existence is made possible by a specially developed nuclear support system fed by nuclear waste from Earth. Everything proceeded normally until one day on the dark side of the moon, a malfunction started in the nuclear pile. The resulting chain reaction caused an immense atomic explosion, blasting the moon out of Earth orbit.
The totally unforeseen accident on the lunar surface has caused very serious repercussions here on Earth. The gravity disruption.
I better cut it there. I think I'm pushing my luck, but you can see I proved my point. They made it look a lot like Star Wars with that scroll with the same fonts.
Yeah, but the ghetto version of it. Yeah, the ghetto knockoff version from China, probably.
The episode itself is lots better than what we saw in that. And they cut an epilogue at the end of part 2 where Maya lifts up Tony and shows her strength. I don't know. It's kind of a little comedic moment. That whole epilogue was missing from that theatrical cut. Now, let me see what else I got here. And yeah, Snarky, yeah, I would like that advice. I don't have your number though. She said, call her. I don't know your number.
I got it. I got you.
I sound like a hillbilly guy. I don't know your number. I did want to play a couple bars. I think I can get away with this. Sounds like I'm committing a crime or something. This is the version from the original airing of the Metamorph from the soundtrack by Derek Wadsworth. It's a version. It was from after the opening titles. I think that would get me in trouble with the bots on YouTube. But let me just play a couple bars of the season 2 theme. They recycled a lot of music, except this. This only was used one time in the opening credits where it said the episode title, The Metamorph. Let me just play it. It's an orchestration of the season 2 theme.
That sounds great.
I know, it's stereo.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Gives
And
me
then
goosebumps.
they used a lot of the same music. Like here's a piece called "Swarm of Space Bees" from the Exiles, the second episode in production order of season 2. I'll play a little bit of it. Gosh, I hope this doesn't get me taken down. Heard that a lot in the show.
That sounds
that was
good,
originally in the Exiles. I have a great print of that on film too, 16mm film.
I know, you keep telling everybody in chat repeatedly, I have this on a film. I have this on a film. It was so cool.
I'm not bragging. I mean, that's why I wanted to show pictures of the film reels. That's not even all of them.
But everybody that didn't think you were, they asked you questions. They wanted to know about things. It was really cool.
I was going to take pictures of each reel and identify what episode it was. And I thought that's good because I only have 100 pictures to work with unless I delete and continue. And I thought, that's not interesting to show a reel. What I'm going to show you next is more interesting.
But I'm a weirdo.
Did I play this interview with Martin Landau earlier? Hang on. Did I? I don't think I did. Let's watch this if you'd be so kind. I hope this doesn't make the stream go down. I'm always so paranoid.
You know, Martin, a lot's been said about Baywatch, the TV show being syndicated around the world and how that's a real daring thing. But I couldn't help but think back to Space 1999.
That's right.
Now, you had a vested interest in that show.
Yeah, I helped create that. I mean, I helped perpetuate that show. I got the idea because it was after Mission Impossible and before Star Wars, and Star Trek at that point had not been successful until it got into syndication. So it was not an easy thing to get going, and we did that series in England. Had trouble getting it on a network here and decided to create our own network. And in fact, Norman Lear at that time was having trouble getting, even with his track record, Mary Hartman, people interested in that. So he did the same thing off of our idea. And I remember Norman, who I've known for years, came up to me and said, what you guys did is interesting because it's an alternative. If, up to now, if networks say no, it's no. And we're going to do what you did because no one will take Mary Hartman. And so I guess, we did break some ground there.
How big a gamble was that for you at the time?
Well, the gamble really was we had shot 24 shows by then, and ABC at the time said, we'll put 13 on. And we said, wait a minute, Lou Grade and our ITC group, and I was involved because I was a part owner of that show. said, wait a minute, this isn't like a pilot and a promise. We have 24 shows. I mean, why put the 24 on? And they wouldn't. They'd only take 13. And we figured, well, I mean, if they cancel, I mean, what happens? So the idea was not to do that. I guess they were a little nervous too about, you know, a series going to a foreign country. I mean, most everything was in various sound stages at various Hollywood studios. Universal had so many, and Warner's had so many, and Fox had so many. And here was this, though there were 2 American actors, the rest of the show was clearly English. And I think, you know, in terms of commerce, England needed that we were the only film show shooting in all of the British Isles. The Avengers then came on the next year, and there were 2 of us, but that was...
Pretty cool. The late, great Martin Landau. Okay, so what did you think of that weird blooper I played earlier? Where they were cutting up Barbara and promoting 1999 year one? That was pretty weird. Thank you, Esmeralda. Sarah's right. This is a great interview, because Sarah had said in chat, this is great. Appreciate it.
Yeah, that Sarah did say that. She's weird.
And Jim's camera at dawn agrees. Who got wrenched, by the way, on my channel, the Nostalgic Podblast. He's now an admin in the chat.
Oh yeah, well he earned it.
Oh, no doubt. He's a hell of a guy. Heck of a guy. Great man. Let me see what I've missed. I think I do have another video piece I got to save for the end. For the very end. Now, let me look at some of the photos of my collectibles. Let's see where we're at. Okay, so that's the story between the Bringers of Wonder Parts 1 and 2 that was remade into Destination Moonbase Alpha. By the way, I have a shot of the movie poster for that, which was used on the home video VHS release and also on a calendar. Where the hell are you? Here it is. Nope. Yes, there it is. Look. That's my calendar. From 2001. It's sealed. I've never opened it, never seen it. But that's what the movie poster looked like. It didn't say Space 1999 on top. They added that for the calendar. It just said Destination Moonbase Alpha.
Okay.
You there?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry.
That's okay. Oh, I do have the back. There's the back of it.
I was just a little bit choking on my spit there, and I was trying not to cough. And I did it. I survived. Yay.
You hit the cough button. I appreciate that. So now, let me try to add more. 64516.
Yeah, Jim does rock.
6450. I only need to add 4 more photos. and I still need to delete some more. Okay. I'm sorry, guys and gals. This is really boring. Okay. So I'm going to delete that. We'll move on to the next 2 episodes. Dorzak, where you had Maya realizing she's not the last living Psychon. This guy was in space, but it turns out he's a bad guy and he doesn't know the art of molecular transformation.
That was a good episode, because he kept trying to say, teach me it. And she was like, no.
He's got mind control, though.
Yeah, I know, but that was a good episode.
He has his own powers, but not the same.
Yeah, but nonetheless, it's a good episode.
Very good. And this is wrong. The lambda factor was the next one. Well, no, I'm not saying this wrong. I mean, there's a discrepancy between my coffee mug and the Tubi. Tubi's not in production order. What am I saying? I'm losing my mind. The Blu-ray and DVD and the coffee mug order says the Lambda Factor was produced after the 2-parter. The Lambda Factor is an awesome episode where Koenig is being haunted by ghosts. Now, I didn't mention this. This is continuity to The Exile, second produced episode. He talked about Sam and Tessa, 2 astronauts that they had to abandon when there was a plague on a planet. And so many episodes later, he's haunted by them. I like that continuity. In this episode, and there's like a Lambda wave, and when I was in college, Lambda was a gay fraternity. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Okay.
I don't know, but I never went there. I never saw it. I'm not a homophobe. I'm just saying. I always thought that was funny. When I was in college, I saw this list of fraternities to join, and I saw Lambda, and I go, "Hey, that sounds cool." And then I found out it was a gay fraternity. I'm like, "Well, I'm not gay, so I'm not going to join that one." But I thought of the Lambda Factor. Mm-hmm. So the Lambda Factor. The woman has psychic powers on the right. She kills her ex-husband. She reminds me of my crazy ex.
Yeah.
I'll never let you go. Jesus.
Well, there's that.
Yeah. So it's a really good episode. I'm not going to name names, but both these are good episodes. And you had a lot of space birds in Dorzak, by the way, on this ship. And one of them, Jill Townsend, appeared in My Three Sons. She's a British actress. I guess she did some work in the States before she went back to England, or at least went to England to film this and other shows in the UK. But I remember seeing her in My Three Sons, and I go, wait a minute, that's Saharla. That's Alan Carter's girlfriend in Dorzak. Anyway, and also in Dorzak is the guy from Star Wars, and it's the husband of real life of Sarah Douglas, Ursa. He's the guy that got strangled by Darth Vader. This station is now the ultimate power in the universe. You saw a lot of Star Wars actors and actors in Superman the movie in Space 1999 because they were all filmed at the same studio, same location in the UK around the same time.
That kind of reminds me of like when Star Trek was out and stuff like that. And when they made Babylon 5, a lot of people who worked on Babylon 5, actors and behind the scenes people, went to go work on Babylon 5. It just reminds me of that. It's like a kind of parallel to that,
Yeah. So that's right. So, and he also was in Superman 2. He played the reporter, anyone in the Superman 2, and Richard Lester film scenes, who lets General Zod know it's not the planet Houston, it's a planet Earth. The planet Earth. That guy. Anyway, he had a mustache, but he's clean shaven in Dorzak, just like he was in Star Wars. But he was the Imperial officer, and I'm having a brain toot on his name. I'm going to look it up. But yeah, they were married. Sarah Douglas to that actor. Remember him? Of course you do. It was the first time you saw Darth Vader use the remote death choke move, except he let that guy live.
Yeah. He's a little stop your voodoo magic or whatever it was. I forget what he said. I don't know, something like that. This guy
This station is now the ultimate power in the universe. I suggest we use it. Don't be
What Star Wars is good stuff.
Logical terror you constructed. The ability to destroy a planet is insignificant next to the power of the Force.
Right?
Fine. That's a terrible. I should be ashamed of myself even trying to do an impression or even an appreciation of the great James Earl Jones.
I'm pretty sure you were doing a parody, so it's okay.
I didn't realize Sarah Douglas is 5'10". I've never met her. That's a tall woman. Tall drink of water. Who played Ursa. And his name is Richard. I never could pronounce this. Le Palmiente. I guess they are silent. I think let me look him up and see if he's French. Now, they were married from 81 to 84. Okay, so they must have met on Superman 2, fell in love, and got married. That was the Lester scenes would have been filmed in 79. Let me see. Oh, he died in 2013 on tax day, April 15th, 2013, in Austin, Texas, at the age of 66. He was born in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, July 16th, 1946.
That was probably the best thing that ever happened to him. Was dead on tax day.
Yeah, really, death and taxes, right? He got both bases covered.
Yep.
So yeah, they were married 81, divorced in 84. It didn't last long, but he had so many notable roles. But he was in that Space 1999 episode. All right. Well, enough about that. I'm digressing too much, and I need to start to wrap the show and get to chat. So yeah, the Lambda Factor is a favorite. Scary episode, and again, it was kind of a return to horror. There were some, like Mark of Arcanum was kind of a horror episode in season 2. There were several that were like horror and sci-fi blend, like you saw in year 1 of 1999. People don't give the show credit for season 2 as much as they should. Now we're winding down and talking about Devil's Planet. A lot of episode guides, including one in Starlog, called it Devil's Moon back in the day. That's before the internet. Geeks like me needed magazines like Starlog for episode guides that were so into our television programs that wanted to learn all about it. The crew names and all that stuff. You couldn't just Google search. You had to research through books and magazines. And one of the best ones was Starlog. I think I have issue 1 through 200 and something in my collection.
Of course
but Starlog called it Devil's Moon, but it was Devil's Planet. And an actress in that was married to a James Bond. Guess which James Bond was married to a guest star in that episode, Devil's Planet? If you paid attention to me in chat in the official stream.
I remember you said something about it, but I'm trying to think now, but I can't remember now. Oh my gosh. I was there for that. I know I saw it. I know I read it.
That's okay. No, that's okay. You can't remember everything.
Well, that's true, but I try.
Especially with never mind. With your habits. I'm joking. Your habits. All right. So Cassandra Harris is in this episode, and she plays, this is an S&M episode, S&M Planet, if you will. There's a female dictator. They're controlling all the men, putting them in prisons, and they say, once you complete your term, we'll beam you with the transbeamer, they call it. It's like a transporter in Star Trek to the home planet. Well, the planet has become toxic, and everyone dies upon arrival instantly. But Cassandra Harris is in that episode, who also was in a James Bond movie, For Your Eyes Only. She played the Countess who got run down on the beach with the dune buggies. Did you ever see For Your Eyes Only, Sarah?
Yes, I did, but it's been a long time.
Also, a Space 1999 actress was in that, who played, I'm going to have to turn my phone off again, who played in the Bringers of Wonder two-parter, what I call, I don't like to use this word, it's a family show, the space whore. The woman who was coming on to John Koenig, she had her boobs hanging out, and she was really an alien, an illusion, though, from someone's mind. Remember the woman, the brunette? So where is John Koenig? It was the two-parter. Anyway, she was in For Your Eyes Only. She got killed by Hector Gonzalez on the plane. She played the Bond girl's mother, ill-fated mother, and Hector Gonzalez mowed down her parents. Anyway, so that's a Space 1999 actress as well. But to answer the question, before I get too far off track, Cassandra Harris, who sadly died of ovarian cancer in 1991, was married to Pierce Brosnan. James Bond actor Pierce Brosnan, until her death.
Oh, yeah.
So anyway, you know, Cassandra's great, huh?
I was just going to say, I like Pierce Brosnan, and I was thinking about Osmius. Never mind. We're not talking about him. This is not about him at all.
I'm going to look up the name of that actress, because I usually know off the top of my head the name of these actors. I know actors like sports fans know players, you know? I know actors way more than, and I'm a pseudo sports fan, but I know this stuff. And for some reason, I can't remember this woman's name. Let me look up the Bringers of Wonder. The woman who played in For Your Eyes Only, who got mowed down by Hector Gonzalez, the hitman. Let me see here. What was her name? What was her name? Bringers of Wonder, Part 1 and 2. Let me see here. Going to IMDb. Diana Morris. That was the Toby Robbins. That was her character, Diana Morris. She was like a space tramp. That's a nicer word than, even though whore is a biblical word. Whore of Babylon and everything. Yeah. But Diana Morris, played by T.O.B.Y., like Toby Maguire, but of woman, Toby Robbins. Okay. Who was also in For Your Eyes Only. Let me see what else she did real quick. She's from Toronto. She's born in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Yep, hell, those are like some of her best roles, is the 1999 and For Your Eyes Only. Last credit is 1980, a project in 1985. Oh, she died in 1986 at the age of 55. That's why. She sadly died on March 21st, 1986 at the age of 55, Toby Robbins. Okay. So, all right, let me do one more thing. Whoops. I got to delete something here. And we'll get to some more of my collectibles. We're in the final two now. These two episodes, and we'll round up. This is episode 47 and 48 in production order. Final two episodes of year 2. The Immunity Syndrome. And that's the one where Tony is going mad. He's going crazy. And I don't think you've seen that one yet. That's the one with the Psycho reference. Where you see the spin around.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to spoil it for you, but that's a really good episode. Of course, I have it on film, mint color, everything. Nice. Really good episode. Another one that shows the romance between Maya and Tony Verdeschi, who was the security officer in in command of Moonbase Alpha in season 2, year 2 of Space 1999. Then final episode, the Dorkons. What a silly name. I remember in WVU here in 69, they had a live wraparound show for some of the episodes of Space 1999, and a local guy had a toy robot, and he made fun of the episode because, I kid you not, this episode's name is the Dorkons, and they made jokes about it, like, you dork. Anyway,
yeah, no, I get it.
But it's not spelled like dork, D-O-R-K. It's spelled D-O-R-C-O-N-S. Sad thing. One of the former Doctor Who doctors guest starred in that episode.
Mm-hmm.
And he also was in The Omen, the first movie directed by Richard Donner. He got speared in the heart. Patrick Troughton, one of the former Doctor Who's. And I was at a convention.
Did you see Troughton?
Troughton, March 27th.
That's kind of sad.
March 27th, 1987. He died of a heart attack at a convention in Columbus, Georgia. I was at. Really sad. In real life. Of course.
Yes,
Anyway,
well,
he
definitely.
played the head Dorcon. Remember, he died in the episode. Remember Malik? That some bitch killed him, his nephew?
Yes.
Ray?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now I am the Archon. I am the Archon. That guy looked like he looked to me like what's his face from the Partridge Family? Keith Partridge.
I didn't watch the Partridge Family.
What's that guy's name? He's dead. David Cassidy. He looked like David Cassidy to me. A British version of David Cassidy, that actor. Anyway, that's the final episode. And this alien race, this is really sick. They collect brain stems from Psychons to live forever. They gain immortality. So they want to get Maya, kill her, steal part of her brain, put it in the head of the Archon so he'll be immortal. And this nephew says, this is the last living Psychon. The hell with that. And he kills his own uncle so that he can get the brain stem and live forever and rule their planet.
Yeah,
now, there's a spaceship in that episode.
That's the one you sent me the link to first. That's the first one I saw. That was a great one.
The only reason I sent it was it has resistance is futile, and I should have pulled that clip. I think I will pull it because I've seen it on YouTube. I can get away with playing that one little line. It's in there a lot. Resistance is futile.
It is definitely.
That was way before Star Trek it was 10 years before Star Trek The Next Generation even premiered.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna pull it up real quick. I've played it before on the show, but I don't think on video. I've just played the audio of it.
Nice.
Tell everyone in chat I'm sorry I've neglected them.
Oh, I'm sure they know by now that they love you still and all that thing. They know you. They're still here. They know you.
I got stuff to cover, and I'm sorry. I mean, I'll get back to it in just a sec. Let me just click this. Is anybody saying anything I should be aware of before I?
I think they're in there being nice to each other. I think Dan dropped Jim's link, and
I thought he watches wrestling on Friday night.
He does. He stopped in here during commercial to say hi to you. And,
that's cool. Appreciate it.
Well, I hate to tell you this, Chance, but people do drop their things to come see what you say and do. They do like you.
God, that's nice.
Yeah,
man. Thank y'all. Appreciate you, and to see you too, Sarah. It's not just me; it's the teamwork.
Well, exactly.
It's the dream work.
Heck yes. And the thing of it is too, it's simple as this: is I was asleep and had just kind of got up, and that's how you were going live because I went to check my phone.
I told you I wouldn't go live today because I was so wiped out from set.
That's why I went to sleep.
I got my second win. I went to bed early, got my second win, and here I am. And I got up. I took pictures. I took like 200 photos of collectibles. And this isn't everything in my collection, but you're going to see the collectibles in just a sec. God dang, this thing isn't working. Hang on 1 second. Boom. I think I need new batteries in my remote control mouse. Where's my cursor? Okay, there's my cursor. Now here's the Resistance is Futile line.
Arm surface lasers.
Resistance is futile. Surrender the Psychon.
One thing about season 2, another thing better than season 1 is I like the sound effect of the laser gun. It sounded much better. You heard it there of the Alphen laser gun. I'll show you mine in a minute. Show mine, show yours. But laser gun.
Thinking, when you were typing in chat about how you have the laser gun, I was thinking about it in my head every time you show it, right? And I can just picture you right then and there typing and then having it in your hand pointing at the TV because of course that's what I would do.
Well, in season 1, the laser effect sound effect was horrible. It went like
yeah, it was pretty AIDS. You're right.
It sounded like someone blowing. I love how they improved that. That's another fine change in year 2 over year 1 of Space 1999.
Right.
Hang on a second. I'm just looking up Kate. So Kate, who you see in the background, come back soon, she said in season 1 episode, the spring break episode, The Last Sunset. That was her first line. Played by Sarah Bullen, Bullen. But her real name is Kate, or character name rather is Kate Bullen. So they used her real last name, but her first name is Sarah. spelled Sarah. Unfortunately, you don't have an H in your Sarah, right? Sarah.
No, I'm spelled correct. I'm a Sarah, and then a Sarah Ha. So there you go.
There you go. But her character is Kate Bullen, Bullen, and she got dialogue sometimes. She had a dialogue in A.B. Chrysalis. She says, "I took a beating," or "My Scarlet's taking a beating, Commander." And I just love her. And what's funny is when I'm doing the stream, or I mean, I'm in the stream, and in the chat, whenever she pops up, I say Kate, and people are like, "What the hell are you talking about?" So there's Kate, Kate.
It is pretty funny.
Well, not funny, laugh out loud funny, I guess.
No,
But
I mean it is.
I'm doing.
Okay. I know who you are. They don't know who you are. So to me, it's hilarious. All right, let me clarify that.
And so, in the beginning of the episode, the Dorkons can change their spaceship, and the first ship looks like the Millennium Falcon. I'm sorry, it just does. And that was before Star Wars. To me, that's why I sent you that leak. Now, the Resistance and feudal line. That was two reasons. I wanted you to hear the Resistance is feudal. I'm not drunk. I know I just slurred. I'm just tired. Resistance is feudal. I think it was done better in the Next Generation with the Borg than with that guest star.
Yes, definitely. 100% on that one.
But the reason I sent you that link was I liked it. It showed a ship that to me looked just like the Millennium Falcon in the beginning, and then it changed to the Dork. It was in a disguised mode. Then it turned into the Dorkon spaceship. So now I looked at this now in my little book, my Starlight book. I had forgotten that I had typed out. I had a typewriter similar to the typewriting in that Starlog guide we've been looking at. And at the time in 1986, those were the only episodes I'd found, because WVEU wasn't airing them all because of the 8 that were withheld. But I'd gotten the Metamorph off the TV movie airing of Cosmic Princess on WATL that year. And then I updated it later. Big whoop. These can be deleted for sure after I show them. That's when I was just trying to get all 48 on tape, on VHS tape. So,
that's really cool, though.
Thanks. You're kind.
I did a lot of that same kind of stuff when I was doing Star Trek in the beginning, when I was recording all the original series in order, not production order, because not that lucky, but in order, on like, UPN or something back in the day. And then, I'm trying to get the antenna just right in the garage, just trying to get this done so I could watch all this stuff. And then one day, we bought some VHS, and then I just stopped recording them like that in order to just record them when I could. And then I got DVDs, and then, well, anyways.
That's neat. Yeah. That's cool. I'm just uploading. Let me make sure. Okay, cool. Now we have everything uploaded, so we can start to really wind down the show now. But this is the 1-2 punch, though. This is the fun part where I'm showing collectibles and stuff in my collection. I've shown some, like I showed one of the 16mm film reels. There it is for Breakaway, the pilot episode. I showed my little handmade VHSs that I did in 1991 from the WVEU and WATL airings of various things here in Atlanta. I showed you the laser discs. There's more of my film reels. Got most of them on reel-to-reel film. There's Martin and I meeting on set, not at a convention. And I just showed you this, my list. Now look, there's the last page. Look at the owner's registration form. This is from 1977 in the book of the Starlog Space 1999 Technical Journal. I just like to show that because I love the look of Moonbase Alpha. I think it holds up. It's just a neat, whether it's in black and white color, still, or motion picture, it looks really neat to me.
It does. I also kind of like the effects that they used for when they were out in the atmosphere of like the moon and stuff,
Yes.
All the space, like slow motion space scenes. They actually are pretty good. I think they look a lot better than most space shows even today with it. You know what I mean? But also I like practical effects. So
me too. And they got it right. And I love the addition of the laser cannon season 2. I know I've said that earlier, but not everyone heard every word I said. And there's the from that technical manual, a little schematic of the laser cannon that they introduced in year 2. And then there's this good old stun gun. Speaking of stun gun, there's my stun gun. That's a water gun stun gun from my collection I photographed this morning. There's the front. See, I don't like to show the Space 1999. It's a toy, right? I mean, I want it to look like it's a prop. It's not. It's just and you can see the little trigger where you squeeze it. You put the water in the top and on the side, rather, not the top, that little round thing on the side. That's where the water goes. And,
that's so freaking cool.
Yeah, it was hard to find that thing. And now it's not sealed. I opened it because I wanted to play with it and hold it. And I love that design of that gun before there was a staple gun in real life.
Right.
and I showed the record album, but I love that double truck. In case you missed it, I love that design of still pictures from year one, various episodes.
That's really good.
And then there's the back of it. Now some autographs. That's when I met Catherine Schell in New York City. She signed about 60 items for me for free. And she smoked cigarettes then. I thought it was funny. Now, guys, please don't be offended, but in Europe, a cigarette, you know what a cigarette's called in Europe, right?
Yep.
She goes, I need a fag. Fag.
Europe.
That's what they call them. She didn't mean anything derogatory.
Yeah, no,
But,
I've had people from Australia up on my panel telling me they had to go get one of those, and I was like, no problem, because I know what it is. I know
hopefully
words.
she's quit smoking by now, just for her own health. But I loved seeing her on the Netflix show Rob Zombie's The Munster. She played Grandpa's ex-wife. And then she was a countess in the Dracula production recently. And that Barry saw that. BK on the Air. We talked about that the other day. Not on the air, just in a phone call. But yeah, so there's an autograph of Catherine. I love showing leg. There's an autograph. I didn't show them all, but I like this one from the Metamorph when she's leaving her planet that's been destroyed. She's crying.
Yeah, that was a really good episode.
I already showed that book. There's the kiss, the embrace. There's a great one. There she is in James Bond. She was a Bond girl in part. There were a lot of Bond girls in this movie. On Her Majesty's Secret Service, the only one with George Lazenby, an Australian actor, as 007. And she played one of Blofeld's babes, or I'll say Blofeld's birds. And Blofeld was played by the great Who Loves You, Baby? Telly Savalas, future Kojak. And that was a Bond film set during Christmas time. So it had that distinction, and it had a song, Do They Know It's Christmas, in it, a very unusual Christmas song.
It was very unusual.
I love how she says, love and luck. Love, Catherine Schell. And that's from that movie. And then there's Zinnia Martin. She signed that. Chance Best Wishes. And she was Sandra, who survived the cut. Fred Freiberger got rid of a lot of actors. I didn't mention this yet. Important point. Year 1 to year 2, there was a guy named Kano, the computer expert, African-American actor, or no, African English actor. You see in the background there, that gentleman.
Yep.
He was a main cast member. And they also got rid of Paul Morrow, who I'll show in a moment, his autograph. They got rid of Barry Moore. Actually, Barry Morse, I've read in interviews, he claims he quit because he wasn't happy with the scripts and that they weren't giving him character development. Like in The Fugitive, as Lieutenant Philip Girardi, had a lot of character development. I think he was spoiled by that. So, you know, and they never explain what happened to him. They should have done that. But in the books, they say that it was established he had a mechanical heart. And the reason you didn't see Professor Victor Bergman is he died. What happened was a spacesuit malfunctioned, and it caused his mechanical heart to go haywire, and he died. But they never put that in the show, which they should have done. Do you not agree?
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, so it helps when if they're not going to have a character anymore, they have a closing for them or something, especially if they are more than just, an occasional every other month type thing, right?
That's right.
That's how I feel.
I love this one now. To Chance, the Poophead. I told her to call me Poophead. That's what my girlfriend at the time called me, Poophead, affectionately. So I had a girlfriend. Can you refer to me as Poophead? And she says, okay. What does that mean? I told her. She's not Australian. What I do is a semi-Australian accent. I already showed that. There's Barry Morse. I have several autographs of his from Space 1999. He loved my name. Chance. He kept going on. And his granddaughter was there, beautiful blonde at the time. And there he is in The Fugitive. I like that rare shot of Lieutenant Philip George smiling in that publicity shot. All the best, Chance. He always would say, good luck, Chance.
And he didn't pinch your butt. Good job.
He did not pinch my butt. Jonathan Harris did in 1992. Dr. Smith, he did. True story.
All right.
So there's Zinnia again. And then there is Paul Morrow. That's the guy. That's from a terrible episode, Matter of Life and Death. Second one in production order. Talked about it. Just a terrible story. They got rid of him, Fred Freiberger. But I was glad that they kept. That's when a laser exploded in his hand. That's why his hand's all dark there, and he died. But that's in an alternate reality.
Well,
the
there you
character
go.
didn't really die. But did you see that episode, Sarah?
I'm trying to think about it. It doesn't sound familiar yet.
Okay. No. That was the first one I saw on WVU 69 back in 85. Big deal. So they got rid of him, but they kept, thank gosh, Nick Tate, the Australian, the blonde dude. They kept him, Fred Freiberger. I think he was wise with his cuts and his recastings. And he added Tony Anholt as Tony Verdeschi. I already showed that. I swiped that. Oh, yeah, I want to play a few more, or I want to read rather a few more critical praises of year 2 from this piece. Just a few more in case I mention a TV station in your neck of the woods. Here's WNEP TV. Tom, the president of that station, said, "You have succeeded." Here it is. "You have succeeded in getting away from the robot-like quality of the characters and made them more human. Greater action, better pacing. The addition of Catherine Schell is a big plus." And I agree. And then let's see, the executive vice president and general manager of WMTV Madison, Wisconsin, said, "The series contains new elements that will make it a winning entry for the 1976 to 1977 TV season." John Ruby, general manager of KVOA TV in Tucson, Arizona, said, "In Space 1999 year 2, the action is much better. The pacing is much improved. Catherine Schell is definitely a big asset."
Oh, yeah.
WDHO TV in Toledo, Ohio, the president then, Art Donfer, said, "New cast, new music, outrageous aliens, and better stories make Space 1999 year 2 come off as the best sci-fi series ever. The changes in year 2 are just right." And then Jack Callaghan, station manager for WSOC in Charlotte, North Carolina, said, "It's much improved. There is much empathy with the characters. You have removed the robot-like qualities of year 1. It is a much better show all around." Now, he could have been from New York. I don't know why I did that accent.
No, but it's funny. But also, that also reminds me of like the first, like I said, the first 2 seasons of Star Trek TNG. Much like the same, not very good. But then you get to season 3. Oh my gosh, character development. People, I know them now. It's great.
Here's right across the top, WXIA 11 Alive, the station Barry King, BK and the Air, and I watched when we were kids, which was an ABC affiliate at the time. It says, "Bravo on making Space 1999 much, much better." Right across the top. I never noticed that. That's my local affiliate. And then at the bottom, I like it says, "Seeing is believing. Screen year 2 now." This is for people that would buy the package for their TV station, the syndicated package. One or two more. KGTV San Diego. Jack Schaefer, the program director, said, "The new producer, Fred Freiberger, the casting changes and the humanization of the characters deliver a winner." And cool. Jack Decker, president and general manager of WHEC TV in Rochester, New York, says, "Space 1999 worked very well in our market, especially in the important 18 to 49 demographics. The second year is very much better as a result of all the dramatic changes made." And then Charles Chuck, it says Charles, parenthesis, Chuck, okay, Alvey, program manager for WUHQ TV in Battle Creek. Where's Battle Creek? Said, "I'm very impressed with the improved action and youthful look of year 2. Who's an ageist remark there. Hell, Martin Landau was pushing 50 when he started the damn thing. Anyway, and Barbara, they were up there. Anyway, he says, "I'm very impressed with the improved action and youthful look of year 2. The characters are far more vibrant and alive.
Ooh.
The new music hits the right pace. Catherine Schell adds a fantastic new dimension," says Charles Chuck. Now, I'm going to play, speaking of the music, one more music clip. This was an exciting piece of music that you heard in many episodes, first scored for Space Warp Ramaya's Going Nuts. Let me play a little bit of this, not the whole track. This is one of my favorite tracks. It's kind of jazzy. Let's listen. I like
That
those
sounds
spooky
great.
sounds. Oh, I know.
Mhm.
It goes on. It's a 7-minute clip. I didn't want to play much more. I'm afraid I'd lose audience. And it is cool. It's on the soundtrack, and that entire track is on YouTube right now.
You'll have to
Under
send me the link.
it's Eric Wadsworth Topic. I couldn't figure out what channel it was. It was under a topic, whatever that means.
I don't know.
But it's called Space Warp Showdown at Caprica. Copernicus. Showdown at Copernicus. Yeah. That was from Space Warp, where Maya turned into that creature and they're battling on the surface of the moon. She can only hold that foam for an hour. They're afraid that it was a creature could breathe, like stores oxygen, like a camel stores water. Anyway,
Right.
whatever.
Although I heard camels don't store water, so I don't know anymore.
That's the scene that episode was originally scored for.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if I have any other clips to play. Oh yeah, the pictures. Hello. So let's show some collectibles now. And literally just two more final positive reviews of year 2 of Space 1999 from back in 1976, June of 76. What's this guy's name? Or girl? Tay, Tay. Is that a girl's name, you think?
Tay could be either one. Honestly, I've met people with that name, guys and girls. So I was confused too.
Tavoy, WTVJ, Miami, Florida, said in 76, very impressed with Catherine Schell. The scripting is much stronger. The characters are more human. I did mention this too. Well, the makeup was so severe early on for Catherine. They put I should have showed you that picture. Oh, well, I've shown it before. Well, they have these little blocks over her ears. Her whole ear is covered in dark makeup. And then later, as the show went on, that went away. So I guess, it was just too much for Catherine. Who knows? I don't know the behind the scenes story, but they quit doing that. But the makeup was, with those little sideburns, it was much more severe in the first half of series 2.
I don't think that was a good makeup choice at all. I don't think so.
And then the final review here, bottom right corner, for anyone watching, said Gene McCurdy, president and general manager of WPHL TV in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Gene said, exciting, maybe the best special effects ever seen. Exciting. Maybe the best special effects ever seen. Let me take 3. Exciting. Maybe the best special effects ever seen. Certain to be a hit. Catherine Schell is, quote, the Wonder Woman, unquote, of sci-fi, like they said in the promos. So there you go. I read them all these critiques, and I'm so glad that I swiped this from the Marshall University. We are Marshall library back in the night.
And make sure you get to his address and hold him accountable for that. There you go. Moving on.
Whole magazine. I just took this great 4-page spread. I mean,
wait, you just ripped those pages out of the magazine? Is that what you did?
That's exactly what I did. That's exactly what I did. I also took an Incredible Hulk TV guide with the Hulk and Bill Bixby and Lou Ferrigno in character.
All right, I must admit I'm guilty of taking up pages
and
too.
Donnie Marie, and I took that wholesale. I took that wholesale out of that library. Donnie Marie, 1976, talking about their premiere on ABC.
All right, okay. I'm just as guilty as you. I've done that too, except for I took centerfold fold-outs of Star Trek characters out of the magazine. So that's what I did.
Oh, wow.
That's how I got my Odos.
So now let's look at some of my collectibles. But I just love that whole. That's from that magazine. I know I'm repeating mine. I'm just going to quickly show all 4 pieces. Another autograph, Catherine Schell, like that one from the 3rd episode in series 2 in production order, One Moment of Humanity. There's a comedic scene where she transforms into Helena and kisses the commander, and he has to pick out who's real.
A whole bunch of times. I love that one. That's I love that scene itself. I was like, that's just funny.
And
there's
that,
no difference. He's like, there's no difference. It's like I was like my butt off.
And her hairstyle like that. That's how it was in New Adam, New Eve, and Brian the Brain, and not quite as curly. And A.B. Chrysalis for like 3 episodes or so. She had like a wave, and that was the first time you saw the wave, and it was in that scene. Okay, here's another autograph from Catherine. Chance, all the best from awesome Catherine. I kept saying how awesome she is, so she put in quotes awesome. Oh my God, you're awesome. I can't,
but she is.
She lived in France, and she at the time in 2000 she flew from France to New York and she told me, where's Martin? I came here to see Martin. And I don't know. I don't mean to be gossipy, but Martin Landau, Barbara Bain did get a divorce around that time. I wonder if Martin and Catherine had a real life fling. I don't know. I mean, I shouldn't go there, but, and also I shot video at this convention. I still have not put online with my camcorder. I have them in little micro tapes, but my converter, I broke it. So, and that's not expensive. For $30, I could get another converter. It's a little deal you put in a VHS and it expands the micro tape. And I've got stuff of, Grace Lee Whitney on there and June Foray from Rocky and Bullwinkle and all those cartoons. I mean, I have such great stuff, like right up close, like where I'm asking questions and filming them, filming Catherine with my camcorder. I mean, hours of stuff that needs to be edited and digitally converted for sure before
That's
that
so
tape
cool.
erodes. But yeah, she loved that. I kept calling her awesome. And there's another one. To Chance, best wishes for always, Catherine Schell. That's probably my favorite one. Look at her penmanship. It's so nice. Just like Julie Summers, who recently had a birthday. But I digress. I've shown you those already.
Nobody ever says my penmanship is nice. They go, what even is that? I'm like, I don't know. There you go.
Handwriting.
Yeah, whatever it is.
And then I showed this earlier, but in case you missed it, there's a rare shot from the British annual from 1979 for Space 1999, where you see Catherine's photo double in the Tabor. Then she signed that. She signed a ton of stuff. And I showed in the previous Podblast the Mook book, a Japanese visual guide to Space 1999. I'm not going to show it tonight. That's an incredible piece of my collection. She signed a centerfold. That's what these images are from, by the way. That's the 1979 British annual. Showed it earlier. Let's talk about the calendars. We're coming up on the piece that I'd forgotten all about. There's a nice one of Alan. That's a rare shot from the Bringers of Wonder two-parter. That's from an illusion scene where Alan thinks he's on Earth with a babe, with a space bird, or an Earth bird, I guess, an Earth bird, and a little canoe ride. But that is shot from a different angle in the actual episode. I just like that rare picture that's in the calendar there. So there's the year 2000 in the year 2000, 1999 calendar. And that's the monster that Dave Prowse, Darth Vader, played right on the cover in the episode, The Beta Cloud. Look it up on Tubi TV or watch it in the marathon in the official channel of the company that released Space 1999 on Blu-ray. Talking about Shout Factory, Shout Studios. Space 1999 as we're live has a live stream of all 48 episodes in production order. That's why I decided to go live with this topic tonight and put off the game shows till next time. So there's that one. This is what I forgot. I had the year 1999 calendar. This one's not in the best of shape, but Space 1999, the real year 1999, right?
Right. That's pretty epic.
And I opened it up and I forgot. Well, I just like the images. I forgot. It's signed by Barry Morse, who's now deceased, and
That's
Catherine,
really cool.
and the year 1999. That was, I forgot all about that.
Yeah, the year before I graduated. How about
I didn't
that?
even have it in a special thing. Like I don't think I damaged it, but it's like, and that's the year 1999. And look how it has an upside down eagle. Isn't that strange? Is it
Yes,
upside down? No, it's not. It's not upside down at all. It's not. I don't know what I was
Atoll?
thinking. It looks
At
upside
all.
down because, well, that's a British thing. Atoll.
I know, but
Watching 1999 too much.
Right.
The underside does have those the eyes, if you call them the windows. The underside of the eagle has to me, it looks almost like it's upside down. It's not. But isn't that neat that inside I've got 2 autographs?
That's pretty epic.
And Catherine's so rare because, I mean, God, she lives all the way across on the other side of the world. And here's really cool. This is really cool. The 1977-1999 calendar when the show was still on the air. It had stopped being produced in late 76, early 77, but it was still airing. And through fall of 77 as first run new episodes. So that's what it looked like when you got it in the mail. And let me show you. This is all out of order. What am I doing? I need to show the cover. I uploaded these out of order. Look at the front of that's a cool cover. That's the 1977 Space 1999 calendar. And notice a Warner Brothers logo, bottom left corner.
Oh,
Warner,
yeah,
they're the ones that's the company that printed it. I was like, why does it say Warner? It's ITC. That's why.
There you go.
Check out the inside. There's the monster from Dragon's Domain, a must-see episode you've yet to see. the basis for the movie Alien. Look at that. Isn't that creepy? And it sucks people in under it and spits out their bones. I know I said that earlier, but that's what the creature looked like. Power of Illusion. It's a spooky episode. You've got to see it. 23rd in production order, huh?
I like the episode where the everybody thinks they're seeing their family members and stuff, and they're not, and they're really like those weird.
That's Bringers to Wonder Parts 1 and 2, Destination Moonbase Alpha in movie form. Right. We talked. Yeah.
Very good.
That was cool when Maya at the end of part 1 turned into a ninja.
Yeah.
That was cool. I hit him with my stick. And I love this action shot of Catherine from the 1977 calendar kicking. And I made a fan-made VHS case cover with a friend, a lady friend, years ago, around 2001, using this picture, not from this calendar, but from that same picture, but a different from a different source. But I love that showing a leg, kicking butt. It's a publicity shot that's not from an actual episode, Sarah.
Well, I would imagine not, because nothing looked that cool in the show yet.
Well, the guy she's kicking, that's a costume from One Moment of Humanity with the what you think are androids that are really humans, and what you think are humans are really androids that want to know how to commit violence. And so they want to lose their temper. That's
a really interesting one, too, because, like, again, if they already know of violence, how do they not know what violence is? I mean, I don't get it, but okay.
That's right. And then
they need like lifetime demonstrate or real-time demonstration of what violence is in order to understand it. Like, they already knew about it enough, so they were antagonizing them. So I don't get it.
Well, they were reading, though. They were reading Othello and reading Shakespeare from Alpha's computer. So they were starting to figure it out. But they had invaded Alpha's computer and got information on it, but they didn't know yet. So I buy that story. Anyway, there's that shot. And then also in the 77 calendar, there's Kate on the right, who I talked about earlier, who got lines occasionally. She was a featured extra, but she got lines. Kate Bullen, Bullen, but her real name is Sarah Bullen on the right. And that's from Journey to Where. That I like about Tony is he always was trying to make beer, and he always failed at it. It was like horrible. They didn't have the right hops in the hydroponic garden of Alpha. And he always wanted to make beer. He missed beer. I like that. See, that was the thing Freiberger brought, were real touches to these characters. And he was a new character. And then there's the back of the 1999 calendar. And I forgot to mention that the cards have a big, nice puzzle on the back, the Donruss cards. And then here is my lunchbox of Space 1999.
that's actually your box there.
Yeah, that's mine. I took a
That's
picture
so
of it.
freaking cool.
And the thermos.
That's awesome. That's just epic.
The other side shows Barbara Bain, and then there's cool artwork showing the monster from Dragon's Domain. On the side, I should have taken pictures all around, but I knew I only had 100 pictures to work with on StreamYard. That's my max, unless I delete and go as I'm live, which is so awkward to do. But they showed that creature on the side of the lunchbox. It was based on year one. There you go. It's cool. It's got a mixture of picked photographs with artwork. It's badass. Yeah, and also the moon buggy was also like something out of 2001, 2001 A Space Odyssey. So all these people that trash year 2 of Space 1999, there's plenty to pick apart about year 1. Believe me. But there's more good than bad in year 1.
The way I see it is I really like second season. I've seen, some of the first and the third and all that, but the second one I really, really like because, she comes and she's part of the cast now, and it's great. It's really good.
Right.
I love it.
And I can't show you everything. I have other collectibles. I think to me, the most impressive thing in my collection that I found, I'm not saying I'm impressive by any stretch of the imagination. I'm just saying I'm lucky. I found it with those film reels, the reel-to-reel 16mm films. And I found all 8 of the ones that WVEU withheld. All 8 that were edited into movies, I found in original episodic form from a guy near St. Louis, Missouri, back in 2011.
Wow,
and he didn't know what he had, because he just gave a very modest price. And when he said, I said, "What about that breakaway one?" "Okay, I'll take that one for $30." That's the pilot. He didn't know. Anyway,
that's what did you say? Hello?
Hello to PDF elves. I don't know PDF elves. Do you?
Yeah, they are They just recently came into my chat not too long ago, so I kind of know them. Not kind of, sort of, But everything I know about them, it seems they're good people. Or people, who knows?
Well,
They're elves.
welcome.
I wouldn't
I
know.
take your word for it, Sarah. And Jim, I agree. Catherine Shell looks good without makeup. I agree. Without the, I call them Cocoa Puff eyebrows.
Yes, you do. I can wait for you to say it
In
all
chat.
night.
Yep.
All I know is that one of those nights you were just like, and eyebrows, and eyebrows.
I'm going to go. I almost did my laugh, Brandon. I'm going to go into Facebook. I said, I always promise. I hate it when I play back a stream and I brought something up and I go on a tangent and I forgot to get back to it. I want to see who's been on Facebook watching live and commenting so I can mention them and give credit where credit's due. Let's see. And then I've really got to run because I got a packed day tomorrow. I'm going to the Jim Gossett comedy show at Coastal. It's called Coastal Bar and Grill. They got a really large area in there for shows. So let me just see.
Nice. Well, I got a busy day tomorrow too. So there's we're gonna Storky and I are gonna be on BB's Triple B's birthday show. So it's gonna be good. Then we have an after party on my channel after that. So it's gonna be a epic night.
Rick Clark was here and he says, I wish I could hang, but I'm watching Shogun. Understood. Hey, we're on demand, baby. You can watch whenever you want. Hopefully tomorrow morning with a bowl of cereal. And he says he was in high school when Space 1999 was on the air. I assume he just says was in high school. Jerry Dobson of Nostalgia World says, time for my Three Stooges binge. Talk to you later. Oh, time for my Three Stooges binge. Mary Smith is here giving the Spock salute.
I heard Mary Smith is epic.
And then James Enstall gave us a thumbs up. Shane B, the great Shane B, gave us a thumbs up. David Kolf, Kolf. Alan is here. Alan Gorecki. I should know how to pronounce his name. He's a pilot, by the way. He is a airline pilot. Adrian is here. Adrian is in Argentina. Watching on Facebook Live, David Hughes, Joe America. He's a fellow Fall Guy fan. Bucky Smith, who is a DJ on The Fish. WFHS. I can't talk. WFSH. I believe it's right. The Fish. It's a great faith music station here in the Atlanta area, a huge station on the FM dial, and he's a DJ there. Hello to WQEE, The Key radio station in Noonan, Georgia. And Mark and Joe Gutfeld, Mark Carbaugh, I appreciate you all checking in very much. And I hope that you were entertained or enlightened in this educational stream. I do the best I can. I'm just going to do one more thing, and then we're going to sign off. Let's see. I got to talk about our friends at Remind Magazine. That's for sure.
Do not sign off before you do that. Shame on you if you do.
Here's some more comments I just now saw. Jerry Dobson says, I hope I can stay. Nostalgia World, his Facebook group, will be returning 12 this May 18th, 2024. That's awesome.
That's very cool. Congratulations on that.
And let's see. David Hughes says, this show did not get the proper amount of love here in the U.S., in my opinion. That's who said that, David Hughes, earlier. I mentioned the comment, but it just said Facebook user, and I referred to him as a Facebooker because I didn't know. And Joe Gutfeld had said, I remember the toy of the ship, meaning the Eagle earlier. And then Joe was the one who asked, what was your favorite science fiction show? Sarah, yours is classic Star Trek, is it not?
Well, yes, actually it is, because that's what I first ever watched. And then when TNG came out, then it went on. And each one has a special meaning in my life because I was at a certain point in my life where it helped me through things. So there you go.
And Joe Gutfeld was the one that let me know, I feel your show goes way too long. I'm going to sign off in a second. I agree. I'm stuttering. Why am I stuttering?
You can go to bed.
I'm stalling is what I'm doing.
You gotta learn how to do jumping jacks or something.
Let me go here. What is that? All right. I'm digressing. I'm going down a rabbit hole on Facebook when I'm live on the air. I can't do that.
Yeah, I understand.
Let's now, let me look at the article of the week really quick. The top 7 from Remind Magazine. Now, Allman Brothers. Yep. Dickie Betts died at 80. I posted about that in the Nostalgic Podblast. I'm just looking at some headlines. Die Hard, Scarecrow, and Mrs. King fans enjoyed a 40th anniversary reunion surprise. Kate Jackson was one of the co-stars of that show. Of course, she was Sabrina Duncan in Charlie's Angels, and she was in The Rookies before that, playing a nurse. Okay, there's an article about Tom Selleck. Okay, I'm not going to read that, but I've got to talk about Remind Magazine. I'm sorry, Sarah, please cover me while I
Okay.
do this.
All right. Well, I did drop the link in the chat earlier a couple different times for the the live stream for Space 1999.
Thank
I
you.
recommend everybody check it out. If I recognize your name, because I have it on my TV with the Roku, right? So I can always see the comments going up, so I know when Chance pops in or anybody else I know.
Excellent. And you're referring, of course, to the official stream. Shout
Yes.
Shout Studios is the YouTube channel.
Yes.
Space
It's in your
1999.
chat here.
And I hope they keep that going indefinitely for
And
new
it's
viewers.
yeah, well-
It's getting some really good numbers.
Yeah, and I also dropped it in your Facebook, and also I linked it. I think I linked it on your show on Facebook too. I'm not sure now. I thought I did.
Fantastic.
So pretty sure I did.
Fantastic. Thank you for that, because I have post approval on my personal page and the Podblast page, because there's some jokers overseas that like to post porn, which can get your whole group shut down. So I have to do that.
I'm admin to some other groups on Facebook, and I help with that all the time because I don't know why people think that that's a good idea to do. I don't think so. Don't do that. Shame on you.
No.
And there you go.
That's right. I'm going to look at birthdays too in just a second. But I've got to talk about our friends at Remind Magazine. Now, listen, Ezra Live, it's graduation season, and it's always birthday season. And how would you like to give a gift that your gift recipient would receive all year round, and it would only cost you $12 out the door, including
Put the
tax,
magazine,
including
put the
postage?
magazine on the screen.
Oh yeah, good idea.
Yeah, there you go.
I
Because
meant
I
to
see
do
your
that.
lunchbox. Your lunchbox is great
Hello.
too, but
Yeah, no, they would insist on that. So
Yeah.
they insist. There we go.
Oh, there,
There's
that's
the
helpful.
current edition. The new edition will be out in the mail very soon.
That's nice.
The May edition, but there is the current edition. Look at that. So here's what you need to do. If you want to give this as a gift, people will think you spend a heck of a lot more than just $12, and they'll think of you each and every month. Just go to remindmagazine.com. Remindmagazine.com. Now, just so you know, those that aren't familiar with Remind, it's a family-friendly magazine, and it caters to the 1950s to the 1990s. And there's lots of puzzles that are very brain-teasing. There's trivia quizzes and features and comics as well, comic strips. It's awesome. It's just like the old days when you got Dynamite magazine when you're a kid. If you're a Gen Xer like me, I know you don't know what Dynamite is, Sarah, but Sports Illustrated or Boys Life magazine. You get the point. And it's like I said, the regular. I don't think I mentioned this yet. The cover price is $5 plus tax on the newsstand. There still are newsstands out there, believe it or not. Barnes and Noble is still around. I remember B. Dalton Booksellers and Walden Books, but these days, that's who you have. And then, of course, there's newsstands in big cities like New York and in LA that you can still buy magazines at. And you'll find Remind there for $5. Well, how would you like to get it for just $1 an issue? That's an introductory offer. First year, and then it goes to $24 the next year, $2 an issue, which is still a huge savings. If you want to call old school, give Remind Magazine a call at 855-773-6463, and a kind order specialist will assist you in processing your Remind subscription. And they securely accept Visa, MasterCard, American Express, or Discover. And please mention the nostalgic Podblast when you order. All right. Now
awesome.
I want to do some shout outs and then we'll say goodnight. Want to shout out Thrash Pondo Ponds.
Nice.
He's on every Sunday night. I missed him last Sunday. I will be back. And I'll be back to my character actor spotlight. I've done that in several editions of the Nostalgic Podcast. This was kind of a special because Space 1999 is streaming live for free, commercial free. They play an ad when you first go there, but then I don't think another ad pops up. It's not like when you're watching a YouTube video and ads constantly pop up. Tubi TV has a lot of ads that pop up. This is the best way to watch it if you're streaming on your television. Right? If you have the free YouTube app on your TV, it's great.
I hear Roku or any of that stuff. Yeah.
Oh God, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I will do taglines next week too. That's a game where I give away prizes, where I mention an advertising tagline and you name the product. I think we'll talk about. Well, I don't want to. I don't want to tip you off for any Google cheaters, so never mind. I won't even put you in the category. I don't want you to be studying.
I was just gonna say you should do that with me because I would definitely go look things up so I
Yep.
would know. And they'd be like, but how do you know this? All of a sudden, I'm like, ha because you told me.
That's
And
right.
they'd be like, oh.
So a shout out to Classic Television Shows on Facebook. That's a massive Facebook group all about classic TV. And then, of course, the Fun World of Classic Television. That's run by Steve Russo in Massachusetts State. That's a great Facebook group as well. Curtis, of course, friend of the show, retrozest.com and the Retrozest podcast. I call it the Retrozest Show. It runs also on Fistful of Radio on the weekend and Wednesday evenings. He's awesome. Great contests. He interviews celebrity guests. So that's his shtick. He always will have an author or a celebrity guest on. And he also has excellent merchandise, t-shirts and other merchandising, inexpensive, affordable memorabilia that you can buy. Just go to retrozest.com and look at his store. And that's retrozest.com. And his name is Curtis Langclow, and he lives right here in the state of Georgia in Dawsonville, Georgia. Nice. I recommend the Media Path podcast. They've been guests on this show, the Nostalgic Podblast, including the official director of the Cowsills documentary. And then you also had a very popular retired weatherman for over, I think, 40 years. In fact, I know he started in 1982 in Los Angeles on the NBC affiliate. Hang on a second. Well, I'll get to his name in a second because I temporarily forgot.
Okay then.
Oh, no. I was kidding.
It's just funny that he's like,
no, I'm lying. I'm lying to you now. I don't want to lie to my audience and you.
It's just funny the way he whispered it.
Fritz. Oh my gosh. How could I forget? I'm not in LA, so I have all right, hang on. Let me see something here.
Well, I'm not in LA. I'm not in LA either.
I got a request. I might interview him. Fritz Coleman. Do you know Fritz Coleman? He's a weatherman.
Yes, I do.
Right. He's been on the show
for years.
And so, but he also does Media Path podcast with Louise, his co-host, and it's a really good one that I recommend. So I always forget to shout them out, and I should not forget. I think they've had Henry Winkler on, and they're good.
I love Henry Winkler, man.
The Fonz. Hey,
listen, he may have jumped the shark, but he'll always be awesome in my book.
Right on. Of course, BK on the Air, Barry King called in earlier at the start of this epic long stream and long pod blast. My goodness, I said I planned on not going longer than 2 hours, and I've gone 5 hours, 5 minutes, and 50 seconds. Geez, we've got to say goodnight. I'll put the remaining comments on the screen before we go.
Right on.
So BK on the Air airs Saturdays at 10 a.m. to noon Eastern time on WBHF Radio out of Cartersville, Georgia. That's a radio station been around since 1946. Can you believe that?
Wow.
And it's a really good listen. Alan Sanders is BK's co-host, and he's on as a fill-in host on WSB Radio, which is a blowtorch of a signal radio station, heritage radio station. It stands for Welcome South Brother, and it's a clear channel here in the Atlanta, Georgia radio market. We're market number 7 in terms of media in the USA. Geek to Me Radio. You and I both love this guy, James Install. He's on KTRS in St. Louis. Sunday nights for 1 hour at 7 p.m. Pacific, 9 o'clock Central, and 10 p.m. Eastern time. He has also people in the business currently and past. He is a voiceover artist who voice cartoons and animated and computer animated projects. All sorts of interesting comic book artists, actors, actresses, writers, directors. And Joey, his co-host, is great. They do movie reviews. It's a fun show. And he also did a big Walmart campaign to get a little background on James Install. He was the guy a few years ago, maybe 10 years ago, or maybe less than that, that would compare prices at Walmart versus a local grocery chain like a Kroger. So, oh, look what you saved. Look what you saved. Show me the receipt. That was him, because you said he looked familiar when I turned you on to his show.
Yes.
And he's also live on YouTube, by the way. It's not just on the radio, which you can stream from their radio station at KTRS. I think it's KTRS.com, possibly. I hope I'm right on that. But you can see him on YouTube and Facebook Live and Twitch, I believe. Most Sundays, not every Sunday, but most Sundays. 9 times out of 10, he's on camera live while he's on the air on the radio. Also check
Very
out
cool.
Thrash Pondo Ponds. I already said that. Sunday at 7:30, 1 hour TV trivia show. He's a great interactor with his audience. Unlike me, sometimes I step away from chat, which I don't mean to
You
do.
guys got two different styles of shows. You can't compare each other. That's not fair.
Okie dokie smoky. And then Open by Chance Toys on YouTube, a husband and wife team. LPH is the wife, and David is the husband. And they go to conventions, comic book conventions, toy conventions, record album conventions, and they shoot a great video, makes you feel like you're there. And then they share it on YouTube when they get back home, and they show what they bought at the conventions. And I love them both. And I'm going to see them
They're
tomorrow
awesome.
night. Going to see them tomorrow night. They interviewed me a couple of times.
Mm-hmm. Very good interviews
Talking about
too.
Angry Girlfriend variant and talking about creating Madcap, which I did. And someone commented, somebody was razzing me saying, please don't have that guy on the show again or something about me. And he says it's just not riveting content. And I said, well, I'm ready for your riveting content, which you don't produce. I didn't say that, but my retort was, hey, I'm looking forward to your riveting content. I can't talk content. All right, and hello to Superman Homepage Live. That's a massive social media footprint for all things Superman. And they're live on YouTube Monday night at 10:30 Eastern, 7:30 Pacific time for 1 hour and 1 hour only. They have guests, and they talk Superman. Out of Australia, the main webmaster is in Australia.
Yeah, I really like that show too. I think they're just really sweet guys, and they know a lot, and they present it in a fashion that even like I'm not hip on all the Superman stuff of today, right? And they present it, and it makes it like interesting, fun, and then I feel like a dork for not being interested in the stuff of today. So now I have to go be interested in it, and I actually am now. And I was like, it's amazing, you know. I really like them.
And we've gone long. I was going to show you some comic books from my friend's comic book collection. I'll hold a couple up just in case anyone was hanging on waiting for that for the very end. I'll do that in a second. But Steve Eunice getting back. Steve Eunice out of Australia is the webmaster of supermanhomepage.com, and they have trivia. They show comic book covers each and every week, but it's the latest news. So he'll keep you posted on the new Superman movie filming now right here in Atlanta, Georgia.
Based.
And it's just a 1 hour show. And then K-pop junkie out of Michigan State. Katie's her name. Hosting creative guests is her game. Artists, writers pertaining to comic books primarily. And she's an artist herself. And her YouTube channel is spelled letter K, letter P, letter O, letter P, _ JUNKI on YouTube. I like the Man Cave 101 podcast. Haven't caught it the last couple of weeks because I've been busy with other things on YouTube. There's a lot of competition Thursday night. You, Sarah, are on usually with Snarky. Let's mention Snarky's channel. But I love Man Cave 101. It's 4 black gentlemen. I like their perspective talking geeky things, and I like that. I think that's really cool.
I've caught them a few times. I haven't watched the full episode yet, though, because like you said, Thursdays is pretty packed, right?
Pretty packed.
So, yeah. It's good
Mongolian
stuff,
Monsters on Thursday night, and
I
love
love
these
that guy.
guys. They're out of Florida State, and they're friends. It's a guy and a girl, and I think they both are into fishing, but they're also into Sasquatch and Bigfoot and UFOs, and it's a lot of chat. It's like our friend Bob. I'm just going to mention his first name, Thrash Pondo Ponds, in terms of the excellent interaction. And they're just real people, and they're funny, and they have people on, and they put the link out there and let anyone come on who wants to come on.
I've been on there before. I loved it when you were like, have you ever heard of this show? I'm like, yeah. And you're like, I was just on there. I love these people. I'm like, I've been there too. Dad sent me there. He's like, yeah, he sent me there too. It's awesome.
Yes, Dan in South Carolina. Let's mention, will you mention his channels? Because I can't get them all straight.
Well, it's just Danny Staten and then all his 500 million channels. You just follow one, he'll find the rest. As simple as that, because he puts all his channels up in his community posts. So if you find one channel, you'll find them all. And
that's right.
He's epic like that. So, and then we got Triple B. She's a member of the Flocking team, so we got that going on. So
well, now say her channel because no one's gonna. It's not Triple B, is it? That's not.
No, it's Brain Bender Banter. There.
Yes, and she has a big birthday coming up tomorrow, right? You're doing a live celebration.
Yeah, Starkey and I are on panel with her, and it's gonna be great. I don't know who else is coming up on panel, but we're definitely there.
I wish I could wish her happy birthday, but I've got I'm going to a comedy show and I've got other things going on during the day.
How dare you make plans that you made before you knew about the thing? Shame on you for not knowing the future. Anyways, there. Now, do you feel bad? I mean,
Yeah, I do.
there you go.
I do feel bad,
Yeah.
but I'm going to participate at least in the chat and just say happy birthday. It's the least I can do because she was here. We got a mutual support.
Oh yeah, well,
And
she's having her birthday party today. She even took off work to party.
And can't forget Golden Rage of TV, Pat McCormack. He's a real guitarist. He has an Emmy Award, a daytime Emmy Award for work he did on General Hospital playing a fictional band, but also he interviews celebrities like Loretta Swit from MASH, the TV version of MASH's Hot Lips, and many others. And he's a very personable guy.
I love his
very
Hot Lips.
professionally produced content channel. And,
we
the
also
audio's
Sorry, go
top-notch, audio's top-notch, video's top-notch, production value's top-notch. And he's a stand-up guy. I met him through BK from afar. He's in California, never met him face-to-face. But he's the one that introduced BK to Dave Sundstrom, who has a huge pop culture channel on YouTube.
Definitely.
And Dave produces excellent original content about pop culture stories pertaining to classic television. And you should check it out. And he goes live once in a while, but he has members only, like the jacket. But he has members, paid membership content that's exclusive. And I think he only charges like $1 a month or something. So it's not a big fee or not a big expense. I shouldn't say fee. That has a negative connotation. He charges a modest amount. Okay. So
another channel we should mention too that we haven't done is Jim's Camera at Dawn.
Oh gosh, yes.
Dude, guy's amazing. Lots of nature out there. And he will go live, and then sometimes he won't even keep up the live streams because he had to be there for it. So catch him when you can, and otherwise you'll miss out the good stuff. And I'm telling you, dude's awesome. Also a fucking member. So there you go.
Very nice. And yeah, I need to add him to my list. I was literally looking at my prepared list of shout outs, and I hate it when I forget someone. I guess I should shout out Al Hardy, his Facebook group, Nostalgia Rewind. And of course, Tom Williams, Basil's original nostalgic podcast. I did it. That's his YouTube group. So we appreciate them. It's not on my list. I need to write that down on my list.
I gotta interrupt you here. Everybody loves Tom and Al, but I get more compliments about Al and how sweet he is than anybody else. But then I get more compliments about Tom being the funny man. So there you go.
That's funny. Well, he was a real horse's ass yesterday, Al, between you and me. While I was on set, I was texting pictures in a group text. Not from the set, but things that are approved that don't violate any non-disclosure. And I can't say which set. I mean, primarily just food. And Al's getting annoyed in the group text. Tom was like, "Show us your lunch." Show it. He asked to show it, and I show it, and Al was like, "Nobody cares about what you eat." And I go, "Wait a minute, Tom just asked." Anyway, I should keep that private.
You sent me your lunch, and I was like, "I want some." Yeah, that's great.
It was, oh God, it was so good. Catered, prepared food.
Oh my gosh, I was like, dang it.
I mean, good stuff. Seafood. It was so delicious.
Oh man, it was great. Yeah,
I was on set a few times this week. It's been
Al, I love you, but you're wrong on that. You may not want to see his food, but the rest of us do.
Can't talk about it till it's out and released to the public. Let me see here. Don't forget Tug's channel says Lance Chafin. Tug, yeah, the unapologetic geek. And I should add him to the list. He's a really nice guy. And Retro Nerd Girl. She does a lot of watch parties and stuff. A Mahogany Babe. She's great. So anyone say hi to me? Thank you. Hey, Lance.
All right. Also, I got a text from Keebler. She wants me to send you some comic books and see if you know if they're worth anything. So I will do that after the show, but I just wanted to let you know.
Look at this from Lance. Look at this drama queen. Well, if this bye forever, hope you guys feel good ignoring me. Wow. I'm not looking at the chat, brother. I'm looking at what I prepared. Don't be so butthurt all the time. Please, sir. I sent you cards and you were giving me hell like my cards aren't here. Well, they got there. I've told you I mailed them over a week ago, brother. Man, don't be so butthurt. Please.
And that was after you timed you out.
Not a good look, Lance. We love you, man. I do anyway. Just don't be whiny. I got enough of that from someone trying to call me all the time on the phone, interrupting me. Nobody wants drama. And Esmeralda says, Al is a complete sweetie. He's a nice guy. I can't say sweetie. You can. Al Hardy.
Yeah.
He's had a great career. He's retired now, but I mean, he worked at Turner for all those years. That's why he met Tom.
Excuse me. He says he's semi-retired.
Yeah. Well, he does. He gets paid on occasion freelancing from home, doing voice tracking and stuff.
That's so cool.
And he's got a pension, and he's got other sources of income. He sells movie posters. He's good. All right. Well, I guess we're going to say goodnight. I'm going to play a last clip. I thought this would be the one that would be most objectionable. Oh, by the way, here's me in another universe on a jet plane.
Yeah, I sent the one better.
Wish I looked that good. Tom
You
did
do.
that for me. Tom.
Yeah, you do
director of the
though.
Weather
but
Channel.
The one I put the bird on you looks even better.
We'll get to the nostalgic treats of the week and the regular features next time. This has been a Space 1999 solo topic tonight because of the great streams. I'm just so pumped up about all this, and it excites me when people like you watch the show for the first time, Sarah. It's really fun.
Well, yeah, it is now my third favorite sci-fi series: Star Trek, Babylon 5, and Space 1999. Hashtag I can't help myself. Thank you,
Well,
gents.
this is what we saw. This is the correct ITC logo before the show aired. See, I've been showing the movie version, the ITC home video and movie version. See, it doesn't come right at you. And the reason was the only one until now that I could find was time compressed and sped up, and that irks me. And so the visual quality is not great.
You could have
This
sent
is
it
how
to
it
me, and
looks.
I could have slowed it down for you.
Oh, I didn't know you could do it. It comes right at you. To be historically correct. And it would be at the beginning and the end of the show. After the end credits, you would see that logo.
Yeah, I remember you typing in chat, why don't they play the old one? It's a better one.
And on another subject, I had uploaded this video. Don't be upset with me. This is going to be a little bit silly, but it's my pet bunny rabbit trying to talk to me from the other day. Listen to this.
You shedding. You're shedding fur. Hey, baby. You're sweet. You're talking.
I just want to share that. Sorry.
Yeah, that was just really
I'm a
cute.
pet lover.
Well, you should be. I think everybody in chat loves pets or has them or had them or loves them anyways, because I know most everybody's popped in here.
She said it.
There you go. But Ezra knows everything too. Ezra's based. What can I tell you?
Let's see here. I better not play. I'll play a little bit of this. I love this version of this song by Patty Duke.
Why does the sun go on shining?
I won't. I'll spare you.
Yeah, because I think I have a stream that has that played a lot. So
no, we're gonna now conclude with this. Sarah, I'm gonna say goodnight. I'll hang out backstage briefly. I have to go to bed soon. I got a packed day tomorrow, but we can talk for a little while if you want.
Sounds good. Perfect.
Good night, everybody. Thanks again for tuning in. Everyone that watched live or after the fact. This is the Nostalgic Podblast. Salute to Space 1999. We'll do it again. I just showed you a little bit of my collectibles. I have many, many more in the collection that I'll photograph. And PDF says, cute bunny. Some would say it would look. Oh, God. I'm not going to read that. You son of a gun. All right, everybody. Have a great night, great week, great weekend, depending on when you're watching or listening to the Nostalgic Podblast. And if you're listening at Fistful of Radio or Apple Podcasts or Podbean or Spotify, TuneIn, wherever, I would encourage you to go to the Nostalgic Podblast YouTube channel, the official YouTube channel of this show, and you can see the things that I've been talking about, because I know the audio in some portions of tonight's show was lacking because I'm talking about things you can't see. And so the easiest thing to do is Google search the Nostalgic Podblast, It'll be right at the top, and then hit the live tab. That's important. And then you'll see a yellow background with Space 1999 from a 1975 magazine ad.
Did you ever get my thumbnail I sent you for our show on Tuesday?
Oh, yeah, and I have it right here. I'm glad you said something. My gosh, Tuesday night the conversation will continue, but I'm not going to share all the same things. I'm going to try to mix it up. By the way, I met Martin Landau. I talked about that earlier. In case you were late, there we are on the set of the Anna Nicole
of your murder
goatee on Lifetime. And here's where we're going to be. Now it looks a little blurry. I asked you to send me. I just got that off YouTube, so it's kind of blurry. But I love that thumbnail art. You went right over Maya's face. You put me over Commander Koenig's face.
Of course.
Funny stuff. But anyway, that'll be Tuesday night at 9:30 Eastern, 6:30 Pacific time. If you want to join the party, we'll keep the 1999 party going. And by then, you would have seen more episodes, and maybe have seen some of the episodes you have not caught yet, like Dragon's Domain, a key episode. And we can talk about it.
Right, definitely. I plan to keep watching it as soon as you get off there.
Love you back, and now we're finally, almost 6 hours. I'll cover my time slot Sunday. I already scheduled something for Saturday, a repeat. I guess I'll preempt that and put this in its place. How about that?
Based. I'm down for it.
Final, thank you. Final thing. Do go, if you want to the official Space 1999 stream. I'm going to repeat it again because people tune in late. For those that have been along all along, he's saying it again. What's wrong with him? It's Shout Studios YouTube channel, Space 1999. Links in chat. Thank you for that. Good night, everybody.